Good morning. Welcome back. For those of you that have been with us all along in the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit, we would like to let you know. Welcome back. For those of you that have been with us all along in the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit, we would like to let you know. Welcome back. For those Okay, a little technical error over there. Again, welcome back to the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. We'd like to welcome you if you just joined. All of the sessions are going to be recorded and transcribed. Please check our summit website for YouTube videos of the previous days of the conference. For those that have registered today and have not received your Zoom webinar links, please utilize our YouTube live stream on our summit website. All the questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. The moderators will try to cover as many questions as possible. Today, we have a full schedule. First, we are going to have Dr. Hecky Reitman to give the keynote presentation. And then after that, we're going to have a session on college spectrum, college readiness, undergrad and beyond. And then after that, we're going to have a networking session. For those that have signed up for the networking session, please check your email. Today, we're going to have one major link, and then all the participants will be sent to breakout rooms. If there are any questions, please send an email to Ladan Mohammed. After the networking session, we still have a couple of sessions. The one at 1 o'clock is putting PIP to work, internships for regional center consumers. And then after that, we have diagnostic disparities. And finally, the last session of the day is mental wellness in the workplace. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Hecky Reitman. Dr. Reitman is a superhero, literally. He is the founder and CEO of the nonprofit Different Brains. And Dr. Reitman is a successful orthopedic surgeon trained at Boston University School of Medicine. He had a hugely successful orthopedic surgery practice in South Florida, expanding throughout South Florida. Dr. Reitman is a fellow of the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons, the American College of Surgeons, and the International College of Surgeons. During medical school, Dr. Reitman entered a heavyweight championship and won all 4 of his fights by knockout and became the New England Golden Gloves heavyweight champion. So he's an orthopedic surgeon. He is a heavyweight boxer. He's also an author, a filmmaker, and past chairman and president of the Boys and Girls Clubs in Broward County. And it is really his role as a neurodiversity advocate that's the reason why we are inviting him to speak with us today. A lot of what he's doing really stemmed from his role as a father. He's going to talk about his story during the talk today. And Dr. Reitman's daughter's condition had motivated him to go on the road and went to 26 professional heavyweight boxing matches to raise money for children's charities. And all of this was basically supporting children with special needs. He wrote and produced a film based on the experience that his family has, his daughters had. The name of the movie is The Square Root of Two. He's also the author of Asper Tools, the practical guide for understanding and embracing Asperger's, autism spectrum disorder, and neurodiversity. Dr. Reitman forged the different brains philosophy of inclusive advocacy. He's the main mentor of the neurodiverse participants of the Different Brains Mentorship Program. He's the host of the weekly interview show Exploring Different Brains. He writes blogs for the differentbrains.org and tours around the country to talk about how to improve the lives of neurodiverse individuals and their families, as well as maximizing the potential of those with different brains. Dr. Reitman is a founder and CEO of PCE Media, separate from Different Brains. And he recently co-executive produced the documentary Foreman, the definitive feature documentary on legendary boxer and pitchman George Foreman. Dr. Reitman's keynote presentation is titled Neurodiversity, maximizing neurodiverse potential. With that, I'd like to invite Dr. Reitman.
Lawrence, thank you very much. That was much too generous an introduction. I felt like I was at my funeral or something, but I want to congratulate you and the Stanford Neurodiversity Project and your whole team there for everything that you're doing. I'm just going to tell you a story today. Unlike most of the people you'll be hearing and seeing today, I'm not truly an expert. I'm not a psychologist, psychiatrist, or researcher. And I figure I'll just tell you how I got here and how differentbrains.org is trying to pave the way for further inclusion and understanding and embracing of all of our neurodiversity, which is good for everybody. Next slide, please. Let's hit that video, please, Lawrence.
This morning, we'd like to introduce you to a doctor with a great ringside manner. By day, he mends bones as a distinguished orthopedic surgeon. By night, he breaks them, figuratively, of course, as the 12th ranked heavyweight boxer in the Americas.
The way he's taking care of all of his opponents, they should be ringing his doorbell for free consultation. Harold Hackey Reitman is an orthopedic surgeon who lives in Plantation, Florida. He has also drawn national attention for knocking out 3 pro opponents in a boxing ring.
Dr. Reitman got interested in boxing as a kid back in Jersey City. He boxed in medical school where he won a Golden Gloves championship, then got back into boxing just a few years ago when his daughter had to have a serious operation.
And at the time, I just kind of said, if you just let Rebecca do all right, and I'll find the biggest, toughest guy in Florida, and I'll fight him.
This is not a fairy tale. Hackey lost a split decision. But out of defeat came a wonderful idea. Keep fighting and donate the money to kids' charities.
There's a lot of good things that everybody can do for kids. And it's just there to do it. And I'm not talking about poor kids or rich kids or just kids who need operations or anything, just kids.
Hackey won his last fight, and so did the Abused Children's Fund. They got the $15,000 purse. Next month, Hackey will enter the ring again, and win or lose, another children's charity will gain. And then there will be another fight. Although with Hackey, it's not fair to call them fights. Call them expressions of love for children because of one very special little child.
You got a big hug and a kiss before I go? Give me a kiss.
Next slide, Lawrence. Thanks. So I grew up in Jersey City. My folks had a gas station, and I remember my mom pumping gas. And one day, one of my older brothers, I was the youngest of four, came up and said, "Hey, Mom, I got an 88 on a spelling test." And she said, "I'm going to make you cookies." And next day I come back and said, "Hey, Mom, I got a 92 on a spelling test." And she started hitting me with a dog leash. And I said, "How come he gets cookies? I get a dog leash?" She said, "Because that's the best he can do, and you know it. You can get 100. You have a moral obligation to work up to your full potential with the gifts that God gave you, to help yourself, your family, and those less fortunate, and to have a good time doing it." And that last part often gets lost. Next slide. Despite being expelled in the first grade and the 10th grade, and incidentally, I don't know how my brain would have been labeled. I've been told I have adult ADHD, but I started writing away to the AMA when I was 12 years old because we had a great family physician. And I somehow got into the 6-year medical program at Boston University. Next slide. And I did my training up there. And then something happened with my daughter that inspired me to make a movie. This is before I knew anything about autism or Asperger's. And if you're a parent, you'll understand some of this. Video.
Every parent knows it, that sinking feeling in the pit of your stomach. Turning everything upside down. You learn it's not under your control. If she falls down on her bike, she just keeps on pedaling. You stay on guard all the time.
Next slide, please. So my daughter, Rebecca, when she was about 2, was diagnosed with 23 brain tumors. They had no idea what it was. She had 2 major brain surgeries. She had a seizure disorder. She was a little bit different, but we had her neuropsychologically tested. She had a bit of memory deficits, but she was pretty smart. This is way back. She's now 38 years old. Next slide. And, you know, she underwent these surgeries, and we were out at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota. And when you're a parent and they're telling you, we have no idea what's wrong with your kid, you do what you can do. You know, you do your best. Next slide. And she did her best, and she made all county cross country. She was real smart. And she set her eyes on going to Georgia Tech to discrete mathematics, to take that, whatever that is. To this day, I still don't know what it is, but I think it's the math that runs computers. Like so many of our neurodivergent individuals, she's a whole lot smarter than I am. Next slide. And she graduated, and I was so inspired that I wrote, produced, and directed this movie, The Square Root of 2, about some of the challenges she encountered. But right when we're getting ready to release the movie and she graduates, she decides to work with autistic individuals at Cumberland Academy of Georgia in Atlanta. And the owner of the school meets her for 10 minutes and says, "Hey, Doc, you know, your daughter has Asperger's." And me, being a brilliant Boston-trained MD, said, "What's that?" I said, "Well, you know, it's on the spectrum of autism." And I said, "What's that?" So I held up release of the movie because I figured I should find out what the movie was about and learn about this autism stuff. Next slide, please. And going back and looking at the movie, The Square Root of 2, Darby Stansfield, next slide, who portrayed the fictionalized version of my daughter, perfectly portrayed somebody with Asperger's, yet the writer, producer, director had no idea that's what we were dealing with. Next slide. And the reason was she studied Rebecca directly. had her over her home, and just did a great job copying her mannerisms and way of being. Next slide. I was so motivated by this, I held up release of the movie. I studied for a couple of years. And when I had my aha moment, I wrote Asperger's Tools, the Practical Guide to Understanding and Embracing Asperger's Autism Spectrum and Neurodiversity. And the publisher, HCI Books, who did Chicken Soup for the Soul, this is a few years back in like 2014. So wasn't too happy. I wanted to use the word neurodiversity, which one of your other speakers today, Judah Singer, had invented in 1990. But by the time I wrote this book, I knew it wasn't just about autism or any one thing. It's about all of our different brains. And my daughter had taught me the quote on the front of the book, brains are like snowflakes, no two are alike. Next slide. And then it dawned on me, this idea of neurodiversity, the idea that our brains each are different, doesn't mean, as our friend Temple Grandin says in the name of her book, different, not less. Next slide. Hit the video, please, Lawrence.
Treating all brains alike in a classroom setting, especially, is wrong. You have to treat each and every one differently. The hardest thing is with the teachers not understanding that, and they have so many students in front of them, they have a basic way of teaching.
In the school of 1,200, they have 30 students with Asperger's. Let me tell you, start looking at the statistics of 1 in 68 births being on the autism spectrum now. And you look, if you start adding up people with anxiety, people with PTSD, people with depression, bipolar, OCD, ADHD, I'll keep naming initials, there are. And I saw you saying that it's not 1 in 68, it's 1 in 54. That slide was made a couple of years ago. And everybody watching this probably knows it's more than 1 in 54 just for autism. And that doesn't take into account all the other neurodiversities. So all of our brains are a little bit different. So we've got to accommodate that, and we have to include that, and we have to make everything accessible, just like Lawrence Fung and the Stanford Neurodiversity Project have made this virtual meeting totally accessible any way your brain takes it in. Next slide. So neurodiversity is just my simplistic way of looking at it. It includes all the intellectual and developmental differences, and then all the neurological conditions like epilepsy, Parkinsonism, so many others, and then all the mental health challenges. They're all together, and none of these exist in isolation. I don't know anybody with autism doesn't have a little bit of anxiety and a little bit of, depression. I don't know many people who don't have some anxiety. Right, next slide. So if you start looking at all these different things, the overlap is amazing. And we at Different Brains say, from autism to Asperger's, from autism to Alzheimer's, and all brains in between, because everything overlaps. When I gave a keynote down at the NDSS in Washington, D.C., it was the first ever adult summit on Down syndrome. Why the first ever adult summit? Because Down syndrome individuals only used to live till 20. Now they live until 60. And guess what? 50% of them are going on to Alzheimer's and dementia, And so everything is overlapped. And once we start looking at people like, well, your brain's a little bit different. Let's see what I can do to help you attain your full potential. All of a sudden, then you're thinking like the Stanford Neurodiversity Project. You're thinking like, let's match you with a good job. Let's match you with a good education. Now, one of the problems with our educational system and employment system and our whole society is we kind of discriminate against adults. It's all about the cute little kids. Well, cute little kids grow up and they need a job and they need employment like we all do. And we have to match them to their strengths, not to their weaknesses. Next slide. Next slide. One of the things I run into that's hilarious is that everybody's fighting. That's another reason I started differentbrains.org. I want everybody to play nicely in the sandbox because everybody's in a different silo. There's autism over here, there's ADHD over here, there's Alzheimer's over there. And then within each silo, they're fighting. Next slide. I mean, I thought it was tough for pro boxing, but it was nothing compared to what you see with these guys. Next slide. I mean, you know, the shocking controversy of ABA, the controversies in autism, vaccine, oh my goodness, these people want to kill each other. Next slide. And then it's, you know, there's no such thing as ADHD, a controversy over anything you want to do. And one of the things the Stanford Neurodiversity Project is, it brings everybody under one roof to just try to help. Next slide. And we can't fight each other. We got to fight together for awareness and acceptance and inclusion. And the most important thing, I think, is to help every individual work up to their full potential, whatever that is. It's all, and they're all going to be different. They're all going to be different, you know, not, you take somebody like me, I'm never going to be capable of being a computer programmer. It's not, it ain't going to happen, you know? So I got to go in a different direction, which I did. Next slide. And next slide, please. So what we did at Different Brains was we started producing all this neurodiversity advocacy media. We started interviewing world neurodiversity leaders like Dr. Lawrence Fung, like the researcher at Stanford, Karen Parker, like Temple Grandin, Stephen Shore. You know, these are people who've devoted their whole lives to this. And we figured one of the best things we could do was take 18-plus-year-old people whose brains are different and make them into the next generation of self-advocates. Next slide. So on our differentbrains.org website, all of this stuff has been produced and had hands-on from our neurodivergent trainees and interns. And you can view free of charge a 40-minute documentary. There's blogs from all over the world, many by self-advocates, videos, podcasts, the females only Spectrumly Speaking. They haven't let me on that show yet. That's for females only on the autism spectrum. We got news, articles, resources, newsletters, and a lot more. And the best part is that our trainees who come from all over the globe and all over the country, especially in this coronavirus virtual world we have, because you can work remotely, they're producing their own shows and we're giving them the platform. So it's not just somebody like me spouting off, or it's not even a PhD in psychology and autism spouting off. It's somebody whose brain is different, who's really serious about it and wants to make a difference and help others. And it's a lot of it is in their voice too. I'm not denigrating everybody else. I'm just saying that it's good to have all the different perspectives, including the parents, including the teachers, including the scientists. Next slide. So these are just a few of our different terrific neurodivergent interns from, of course, this is outdated because there's a whole fresh crop in, but it's so interesting the different jobs and different walks of life they've gone into. Next slide. All our trainees learn video production and editing. They write articles, they record podcasts, they transcribe, they appear on camera, they conduct research, they get exposed to social media. Then they pick out what they like. Another big problem with our whole employment and educational system is this one size fits all. I mean, you go through high school, then you go to college and you take a bunch of courses, but where do you get that hands-on? Where do you get to shadow a doctor if you think you want to be a doctor? I remember at the Hackey Reitman Boys and Girls Club, Selena Constantine won a scholarship, and she had told me, Dr. Reitman, my whole life I want to be a surgeon. I said, did you ever shadow one? She said, no, I'd love to. I said, well, I'll line you up to shadow like a cancer surgeon or a general. So, oh, no, I want to shadow you. I said, yeah, but I'm an orthopedic surgeon. That's a little different. Okay, she shadowed me for 2 weeks. And when she accepted her scholarship, she said, I want to thank the board for the scholarship. And I want to thank Dr. Reitman because my whole life I wanted to be a surgeon. And I shadowed him for 2 weeks. And I'm proud to say I'll be using the scholarship to go to FSU and I'll be majoring in criminology. It's just as important to find out what you don't like as what you do like. So you got to get some exposure to different things. Next slide. So all our trainees interact with professionals who drop by, and now that we're in a virtual world, they drop by virtually. But one of our interns is now in medical school. This fellow on the right in the middle is one of the world's greatest meteorologists and offered to take our neurodivergent interns down in his submersible. You got to get exposed to a lot of different things, and in our regular educational system and everything, it really doesn't provide it. Next slide. Helping individuals recognize and appreciate the neurodiversity in their own lives and how you can translate that. And that's exactly what the Stanford Neurodiversity Project does, bringing together employers, employees, educators, scientists, research. It's all there. Next slide. Play the video, please, Lawrence.
I think the advocacy that Different Brains does is so important because it gives a voice to someone who may not have it yet, someone who's not comfortable coming out yet and discussing what they deal with because, either they're afraid of the stigma or they're afraid of, being labeled. So that's why I think what we do is so important because we help erase some of that and help, tell stories that may not have been told yet or, put information out there that hasn't been heard yet. We allow people to give their perspective on things, and that I think helps anyone who doesn't really know how to discuss what they're dealing with yet or how to get the help that they need yet.
Next slide, please. Let's look at some of the common hallmarks of our different brains. Next slide. Anxiety rules all of us, and you have to deal with it. You can't pretend it's not there. That's why I made it the first chapter. Next slide. Hypersenses. I was completely ignorant of the fact that people with autism, many have hypersenses to touch, sensation, feel, smell. Next slide. And that they take things black and white. I mean, it's say what you mean what you say, and take things literally. Next slide. Which goes into taking things literally, where you'll have someone who's very, very smart, and you'll say an idiomatic expression, and they'll take you literally. Next slide. And then you have truth-telling in Asperger's and autism where, like my daughter says to me, don't ask me something if you don't want the brutal truth. Next slide. And then, of course, there's dealing with meltdowns. When it just gets too much and the individual is just going to have a meltdown, and, what do you do at that point? Well, the whole trick is to prevent them, but once they happen, next slide, you just got to, you have to get to a nice quiet place and let it calm down is one of the ways to approach it. What are some of the common tools we can use? Next slide. Well, in my Aspertools book, which is not an academic thing, it's just something to give you tools to kind of help situations, okay? Next slide. One tool is structure, having a full dance card. All of these things are true of all of us. It's just if I'm on the autism spectrum, it's kind of like it's on steroids. One of our board members is a psychologist, and she's Dr. Lori Butts, who's the outgoing president of the Florida Psychological Association. She said, I told Hackey when he was writing the book that he wasn't writing a book about autism. He's writing a book about all of us, really. Next slide. Eating healthy. We all know pretty much what a healthy diet is. None of us will do it, but we know what it is. And there's study after study that shows how the brains rewire themselves, no matter what the entity is, with a good plant-based but a Mediterranean-style diet without all of the bad stuff. It really helps and really works. Next slide. Exercise. Another thing we all know, exercise can be a 30-minute walk. It can be a vigorous workout, but it helps rewire your brains. This is one of the reasons the Special Olympics, in addition, that produces socialization, education on a good diet and exercise, is so successful in helping these individuals. Next slide. Socialization is probably the most underrated thing for all of our brains. This COVID studies that are going on, Different Brains is doing a couple of studies ourselves in our research pillar, but there'll be a lot coming out about how this isolation has really rewired people's brains in not a good way. Socialization is very important, and if we can't get it in person with a hug that makes us make oxytocin, at least do what we're doing now. We're getting together virtually. We're on a Zoom call. We're seeing each other. Next slide. Mindfulness is a tool I just started using myself. I thought you had to devote hours to it and do like yoga and have chimes and candles. You got apps now where you can do 5 or 10 minutes of it, and it breaks the cycle. You take in some deep breaths. It stimulates your parasympathetic system. You just kind of, I analogize it to rebooting a computer. And again, this helps if you have autism, if you have anxiety, if you have Down syndrome, you name it, whatever you want, this will help. Next slide. Then along came coronavirus, COVID-19, and all bets were off. For instance, at Different Brains here, we were so proud that we were getting these interns and trainees to get out of there, get off of their computer, get out of the house, get dressed and come here. And guess what? They're back in the house sitting at their computer going to all our meetings there. Next slide. So we've got to modify our routines during these coronavirus times. We have to make sure we're creating schedules. We have to maintain some kind of structure, and we have to find alternate ways to exercise safely. I always went to the LA Fitness a couple of blocks away, and now I have a makeshift gym in our garage, and I make sure I work out an hour every day, because if I don't, my whole body feels bad, but it's also not good for my brain either. Next slide. These are some of our interns and trainees, and we have frequent meetings. We have social meetings, we have business meetings, and each of these individuals is doing something different, and they have different neurodivergences, okay? Just looking at the screen, Preston in the top left corner, he has tuberous sclerosis. He's in Texas, and he's educating us all on tuberous sclerosis. Most of us don't even know what it is. The fellow with the beard, second from the left in the middle row, Ali Idris, who's fluent in Arabic and spent 7 years in Lebanon. He has severe ADHD and OCD. He's graduating college, wants to be a doctor, and he was not going to share his ADHD on his applications. Guess what he's doing? He's already got a webisode series, Power Tools for ADHD, that's on Different Brains. And he's writing a book on ADHD, and he's wearing it like a badge of honor. Zach Hoagland in the bottom left, who's got his bandana around his head. He's autistic. He's a very gifted editor, and he's finishing editing our next documentary, which is the first in the NeuroTools series, Our Different Brains, Asperger's, and so on down the line. Everybody's a little bit different. These are just some of our trainees and volunteers. Next slide. I thought I'd share with you Temple Grandin's tips for parents during coronavirus, because as you know, Temple Grandin's pretty smart and pretty opinionated, which I really like. Next slide. And she says, during these times, you set a schedule, you show no fear, you parents. Don't show fear. Choose fun over fear. Get involved in their video therapy. I'm just quoting Temple Grandin here now. Limit the news watching to 1 hour a day, okay, for teens and for adults with autism. Put things in perspective and stay social and stimulating, no slouching. Next slide. We believe, as does the Stanford Neurodiversity Project, in maximizing potential. That's key. Next slide. Hit the video, please.
You know, I do talks and a lot of things in the autism world, but for years I've worked in construction, in the cattle world. I've been out to Silicon Valley, to tech companies, and I see programmers out there that I know are on the spectrum. I see engineering majors that are just enrolling at the university that I know are on the spectrum and they're undiagnosed. So as I go back and forth between the different worlds, I'm seeing an old hippie guy who's the head of maintenance for a large meatpacking plant, and they're not able to replace him. And what really bothers me is to see smart kids ending up playing video games in the basement when they ought to be fixing Tyson plants.
That's what they should be doing. Next slide. There's only one Temple Grandin. Let's see what Stephen Shore, the professor, has to say. Like you said, focus on the positive. What do you like, and connect at that point.
Right, and what it is it's a matter of transitioning from what I call the deficit model of autism, and there's so much focus on what can't be done, towards an abilities-based model. So we need to really be asking the question, what can that person with autism do?
Next slide. What a novel idea. What can that person do? Matthew Schneps is totally dyslexic. He's an astrophysicist. He's a visiting scientist at MIT and Harvard. Next slide, please. Play the video, please.
And just a quick correction on my very nice introduction you gave me. It's not that I just happen to have dyslexia. It's because of my dyslexia that I've done these things. If you have something that's different about your brain, it doesn't mean that you're not a productive citizen, that you can't make important contributions. And furthermore, that in many cases, the unusual perspective you bring can open up new ways of thinking that's very valuable to society. So the fact that our brains are different makes it possible for us to do things other people can't.
Yeah, and then he also told me, he said, by the way, Hacky, I also can't do any mathematics, but I have a calculator, so that helps me. And the only school that would talk to me, because I couldn't read and I couldn't do math, was MIT, because I knew all about the stars, and I became one of the world's leading astrophysicists. Now, we all can't be astrophysicists, but we can find our strengths and try to utilize them and work up to potential. Next slide. Sean Smith is very interesting. He had ADHD. He was a football player up in Canada. He learned how to do math playing at the blackjack table in Reno with his wife. And he's quite a character. And he formed his own company called Don't Diss My Ability. Next slide, please. Play the video, please.
When I meet somebody and they disclose to me that they have ADHD, one of the first things that I'll say is, welcome to the world of the uniquely gifted. And I believe that not only in my experiences of going from failing at everything. I mean, I didn't learn to count until I was in my 20s. I tied my shoes the wrong way before I tied them the right way until I started taking medication, to being at the top of my class for my master's degree. So just the big shift in seeing that I have specific gifts, and so I focus on those. And it's not that I don't have challenges, but I try to bring in people for whom my challenges are their gifts.
All about teamwork. Next slide. Pierre Marsh is dyslexic. He's a senior mediator, CEO of Marsh Mediation. Next slide. Play the video, please.
There are so many brilliant neurodivergent people out there, and they've done very well or not so well. And I believe that what we've got to do is get that intelligence released.
Next slide. Here's somebody who's you're going to be hearing a lot about. Can we play the video on Nancy Doyle?
When I got into this work, I couldn't understand why we call things, why we use terms like specific learning disabilities. You know, if it's a specific learning disability, there's something specific that's an issue, but everything else is fine. So why aren't we talking about the everything else that's fine?
Next
you know,
slide.
it just, so there's a whole movement in psychology, the positive psychology.
Oops, I cut her off. I apologize for that. But things are not mutually exclusive. Let's finish Nancy if we can. My apologies, I cut her off.
When I got into this work, I had psychology reports, and I would read their psychology reports and I would look at the data in it, and it would say things to me like, this person is in the top 3% of population for verbal skills. And they would have no idea about that. What they knew about was that their spelling was terrible, or their concentration was poor, or their social skills were difficult. They had no idea that they had this tremendous ability in verbal reasoning. And I would think to myself, well, wow, what a difference it's making to you when I tell you that, you know. But then the next logical step is, why do you need an extra person to tell you that when you've already had psychological assessment? Surely part of the psychological assessment should be to allow you to know the full range of your abilities. So the things that you're struggling with and what to do about it, but also the things that you're great at and how to work with that.
Next slide, please. Don't buy society's big lie that things are mutually exclusive, especially people who love you out of good intentions. They're going to tell you can't do both. You can't do this and do that. You can't be a stockbroker and an author. You can't make movies and run a business, blah, blah, blah. You can do whatever you want because there's 24 hours in a day and you can spend them how you want to. Next slide. Harness your hyper interest. Find out what is it you really like doing and then take a shot. Because if you can find what you love doing and learn how to make your living at it, and you help other people at the same time, that's the trifecta. Next slide. Shadowing and interning, as I said before, it's a big deal, and I'm glad to help you find people to shadow, and so is Lawrence. You can pick anything you're thinking of going into, from doctor to lawyer to Indian chief to dentist to stockbroker, whatever you want, you can find somebody and you can ask people to help connect you. And you just hang around with that person and see if that's something you like. There are whole different worlds out there we don't get exposed to in the classroom and so forth. Next slide.
Find
Play the
something that
video,
interests
please.
you and stick with it. And, you know, you don't have to deal with people, you know, 100%. You don't have to be amazing with people for every job. You know, you should try to, you know, interact, and it's a practice skill. You get better at it with time, but as long as you apply yourself, you'll be able to do something useful.
Next slide, please. Utilize your resources and support systems. There's people to ask for help. Don't think you have to be the whole ball of wax by yourself. I have not met anybody who doesn't need a team around them. I know I sure do. Next slide.
The first thing I'd say to everyone, high functioning or low functioning, is don't do it alone. Do not try to do it alone. There's a whole network of groups out there to help our community. There are public resources that are available at no cost, and either going directly to agencies like ARC or Pomeroy Center. Each of our communities have different agencies, but either going directly to these or going through the relevant state, either department. Here in California, it's called the Department of Rehabilitation or Department of Developmental Services. But they have a core mission of placing people who are more severely impacted into jobs. Do not try to do it alone.
Next slide, please. Self-advocate. Always be your own biggest supporter. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it's tough. But you can do it. Next slide.
I think that, you know, sometimes I'll get contacted by people saying, I don't want you to cure me. And I always say, I'm not trying to. You know, it's a lot of people can say that, you know, I mean, I've met a lot of children who can articulate, you know, I'm suffering. I really wish I could have friends. And so for us, it's really about thinking about, I love the way that you frame that, about improving somebody's potential. And every person, no matter who they are, you know, deserves to have a life that's filled with, you know, that they can fulfill their potential. And that's different for everybody.
Well said by Dr. Karen Parker of Stanford. Next slide, please.
We are trying to find the strengths and interests and try to really help neurodiverse individuals build their identity based on their strengths and interests. Neurodiversity is really for everyone, and everyone has something that's different about them, and the uniqueness of each individual has to be celebrated. And for the society, it's going to be better. More people are going to be meeting their full potential.
Well said. Next slide, please. Society needs to understand and embrace neurodiversity for the benefit of all of us. Next slide. And I want to thank everyone at Stanford University for everything you're doing at the Stanford Neurodiversity Project. Dr. Lawrence Fung, his whole team, Christy, Dr. Karen Parker, and everybody, and all of you who are in this audience. I know you're doing everything yourselves too. And listen, like I say, don't beat yourselves up, all of you parents. that's my job. We got to beat ourselves up pretty good as parents. And I am now going to thank everyone, and I'm going to turn it back over to one of my heroes, Lawrence Fung. Thank you.
Yeah. So Christy is going to be leading the Q&A session.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It's inspiring to hear you speak. And the quote that stood out to me was the fighting together to let everyone live up to their full potential. And I think I'm not the only one who found that. I saw a couple so trues when right around that time in the Q&A. So thank you again for your talk. We do have some questions, which I will get to here. Some of them, several actually around sort of how can people get more information. The first is, how do we watch Dr. Reitman's film, The Square Root of Two? It's not on Netflix or YouTube.
Yeah, that's because of my ADHD. Once I made the film, I jumped around without worrying about distribution. If you send me an email or contact us through our website, and my email is hacky003@gmail.com. I was supposed to show that slide, but I messed up. Or contact us through our website. We'll make sure we get you one of it and send you a link. And it's on, now I'm drawing a blank on the, what's the one where they have all the Vimeo? It's on Vimeo, and it's on some of the other local suspects, but it's not on, and you can buy it through Amazon and that kind of thing, but we'll be glad to get it to you, and I apologize for that. That's my bad. The documentary you can view free of charge. You can't download it free of charge, but you can view it free of charge on our website, which is a 40-minute one. We do have a new one coming out that, again, one of our neurodivergent interns, Zach Hoagland, is finishing the editing on. We'll do that. We also are revising the Asper Tools book to correct some of the things in it. For instance, you saw how 1 in 68 turned to 1 in 54, and we'll be coming out with that book. And we're also writing a book on ADHD. I'm co-writing it with Ali Idris, one of our trainees. And we've got a lot of new webisode shows right on Different Brains, and they're being disseminated through social media, where we emphasize tools you can really use in a short, succinct way, something I can really do to help myself or somebody else.
Thank you. And you answered a number of the other questions about how to access some of the materials or get in touch with you on that. We have some questions about your program, and a couple of them are about location. So do you accept students from California and to be interns, or from anywhere outside of Florida?
Well, this is where what I recommend people do. You take these coronavirus times and you make it into a positive. We went from just having local interns. Now we got them from all over. We have a couple of nonverbal learning disability identical twins in California, which, by the way, I didn't even know what nonverbal learning disability was, which they explained to me in one of their articles they wrote is quite similar to Asperger's and autism, which I was ignorant of. And we've got a neurodivergent intern in Texas who's got tuberous sclerosis. We got them all over now because now it's all remote, it's virtual. Take advantage of that. We take people over 18 who want to learn or are already doing video editing, writing. They want to do these kind of things. And if you look at our site, where everything is free on our site, okay, there's loads of media, loads of shows, and you can choose from a lot, and it's all free on there.
That's great, thank you. And in a follow-up to the COVID, you say it expounds on opportunities, which, yeah, there's so much different going on now. There was a question about just the shadowing and the internships and how has that changed in COVID-19, and how are people getting sort of that experience that they previously got being able to physically shadow someone.
It's really hurt our 6 trainees who are all on pre-med tracks. 6 of them happen to be, all want to be doctors, and they're going to be great doctors. But all of the shadowing dried up because it's very hard to shadow virtually. So what we're doing instead is we're doing some internal lectures. I'm having guests come into our meetings. We also, for instance, internally, I just gave a lecture up at Boston University a couple of months back. And one of the students who's in just got his master's in medical, science, Jonathan Spann, who is also an All-American lacrosse player, he came on board to join us, and he just took the MCATs. So he's sharing that with the applicants to medical school on how he prepared for the MCATs and which courses were good, which ones weren't. And we're all helping each other. I'm writing letters of recommendation, which one of the tricks I use to put people on the spot is I have them write their own letter of recommendation and then I edit it. And that really puts people on the spot. They choose whether they want to come out of their closet with their neurodiversity. And it's interesting because most of them do, okay? And it hasn't really hurt them.
Great, thank you. Yeah, it's challenging, but it sounds like you're coming up with different ways to work with the new situation. So a couple questions just about how you are working with people around some specific things. One is related to diet and exercise, and how do you work with people who maybe are a little bit resistant to healthy diets or kind of getting the exercise that would be helpful to them?
Well, let me make clear, I'm not a professional. We're not a treatment center. I don't do that. What I do is when I encourage everybody to do is mentor each other, okay? Because you're going to have one intern who's very strong at getting in shape and you have another one who doesn't. And we just get people to try to change their habits for the better. During COVID times, one of the best things you can do, and has also aggravated some people who are very intense athletes, was to find out that all the studies now show if you go for a half-hour brisk walk, it's as good as the most intense exercise in the world for your brain, for your heart disease, for preventing cancer and things like that. And if you can't go for a walk, if you have access to a pool, get in a pool and walk around. If you got bad legs, you know, I used to tell my patients in sports medicine, as an orthopedic surgeon, your arms aren't broken, you know, and it's easy to say, but it's a matter of a lifestyle. It's not a diet. It's not, oh gosh, I have to exercise. I tell people, find something you like doing. Don't do something you hate doing. If you hate going for a walk, get on a stationary bike while you're watching TV. There's ways you can do it. And I find that when I encourage people and give them a pat on the back, they do it. They do it because they feel good after they do it, you know? Mm-hmm. As far as diet, that's a challenge for all of us. And it's not just an American problem, but it's pretty big in America. I recently interviewed my old friend, George Vesey, senior sports writer for the New York Times, who, when I was having my boxing 10 Seconds of Fame many years ago, he did like 3 feature stories in the New York Times about me. We were talking about concussions leading to CTE and Alzheimer's. And we're also talking about obesity. In 1985, I fought the first man ever to step into a ring over 300 pounds, Stephen Elmore. In those days, there was only one player in the NFL over 300 pounds. Now the average lineman is 312 pounds. That's just an average. What we know, obesity shrinks your brain. Okay, so there's a lot of related stuff, and the research is getting very, very interesting because you can see this stuff on brain scans, you know, and the overlap between entities. For instance, misophonia, which I knew nothing about until I interviewed Jennifer Jo Broutman, who's head of the International Society of Misophonia. She was telling me about how she could see in her brain scan, not only is she hypersensitive to bowel or body sounds in somebody else, but it goes right to her amygdala, which is a center for fight or flight, and she lashes out. And you can see these things now. So it's an exciting time, but I've gotten way off the course of your question. I apologize. My ADHD.
Yeah, fascinating though. It's truly fascinating. And I have to say, we're about out of time, so we're not going to be able to get to all the questions. I think there's a lot of what you've said that have sparked interest in people. The one question that has come up a couple times as you've been talking is people have asked, can you repeat your website and your email so that they can contact you?
I'm so sorry. It's Hacky003 at Gmail, HACKIE003 at gmail.com. And it's differentbrains.org, plural, differentbrains.org. And you can just Google Different Brains, by the way, and we'll come up. And you can Google Hacky Reitman and stuff will come up too. But that's the email, hacky003 at gmail.com and differentbrains.org.
Thank you.
Please email me the questions and everything. We love getting emails, love interaction, and we always welcome volunteers, and we always welcome 18-plus-year-old neurodistinct trainees and interns who like doing what we're doing.
Thank you so much for being here, and I will turn it back to Dr. Fung to wrap up and let everyone know what's coming next.
Thank you.
I just want to thank Hacky for inspiring so many of us, not only for this hour, but the last really 40 years plus. So it's really amazing that you illustrate how people can really do things that are not what other people are expecting. And you really illustrated it so well, and we shouldn't be thinking about limits if someone has the passion for it. So thank you for maximizing everyone's potential by doing what you're doing. Thank you, Hacky.
Well, thank you. You're one of my heroes, and your whole team. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are going to take a 13-minute break at 9:45. We're going to resume for the next session, the college spectrum, college readiness, undergrad and beyond. See you soon.
Okay. How'd we do? Good.
Welcome to the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit, the College Spectrum session. Some of you may have participated all along in the summit. For those of you who have just joined, welcome to the summit. We'd like to let you know that all sessions are recorded and transcribed. They're also available live streaming on YouTube. You can find the link on the summit webpage. The recordings and transcripts will be available approximately 2 to 4 weeks after the summit. All questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. Please feel free to submit your questions all along. In this session, we'll have Q&A at the end of the panel session. The moderators will try to cover as many questions as possible. Today, we have the pleasure of 4 amazing speakers in the next hour who will speak to different aspects of the college experience. They are Scott Fitzwater, Hari Srinivasan, Isabel Morris, and Lisa Medoff. We will begin with Scott Fitzwater. He is the Assistant Admissions Director at Mansfield Hall. He's a clinician with nearly 25 years working with a variety of youth populations and their families. During the past decade, he has made the education and self-exploration of one's inner capability, specifically executive function and functional innate gifts, a primary focus with neurodiverse youth and their families. As the Assistant Director of Admissions with Mansfield Hall, he persists with his pursuit of educating, advocating, and supporting young adults, their families, and their ancillary supports. His presentation today is titled Essential Objectives for a Successful Transition to College. So let's welcome Scott Fitzwater.
Thank you, Christy. Am I live? Can you see me?
Yes, you are live.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. This is a great subject. I'm actually on phone calls every day working on this very thing. So I'm happy to talk with you and share some of my experiences and insights with this. Next slide. So as Christy said, I actually work with Mansfield Hall. I recently was promoted to admissions instructor, I'm happy to announce. And real briefly, Mansfield Hall is a residential college support program designed for neurodiverse learners who will benefit from an intentional community of peers and coaching staff in both areas of academic support and just college, independent living, and navigating the rest that comes with college. So my role as an admissions instructor is to talk to many families over the years who are sophomores, juniors, seniors in high school, starting the journey towards college. What, where, what, how, what does this mean for me? So we'll talk a little bit about that as we get started here. Next slide. So, you know, college is exciting. It's something that we start thinking about, I think, early, certainly mid-high school. And for many people, it is the gateway to their launch. It's their gateway to the rest of where they're going beyond, you know, their adolescence. So it's an exciting thing to dream about and prepare and plan for. We know that, you know, most people start their planning for this early on. And I mean, I think for myself, I was probably late my junior year and kind of dabbled, but didn't quite know where I was really looking. Some people start a lot earlier. I've worked with families that start actually in middle school and sooner, which I don't think is the norm. So where do you start? How do you choose a school? Where do you begin to like select out of the many, many hundreds of private and state colleges and universities and programs that are out there? If you're a neurodiverse learner, how do you best prepare for selecting a college? If you're looking for a college in course programming that's going to work really well for you, where do you begin? Next slide. So this can be overwhelming. Certainly if you're trying to just get on the web and start Googling colleges. Most people have an idea whether they want to move further away or stay close to home. But nonetheless, there's so many choices and it can be overwhelming. And it certainly doesn't have to be. I will tell you, I definitely think there's a trend in the last, I'll call it 5 years, because I don't remember seeing enough of it 10, 15 years ago. More and more college and university programs are better designed, are showing up to be more of a universal design for learning and creating better supports and awareness of how to support neurodiverse learning. And I think when you go searching different colleges, you'll more typically these days find a landing page for that information, which I think we'll talk about here in a little bit. So as a student, I'm sorry, back one a little bit more. As a student, this is your first opportunity, and we're talking about adolescents in high school, but this is your first opportunity to seek out support and navigation beyond your parents. So your parents have probably done a lot of this for you all the way through and into high school. This looking at launching and transitioning to college, this is your first opportunity to seek out different support. And so I'll talk about this in a little bit, but there are school-based and community-based professionals, including college consultants, college counselors, there's different titles, but whose purpose is to understand you and your goals and collaborate with you towards designing a path to an awesome, good fit college experience. Next slide. As I think many of us have witnessed or have lived and experienced many high school settings, families are able to access quite a bit of supports, both in the community privately, but also schools, particularly if you're on an IEP or 504, you're going to get a lot of specialized and hopefully tailored supports for academics and other things. Neuropsychological testing is super helpful for those that are able to get testing. I've seen people having had testing from early ages and every few years over the years. I've seen testing come as late as the end of a senior year, but it certainly helps, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. But in terms of high school, there's a lot of accommodations and supports that schools can really tailor better to neurodiverse learning. Class sizes, different accommodations for time and space and sensory issues, and there's more of a relational experience with teachers and supports and coaches and aides. And families can kind of access this and have a level of communication, especially because you're a minor and adolescent, that I think is more conducive and helpful to achieving high school and getting through that. In most cases, a lot of what I just described falls away once you go to college. Once you graduate and move on, and your parents are no longer your direct partners, a lot of these things that we benefited from, hopefully, in high school are not as prevalent or as accessible, or definitely look a lot different once you are in a college setting. And this is called the service cliff drop-off. Once you are no longer a minor and no longer in your parents' home and off into the world, there's a drop-off. Next slide. So here's what I'm here to talk about today. And again, I'm on a lot of calls and meeting a lot of families who are in different stages of beginning, middle, end. I hear things from, we're looking at 15 colleges. I hear things from, this is the one place I want to be. I want to be at this one particular school. So we're going to talk about the essential objectives for preparing for college. Here's the points that I'll go through. We're going to talk a little bit about understanding your learning profile. We talk a little bit about orienting yourself to the differences in the types of colleges you're looking at. I'm going to echo what I heard earlier about beginning to practice self-advocacy. And we're going to talk about increasing mastery of your organizational skills, which that's a forever thing. Sometimes not fun, but it is a forever skill to be working on for all of us. And lastly, we'll talk about increasing your own self-reliance and maybe more importantly, your own self-care. Next slide. So understanding your learning profile, this is not something I would have thought of at 16 or 18, and maybe not till my 20s really, but what are your personal interests? What information do you gravitate towards? What do you enjoy to learn about? And what do you not enjoy to learn about? Do you love math and not love reading and writing? Do you like something very specific? How do you prefer to learn? These days we're on so many screens. I don't know if people pick up and read books as much anymore, but you can get a book on a screen. Do you like watching a documentary? Do you like hearing people speak and lecture? Do you watch TED Talks? So what speaks to you best? What are you attracted to in terms of information? Neuropsychological and other types of evaluations are really helpful in giving, hopefully you, because I hope someone goes over it with you, but people information about your learning profile. What's how well does your memory hold on to things? How well do you acquire and hold on to information? How well do you process information you are acquiring? IEPs I find are helpful. They're usually 45 pages long and a lot more words than you need, but there's good information in there about the tailored plan that's helpful for you. Some grades and transcripts and comments from teachers are helpful. They tell you, oh, they're good in small groups or they're good at speaking. You get some information about your learning profile there. And definitely other ways you learn. Did you do Boy Scouts? Are you in clubs and activities? Are you an artist? Do you learn by doing, hands-on, experiential? So wherever you are in the process and forever, so through college and beyond, be curious about and try to take inventory of your learning strengths. And also, where are you challenged? For example, when someone is talking in a lecture style or rambling on a screen, like I am right now, is that harder for you to attend to, hold on to, and learn from than the many other cool ways we can learn? Next slide. So I think this one comes up later also, but just orient yourself to the differences. There's so many choices you have in colleges and universities, not to mention looking for the types of courses you may want to pursue, if it's computer science or biology or literature. But there are so many things that you probably have some intuitive knowledge that will help you decide what kind of school you want to go to. How big of a campus? What is a 300, 500 person lecture hall intimidating, too big for you, or do you like to sit up in that back corner like I did back in the day? What's accessibility to the campus? Where is it in a community that you'd even want to live in? 2 properties or 2 sites of Mansfield Hall, there's 3, but one is in Madison, Wisconsin, which is very urban. It's a capital city and a really cool urban little spot. And the other ones are in Burlington and Eugene, and those are little kind of smaller rural towns. Very different culture of a community that you may be spending 4 or more years in. What are the student housing options? Would you be in a dorm? Would it be a double? What are the supports for that? And does that community have the other activities and pursuits and interests you might want to do? Because college is not just sitting in class, taking notes and taking tests. It's a lot of other things as well for you to consider when you're making that decision. So orient yourself to the difference, make your columns and determine what's important to you and noodle it down to the ones that seem like good fits. I know this is hard now, but with COVID, I would suggest visiting campuses and taking their tours. As always, it's just harder these days with no travel and accessing campuses. Next slide. In college, you gotta order your own pizza. That's how I put this one. Begin to practice self-advocacy as young as you're ready to start. High school is a good time. Order pizza from home. Use all the support you can, but high school is a great opportunity to start asking for help from teachers, coaches, mentors, tutors. Learn how to communicate and ask. And if it's hard for you, if there's anxiety, if it's challenging, ask for help with that. Practice it. It's okay. Practice it with safe people that you know. Practice with safe people that will give you feedback and support you, and you will feel supported by. Because in college, certainly getting there, there will be a lot of opportunities that you'll need to be able to speak for yourself and advocate. Office hours with your teachers, professors, the different offices you may need to be interacting with, new peers. So begin this early, sophomore, junior, senior, begin to self-advocate with support while you have it. It's okay. Be gentle with yourself as you're learning things if they're harder for you. Next slide. This is a big one, and this is loaded, and I know there's lots of talks about this, so I'm not going to tell you how to do it. I'm going to tell you that there's so many different ways. Some of us hold it in our minds, some of us rely on our phones, some of us like big chunky planners, some have loose leaf paper all over with their notes, and they just have that organized, and none of those work. So here's my 3 tenets. Accept that you can only change what you can. And there's some things about the way our brains work that just is the way it is. And understand that for yourself. Understand that this is something that we get better at. My organizational system today is much better than it was 20 years ago. It's different. I'm learning things. I'm learning new skills, and they work better for me as a learner than they did when I was younger. And be open to trying different things. You'll have experts say, this is the way to do it, and you may try that, and it may not work. And that's okay. Keep trying. Keep your options open for trying different ways to be organized. It's definitely a skill you'll need your whole life, and it's probably not a fun high school thing to work on, but it's actually a really important skill you'll need forever that's worth collaborating with people and working on in high school. Next slide. Another critical, important one starting, I think, in adolescence, self-reliance. These really are 2 different things. But they really are around self-advocacy, self-reliance, self-care, is really practicing doing things on your own while you still have people to stand next to you and support you. Seems like maybe that contradicts itself, but while you have the comfort of close family and friends and tutors, and like practice asking harder questions, practice meeting new people, use these people and get the exposure and experience you need to be able to later do this for yourself. Actually, and more important, I think, especially as you think about college, as you're preparing for college and all the stress it has, but even with college, the self-care piece is essential. Like I said, college is not just sitting in class, taking notes, studying, and grinding through all the work. It's an important part of it. But try new things, make sure that you are playing, find personal pursuits, take breaks, trust yourself where your interests are taking you. Get good sleep, get exercise, move around. All these things we know are important, and when we grind through, I know senior year for some people is a lot of hard work and a grind, and we have to make these opportunities to also have fun, be balanced, and take care of ourselves. It's true in college as well. Next slide. So just a thought, I mentioned this earlier, no matter where you are in the process, if it seems daunting, you have too many choices, or you can't find a college or university that really feels like it's the right fit for you, I highly recommend finding a college placement consultant or advisor. Maybe you have a transition specialist at your school, fantastic. Work with them. They have a base of broader knowledge of the accessibility and the types of colleges, and they speak this probably better than I do, because this is one of their primary lenses. When you identify 1 or 2 or 5 programs, colleges, and universities, look up what their accessibility services department promotes. What do they offer? And I've seen everything from, one little office with one person sitting in there taking care of hundreds of students, and I've seen a whole beautiful floor of a building that does a lot of amazing, including initiating activities and gatherings and tutoring support, and I mean, just this really awesome wraparound experience that I'm seeing more and more colleges actually integrate to really help understand and support neurodiverse learners. Again, just pre-COVID, but where you can, I would request one-on-one meetings with college counselors as you're looking at different schools. Ask your own questions, be bold, ask hard questions. And hopefully that will help kind of narrow down the ones that will probably be a better, stronger fit for you. And again, when you can visit in person, that's ideal. I understand these days, even for us, that's greatly limited. Next slide. So this is, in my admissions work, this is something that we talk directly with both parents and also students. So I want you to, as a tool, think through these for yourself. These are three essential skills for independence. And this is meant to be a self-evaluation for all of us, but really I'm talking to students that are preparing and looking at the transition to high school. As you consider your readiness to leave home, so this isn't just about college, this is about the launch. But as you consider your readiness to leave home and pursue post-secondary independence, evaluate where you're at in these next 3 slides. So are you able to accurately, early and self-assessment of any places you're struggling? So are you able to identify, oh, I am struggling in math class. I am struggling, I don't feel well. I probably need to get some advice on some medical stuff. I don't have the right calculator for this class. I need to figure out how to get the right calculator. Are you able to accurately and early enough and self-identify when you actually need support in any given category? Next. Are you able to access that? So once you identify, like, okay, I need to go talk to the calculator guy, whoever that is, or I need to go find a tutor. I need to go talk to a nurse at the health center or you know, at my primary care. Are you able to independently call that person or schedule online or find a way to get to them to initiate and have this actual interaction? Is this something you can do on your own without your mom or your dad or somebody else doing for you? Last slide. And then the last piece, which is important, is are you able to take the information, the doctor or the nurse or the calculator guy or the tutor, and use it? Are you able to use that independently to apply towards whatever problem you're trying to solve or the challenge you have? So this exercise is about readiness as you're looking at college and you're determining what's going to be a good fit. This will help you determine whether you need more or less support, both in the housing piece, in the academic piece, in the independent living piece, maybe social emotional piece, if you need social supports for social engagement. All that is fine, but if you take these questions into consideration, you're like, wow, I have a hard time ordering your pizza. So we may have to work on that, or you need support for that. So in some of these areas, they are what they are, and you need to identify people or resources that support you to do them. And in some cases, they are skills to grow. And I'm hoping in your adolescence and high school, people are identifying which are which, because we don't want to accommodate and do a bunch of things for students who ultimately are going to learn to do it for themselves. But we also don't want to expect someone to do something that, be it anxiety or an executive function that's lagging, to do something that's beyond the scope of what they can do in that moment without support. So it's actually a good self-assessment to try to understand where and how much support do you honestly need. And again, I'll say it one last time, there certainly is the academic spectrum of support that we're looking for wherever you go, but there also is everything else, the day-to-day, your housing, navigating social and friends and pressure and boredom and pandemics. I mean, where is that support going to come from, and will you access it? Last slide. I think I just kind of said this. So the idea as you think through these is it should give you a sense of what level of ancillary support. And again, I would tell you that the accessibility service departments at many and more colleges these days have a lot of these in place once you explore them. But an accurate self-assessment of what you need will lead to where you can advocate and ask for those supports. And I think that's just about down to my time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Scott. We really appreciate your kicking this session off with a whole bunch of really great information and sort of thoughtful ways of thinking about the process of students who are in high school and preparing for the college experience. We have, and Scott will be joining us in the panel, so we'll have an opportunity to hear more from Scott, as well as to have some questions answered from attendees a little bit later in this session. Right now, it is my pleasure to introduce Hari Srinivasan and Isabel Morris. Hari is an undergraduate student at UC Berkeley. He's a non-speaking autistic at UC Berkeley, majoring in psychology and minoring in disability studies, one of the only 2 non-speakers at UC Berkeley. This will be his 4th semester teaching a course on autism. Yes, even non-speakers can teach when accommodations are made. This fall, he will be the first non-speaking autistic president of the Student Body Spectrum, Autism in California, which does community outreach and autism awareness. After Hari, we'll hear from Isabel Morris. Isabel is the program coordinator at the Stanford Neurodiversity Project. She graduated with honors from Stanford in 2019 with her bachelor's degree in psychology. She now works for the Stanford Neurodiversity Project as the program coordinator for the Neurodiverse Student Support Program, and is my colleague and always helpful and a wonderful person to work with. Isabel is unapologetically autistic and passionate about using her experiences to help others and change systems for the better. So I am going to turn it over to Hari now, who will be giving his presentation, and then Isabel will take it from there. Hari?
Hi, everybody. I'm Hari Srinivasan. I'm a minimally speaking autistic. I'm a student at UC Berkeley. Into psychology, minor disability study.
I mainly communicate using alternative augmentative communication, so going to continue with my text-to-speech voice now. Did you know that there is only a limited choice when it comes to natural-sounding American accent male voices? I use the one called Ryan. So when 2 non-speaking friends chat, it sounds like Ryan speaking to Ryan, which is really disconcerting at times. I love all my classes here. I love learning, and really, can the quest for knowledge ever end? I have the most interesting conversations with my professors. I'm in the Sichi Honor Society. I'm currently a research assistant at Professor Harvey's Golden Bear Mood and Sleep Research Clinic. Before that, I was at the Henshaw Lab, and yes, I hope that graduate school is definitely in the cards for me. I really want to learn more and apply all that I'm learning. My college experience is so amazing as I'm getting to do so much more than just academia. I've written 45 articles so far for the Daily Californian on both disability and non-disability issues. I also had a weekly column on autism. My 5,635-word article on the neurodiversity of autism at Cal was the longest article ever published by the Daily Cal today. The cover art made us feel like superheroes. DeCal, or Democratic Education at Cal, are faculty-sponsored, student-taught courses. This is my 4th semester as lead instructor of this one-unit weekly autism spectrum disorder DeCal. The title of the course itself has evolved to reflect the ratio of the exploding rates of autism diagnosis. Back when I was diagnosed at age 3, the ratio used to be along the lines of 1 in 150. When I started with this class, the course title was 1 in 68. It then became 1 in 59, and now it is 1 in 54 autism spectrum disorder. Running this class has truly been an amazing experience for me. I get to drive most of the class content, which I love. I have 2 broad goals for this class. One is to change the way my neurotypical peers will come to think about and interact with autistics for the rest of their lives. The other is collaboration, cooperation. Any meaningful change we want to see in the world cannot happen without a collaborative effort between autistics and their non-disabled peers. We need allies. An example of collaboration, cooperation is this class that I teach with the help of my fellow neurotypical students. So a big thank you to my neurotypical fellow student instructors who have been part of the DECAL team each semester. Together we are able to deliver a great class. Spectrum at Cal is the student body for all things autism on campus. We work on campus awareness, community outreach, and community volunteering, as well as providing a community for autistics at Cal. Spectrum at Cal is another example of collaboration, cooperation, as we have both neurotypicals and autistics. And over 50% of the board are autistic. I am its first non-speaking autistic president, which really says a lot about the diversity of the organization. Last year was another first, with its first Black autistic student president. Professor Nakamura's RadMed Disability Lab is a unique makerspace lab, which hacks some pretty cool low-cost disability solutions for traditional disabilities. I find that learning about other disabilities helps me understand my own too. I head team propaganda. I think the pictures say it all. On a lighter note, I am an avid poet and philosopher. Written maybe 200 plus poems and a few short stories. I have also written in other languages. I have won around 44 awards for many of these. Philosophy also fascinates me, and I write on the subject. I have plans for future fiction and nonfiction books. In my Psychology of Human Happiness class, we were asked to think about our life philosophy. I like to think of myself as possibility, Hari as possibility, that I can do much with my own life and help others to along the way. Unless you see possibility, there can be no opportunity. Sometimes part of what influences our life philosophy can come from the most unexpected of sources. In my elementary years, I had been obsessed with Thomas the Tank Engine. Like Thomas, I wanted to be useful too. The concepts of love all, serve all, help ever, hurt never, also deeply influence my thinking. I got a super big surprise in July when I was featured on President Obama's Instagram on the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Politics aside, getting acknowledged by a president of the United States to me meant that even significantly disabled lives like mine are of worth to society. Made me feel I must be doing something right. So that was all the good stuff. It shows what is possible. My challenges, however, dominate 90% of my daily reality. They use up most of my time, effort, and energy, and can be exhausting to navigate. My support team and I are having to constantly look for creative workarounds to many things, which is by no means easy. I have oral motor apraxia, which affects both my speech and my motor ability. On the speaking front, it's like there is a disconnect between the thoughts in my brain and the ability of my oral motor muscles to carry out those instructions. I can think of something, but often unable to sequence the words out of my mouth. In the meantime, the other person is staring at me, waiting for me to output some words, so there is great pressure to perform the act of talking, almost like a spotlight effect. I get all flustered and anxious and may blurt out any random words. Speaking is still a work in progress for me, hoping to get to a basic conversational level in the next decade. I use augmentative communication for the most part currently, but I long for faster and more intuitive communication technology that does not have to rely on a lot of motor ability. On the motor skill front, it's again like a disconnect between instruction given by the brain and the muscle doing the actual motor task. The result is poor fine motor skills. I have almost no handwriting skills, which can present challenges in doing the penmanship required for math and science. So while I enjoy math and science, it has been challenging to do the physical part of the work and have had to use various software. Any kind of technology is hard to manipulate when you don't have good motor skills, and really slows you down as well. Poor fine motor skills can also really affect your daily living skills, starting from buttoning your shirt. I also have a poor body schema or body mapping. What this means is that my brain is now always aware of my entire body in space and time, which can be very disconcerting. Sensory dysregulation, or the inability to process the environmental input efficiently, is often what is behind all the atypical body mannerisms called stimming. Compulsive and repetitive behaviors can really interfere and distract from being productive in daily living life activities. I also have a dual diagnosis of ADHD. Ironically, the ADHD need for novelty often clashes with the need for sameness in autism. Let's add in some miscellaneous health issues and allergies. With all this going on, do you wonder that I have social anxiety and mood regulation issues? My body is not easy to manage. It's like driving a car with a loose steering wheel in a world full of unexpected societal potholes. It can result in anxiety, frustration, and the sensory meltdowns. What was the point of that long story of my challenges? The reality is that there is a multiplier effect of permutations and combinations of challenges for different autistics that can vary in degree and intensity, all of which will affect the ability to cope and perform. There are too many intangibles. In the meantime, I feel supports and accommodations are looking to target a small and fixed list of things to address. For example, that access to augmentative communication will pretty much cover the needs of those with limited spoken communication. But this is just the beginning of what is needed. So, is there a happy medium? I've had a rather rocky and eclectic road to college. I was in special education all the way to middle school, filled with low expectations. I was on the non-diploma path, the one that did not have the possibility of college. Education was the candy store, with me looking longingly in. Access to mainstream education came outside of the school district, via a charter school. College was a personal, hoped-for possibility. I made it. The possibility of Harrius becoming a reality. Why college? For starters, everyone should have access to education. It should not have to be a zigzag journey. It opens up potential opportunities. It gives you the chance to become a productive and contributing member of society. Remember, even neurotypicals are not guaranteed a job after college, but college gives you lots of other benefits. It gives you new perspectives and knowledge. It improves your quality of life. Most importantly, it gives you a seat at the table. That means you can be part of the conversations around change. You can demand change or perhaps even redefine the table itself. Seriously, where else are you going to get to see stuff like this? LOL, this student was in a cage protesting the caging of animals. Some sample and pretty standard DSP accommodations. Attitude of the college matters. No one said, no, you can't do this at Cal. And that makes a lot of difference, as it allows you the flexibility to come up with creative workarounds. When you have a more significant and very visible disability, and your communication speed is a lot slower, there's much more that's needed beyond DSP accommodations to navigate academia. I don't quite fit the current image of a college-going autistic. It does require quite a bit of proactive work and effort. Here are some ideas. DSP cannot reveal your disability to your professor. They only know accommodations. But when you have a visible and significant disability, you want less surprises and less shocks in class. I proactively email my profs and grad student instructors and give concrete examples of what has worked for me in the past and how I was able to participate in the classroom setting. College will invariably involve group projects. Students are willing to include and accommodate, but unsure as to how. So you have to tell them exactly how you can participate and contribute. For a group debate, I worked on the opening statement, as that can be pre-prepared. For a research project, I worked on the introduction and literature review rather than the data collection portion. Large classes are your friend. Ambient noise in a large classroom drowns out any stemming sounds, and any atypical mannerisms are less noticeable. No one is staring at you. There is lots of anonymity, which means less anxiety. Prepare an escape plan. Sitting near the exit means quick getaway if you are overwhelmed. Sitting at the back means no one is staring at you. Know the locations of restrooms, as they are possibly the only private space on a large campus and generally empty during lecture time. Are these enough? No way. The combinations of accommodations and workarounds barely scratch the surface. I feel like I'm just winging my way through most of the day. There are just too many societal unknowns to have to pre-plan. The Stanford Neurodiversity Summit's website image of the speakers looked like a giant Zoom lecture. LOL. The negatives: missing the vibrant energy of campus and social opportunities. Zoom fatigue. Silver linings: camera and microphone is under your control. Everyone has to use chat, so it's equalizing for me. Less social anxiety of having to monitor social cues, keeping your stemming under control. Potential accommodation in post-pandemic world. Option to occasionally attend lectures remotely if feeling overwhelmed. I've missed a few lectures as a result of feeling overwhelmed and being unable to even enter the lecture hall. On the subject of accommodations, this quote really stood out to me from Judy Heumann's recent memoir. Part of the problem is that we tend to think that equality is about treating everyone the same, when it's not. It's about fairness. It's about equity of access, and equity of access looks different for me. When this is not understood, we get framed as complaining, even though we are asking for the same rights as everyone else. I think understanding this equity of access will be a key in understanding accommodations when it comes to non-traditional disabilities like autism, whether in education or employment or in other areas. In my disabilities studies class, we discussed accommodations for the more traditional disabilities. Removal of architectural access barriers, for instance, are tangible and concrete measures in terms of what has to be done for implementation. It's a uniform application even if there are initial high-dollar costs. But what do accommodations even look like for the neurodiversity community as a whole? Accommodations are nebulous in terms of uniformity of application, as each person is unique in their level of support needs. There could even be clashing accommodations for two different people. Everyone is not calmed down by the same thing, and some things can make it worse. So whose needs get priority, and who gets to decide this? This is an important conversation for our generation to work on.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm always.
All right, thank you, Hari, for your talk, and Hari will be on the panel as well, so we'll be able to answer questions. Just going to transition into my slides really quick. All right, are you able to see my screen?
We are, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, and so the title of my talk is "The Difference a Label Makes, Another Autistic Perspective." But before I get into the substance of my talk, I want to set the framing so that we're all on the same page. When someone hears that an autistic person graduated from Stanford with honors, they often decide that this person must belong in the high functioning box. And when they hear that an autistic person needs help to initiate getting a drink of water, they often assume that they belong in a low functioning box. But to be clear, when I'm talking about the difference a label makes, I'm not talking about these labels. These labels are just about useless and need to die a quiet death. Both of these statements describe me at the exact same moment in time. I'll come back to the water story later because it's funny. And before I get into my experience in college, I need to give you just a little bit of background. So growing up, I didn't smile for the camera as a toddler. I had meltdowns when plans changed or things didn't go exactly as I had planned. Seams in my socks and tags in my clothes were my arch nemesis, and still are. Transitions were challenging. I wet the bed until I was 11, and I walked on my toes until middle school. I was always getting told I was rude, but didn't know why. I scratched myself until I bled without even noticing. I had peers I did things with, but they weren't really my friends. They were always saying things like, "Why do you sound like a robot? Why do you have no feelings? Why are you doing that? That's weird." I cried when I had to make phone calls. I ate the same thing for breakfast all of high school. When I put it that way, it seems obvious what's going on. Some people had some of the pieces, others had most of it, but no one was even trying to put it together. Because what they saw was that I was conventionally smart. I used my mouth parts to talk. I behaved myself. I was the leader on my team. I mean, I got into Stanford. And so while everything looked good on paper, I couldn't manage to get my teeth brushed or wash my face, and I had to work incredibly hard to seem normal. The result was that I thought I was a defective human for the first 19 years of my life. And thinking you're a defective human for 19 years gets you just as far as you'd think it does. And so we come to the point where my life turned upside down. Halfway through my freshman year, I had to take a leave of absence to seek mental health treatment for what I naively thought would be 4 to 6 weeks, go in, get fixed, come back. My therapist laughed at me, and rightly so. It ended up being a year and a half. The facade of perfection had finally crumbled, and people could not only see that I was not perfect, shocker, but I was nowhere near okay. And so my autism diagnosis was actually somewhat accidental. I was in treatment for things that weren't autism, but my therapist happened to have a background doing autism screenings. And so she pushed me to go read about autism in adults and autistic adults, and then to go get evaluated. And so we started putting the pieces together. I was diagnosed with autism, and for the first time, I had validation that life was hard. It wasn't that I just wasn't trying hard enough. I scored in the 8th percentile for adaptive functioning, while thinking I gave all the right answers, which really just tells me I had no concept for how hard or for how much I was struggling. My verbal IQ was 40 points higher than my nonverbal, almost 3 standard deviations, which isn't supposed to happen. When I was IQ tested in kindergarten, there was a 35-point difference between my verbal and nonverbal IQ. But there was no mention that, that was odd. Overall, I was gifted, so clearly I was fine. I've since learned that that would have qualified me for a nonverbal learning disability diagnosis. But even more than that, my verbal IQ was a full 70 points higher than my adaptive functioning, which explains why I thought life was so overwhelmingly hard, but everyone else just kept telling me I was smart. So I understood why I was different and that there were people like me. I learned how to work with my brain. I stopped spending all my energy trying to be normal or beating my head against the wall trying to make my brain work like neurotypicals. And I realized that, it turns out you can do so much more when you stop spending 90% of your brain space trying to be normal and instead use it to do literally anything else. So coming back to college, I had an entirely different experience round 2. I talked with professors. I made friends outside of my teammate. Okay, just 2, but I made it so they know each other. And I felt connected to the community. The autism provided a new perspective through which I could see myself and the world. Autism gave me an understanding of myself, my needs, and an ability to tell others how to help me. I had a helper come every week to help me do all the life bits, and Stephanie is about 80% of the reason I was able to graduate. She helped me with getting and opening mail. You're supposed to open it after you get it, apparently. Laundry, making to-do lists, and drinking water. Here's the story I was alluding to in the beginning. At the end of my senior year, while working on my thesis, Stephanie came over one day at 7 p.m. and I told her, yeah, I have a headache, my head's hurt all day, and it's because I didn't drink water and I should drink water. So naturally, she was like, so then drink water. Like, yeah, but I can't. To which she asked, why not? I was like, because my pitcher is empty. She's like, okay, so fill it up. Yeah, but I can't. Okay, why not? Because there are dishes in my sink. And so she decided, okay, we're going to get water right now. So yes, it was easier for me to continue writing my honors thesis than getting water because that had a couple steps and that seemed hard and complicated. For the first time, I gave myself permission to do things differently, to do them in a way that worked for me. Take public speaking, for example. I have always detested public speaking, so much so that I gave my compulsory speech in 5th grade on how much I disliked public speaking. So when it came time for me to take the required public speaking class at Stanford, I was determined to hate it as well. But one professor made all the difference. Shout out to John Peterson. He fully supported me presenting my way, which is plus dim toys minus eye contact. And not only did he let me ignore the whole you have to make eye contact to be an engaging speaker thing, but he let me know that he had told his other class period that if anyone was uncomfortable making eye contact, they didn't have to. He listened and then did something with that information that I didn't even ask him to. That is how you support an autistic student, and every student. And autism gave me the courage to make connections with some good humans because I wasn't overly afraid of doing it wrong. I had a professor that likes to remind me that I introduced myself, to put it generously, to him on the first day of class by telling him he had a typo on one of his slides. Yeah, maybe not my greatest move, but we ended up having a great working relationship, and he even invited me to come back the next year and give the guest lecture on autism. And none of that would have ever happened had I been so focused on doing the social things right. I just finished talking about what I did in college. I now want to complete the picture of my experience, a sort of behind the scenes, if you will. And while I can mostly pass as neurotypical thanks to 19 years of effort to attain that status, I still have many challenges. I have a slightly more invisible flavor of autism, but it's no less real. I have poor body awareness. I often get injured without realizing it. And if I close my eyes, I can get confused as to which direction my body is facing. I have sensory issues and meltdowns. I'm a part-time AAC user because I'm super verbal until I'm not. Thanks, meltdowns. I have repetitive and compulsive behaviors, and I struggle with executive functioning. I like to, there is just about nothing that my brain won't prompt me with. I like to say that it has a pop-up blocker on. So much so that I recently stood at a street corner waiting for the walk light to turn. And it was only once I started crossing the street that I realized that the orange bits in the construction stuff meant that the sidewalk was closed on the other side. Oops. I struggle with complex PTSD, depression, and have been given a social anxiety diagnosis. I have multiple chronic illnesses and am feeding tube dependent. Now, not all of these are purely autism, but they all contribute to the support I need. I'm lucky to have been able to craft a supportive living environment for myself after graduation. And you may recognize some of these challenges as ones Hari mentioned in his presentation. And like Hari, I majored in psychology and I'm applying to PhD programs. I'm involved in advocacy, though I didn't realize it at first because I wasn't doing it the way I saw everyone else doing it. So here are the takeaways. You've heard two stories, but they're not the only stories. I'm not an example of how anyone should be because everyone has their own path. There's no one way to be autistic, and all autistics and humans are equally valuable regardless of abilities and challenges. We might seem different at first glance, but we also have a lot in common. So take the time to listen and get to know us, our strengths, interests, and needs, instead of deciding we're too high, low, upside down, or sideways functioning to be included in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel, and thank you to Hari. Your personal experiences are just wonderful to hear, and I really appreciate your willingness to share them with us today. And we're looking forward to having you both on the panel, or Isabel, you're actually moderating the panel, but having you both on the panel and available to answer some questions a little bit later in the session. Now I have the pleasure of introducing Lisa Medoff. Lisa is a learning specialist for the Stanford University School of Medicine. She's a developmental psychologist who specializes in adolescent mental health and education. She teaches courses on adolescent development, adolescent mental health, and adolescent sexuality in the program in human biology at Stanford University, where she is also the School of Medicine's learning specialist. Lisa also works privately with adolescents and directly with students in consulting with families and schools to help them provide the optimal home and school environments for their children. She is the author of Resilience in the Classroom and a consultant to Bridge to Learning, a project of Stanford Medicine's Early Life Stress and Resilience program. So thank you for joining us today, Lisa.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm honored to be here, and I am both also honored and humbled to follow Isabel, who is the reason I'm here and is also one of my most amazing students and one of the students that I have personally learned so much from. So thank you to all of you for having me, and especially thank you to Isabel for all that you have given to me and all of our students over the years. So I'm here to talk a little bit about the college experience and to give you some advice from an instructor's perspective. And so just to share with you where I'm coming from, my point of view is as a lecturer in the program in human biology. So I teach undergraduate students in what I consider to be the best department on campus. And the courses I teach are adolescent development, adolescent mental health, adolescent sexuality, and an introductory seminar called Sexuality and Society. I'm also the learning specialist at the School of Medicine. So I work with medical students, either who need accommodations of some sort, or anybody can come to me and talk to me about any of the struggles that they're having in medical school, whether it is related to learning or related to balancing some of the things going on outside of the classroom with what they need to do inside of the classroom. And finally, I also have a private practice where I work with adolescents and young adults, often who need some sort of accommodations in school or struggle a little bit with stress or other issues that somehow either impact school or are caused by school. So as much as I am always learning from students like Isabel and other students, I also feel like I'm able to learn a lot from my clients about their experiences in the classroom. And I try my hardest. I don't always succeed, but I'm always trying my best to take their advice about what works and what doesn't work through their experiences and apply it to my own experiences as I teach. So I'm going to take you through some advice that I have as you think about coming to college, or for those of you who are already in college and thinking about what's going on right now or next quarter or next semester, about some of my recommendations. And I'm going to go in order, some suggestions I have before classes start, and then what to do during classes and perhaps also after classes. So first piece of advice is to connect with, and at Stanford, we call it the Office of Accessible Education. Some other places call it the Disability Resource Center or Office for Inclusion. But whatever the office is where you need to get accommodations, I would try to connect with them as early as you can. If you're going to be starting first year of college, try to do it in the summertime because they do tend to get fairly busy at the beginning of the year. So connect with them as early as possible just to make sure that you have all of your paperwork in order. Every school is going to have different requests, but they're often going to request any testing or notes from physicians or any other support paperwork. And you just want to make sure that you are not scrambling to do that at the beginning of the year while you're trying to adjust to school and figure out all your classes and everything else. And then the other thing that's really important is to make sure that you feel comfortable with your advisor, that you feel like there's somebody you can talk to and that they really hear you, that you can push back or ask for things and that they handle that well. So just a lot of you may know this already. A lot of the typical accommodations that you will see are time and a half or double time on exams, testing alone or in a less crowded room, getting extra days on papers or assignments without getting points taken off. And on that note, I have to say, like I said, I learn a lot as I go on and as things change. And I often am kind of a stickler for getting assignments in by the deadline. I think that's an important skill. But in the past few months since the pandemic started, I think a lot of us, and myself in particular, have been a lot more lenient on giving students extra days to get things in without penalty. And I've started to realize that that is really helpful for lowering my student stress level and helping them feel like they can trust me and come to me a little bit more. And so it's made me rethink what I will do about taking points off when hopefully this pandemic is over sooner rather than later. Another typical accommodation will be getting notes or recorded lectures. And again, that happens often anyway, that instructors will post. I myself always post my PowerPoints, and a lot of professors are recording lectures anyway. Those are just some examples. Other things to think about before classes start are thinking about scheduling classes. I would be very thoughtful about transitions. Are you somebody that has a really hard time if you don't have a lot of time in between classes? And so if possible, maybe don't schedule classes back to back. Make sure that you're giving yourself some downtime when you can. Also think about times of day that might be a little bit more difficult for you. If you have trouble getting up and out in the morning, again, where possible, try not to have early classes. And I always joke with some of my high school clients who are transitioning into college that in high school, you think a 9 o'clock class is not that early. And I say, I normally teach at 12:30, and sometimes my students roll in their pajamas. And so think about the times of day that might be ideal for you, or if you are a morning person and get kind of tired at night, maybe try to load your classes so you're taking them a little bit earlier in the morning or earlier in the afternoon. Also think about, some people really like to have all their classes, say Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then have some breathing room on Tuesday and Thursday. Whereas for some people, if they don't have anything to do, that might end up being kind of a lost couple of days, or Monday, Wednesday, Friday end up being just so overwhelming that you need to sleep all day Tuesday and Thursday. So just be thoughtful about spreading out your classes in a way that works for you. And don't be shy about asking advisors or other students about their experience in classes, not just the workload, but how well they felt with that they connected with the professor, and how well they felt that the professor understood them. Another thing I recommend as far ahead as you can before classes start is to read over the syllabus pretty carefully. Think about it in terms of planning your classes. If there's any way to avoid having a lot of work fall at the same time, or if another reason to read the syllabus pretty carefully is if you need any clarity about assignments ahead of time, it's really helpful to get that information as soon as possible. Another thing that I recommend is that it can be fairly helpful to connect with professors before classes start. You can do it if you're comfortable via email. Sometimes I get emails of the student just introducing themselves, letting me know that they're going to be in my class, and asking any questions that they might have about class ahead of time. They may ask for advice about how to be successful in the class. And they also might give a little bit of advice about how to help create the best environment for them. And finally, if you have your accommodations letter that will be written from a place like Office of Accessible Education, you can share that letter ahead of time, and again, ask the professor if they have any suggestions. And finally, if you feel comfortable and you want to request a meeting to meet in person, you can either meet alone, or I'm always comfortable if somebody asks if they can bring a support person, a friend, or sometimes people bring a support animal, and they ask me ahead of time if that's okay, if the support person is in the room, or sometimes I'm asked if I'm their advisor to be the support person, and I am always happy to do that, again, either in the room or staying outside just so the person knows you're there. More recommendations. This time is once class starts, and my best piece of advice is to talk to professors early, either on the first day of class or sometime during the first week of class. And a question that I get asked a lot, whether it's from the medical students I work with or from some of my clients or my college advisees, is will the professor think less of me if I need accommodations? And my answer to that is always an emphatic no. However, I put my little asterisk there because that's from my point of view, and that's the way I believe all professors should respond. But of course, I cannot guarantee how all professors are going to respond. And so I do say that if you feel like there is any kind of negative response, even if it's just a sense that you get, then I really encourage you to not take that as a sign that there's something wrong or bad about you, but just an indication that they need some education and you need support from your advisor, from a friend in class, or from a place like the Office of Accessible Education. To not be afraid to reach out and enlist other people for help if you feel like a professor has not treated you well when you have given them that letter. So make sure to share that accommodations letter when you can. I am perfectly happy when students share it in person, or just let me know in person that the letter is coming, or if they just send me an email. And the way that may play out, the way it plays out in my class is I say, okay, great. I just might ask you to remind me before an exam or before an assignment is due. Just remind me in case I forget, and let me know if you need anything at all. And on the note of professors, what they will think of you, I always like to remind people of the concept of privacy versus being embarrassed about something. And we're all entitled to our privacy about everything in our life. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we should be embarrassed or feel ashamed of our accommodations. And so my advice there is to share the details that you're comfortable with, but totally okay not to disclose everything. And for those of you who have not seen one of these letters, the letters are very, very general. They don't have the reason or reasons that you need accommodations. They just have what the accommodations are. So that's something for you to think about. Giving an instructor more information may mean that they're able to help and support you in a more specific way. But again, it's not necessary, and you can also just be specific about what some of your difficulties or needs are and ask them for help in that way. Other suggestions for during the class is if the syllabus and or the assignments aren't clear, please go to the professors as soon as possible. Either they and or Office of Accessible Education can help you break things down, can help you understand the assignments a little bit better, or manage if you're overwhelmed. I always like to say on the first day of class, if we read through the syllabus and you're looking at the assignments, please don't drop the class without talking to me first, and unless it's an issue, you find me annoying, or you don't like me, or you don't like the subject, go ahead, drop the class. But if the only reason you're thinking about dropping it is because you're worried about the workload, please come talk to me and let's figure out what we can do to help you manage it. Also go to them to ask them to look over if you filled out a study guide and you want them to look over it and see if you're studying everything you need to study. Have them look over outlines or rough drafts for papers. I always just ask students, just make sure that you give me a nice lead time on that. I'm probably not going to be doing it at midnight the night before, but if you give me a couple days, I'm always happy to give feedback. And another source of support is that there's often tutors that are available either through the department or student affairs. And always, always, always ask if you need tutoring or mentoring and support. There are lots and lots of resources that universities have that a lot of students often don't know about. And sometimes they're mentioned during orientation, but orientation can just be this bombardment of information. And so sometimes you don't always take in everything that's available to you. Another suggestion is to find a partner in the class if you feel comfortable, somebody that you can study with to make sure that you're not missing anything, somebody that can help advocate for you, or again, just kind of be that buddy to stand there with you at the end of class as you talk to the professor, or go with you to an office hours appointment that can look over your assignments, read over your work to make sure it's clear. And in my classes, I'm always happy if a student wants to come to me and ask me to match them with somebody. So that's also an option. In terms of class attendance and participation and presentations, for me, that's very important. As much as I love to talk and love to lecture, I also like to hear from my students' point of view. And so I have a lot of points for participation. I have students doing their own presentations so I can hear from their point of view. But I'm also so open if people come to me and let me know that they're not comfortable with that in some ways. Some alternate suggestions are if you don't like to stand up in front of the class, you can present sitting in your seat or maybe in the corner and not in the front of the room. I'm also happy for students to ask, they're not comfortable talking in class, if they want to write out something, and I'm happy to read it for them if they want to participate in that way, or if they want to have a signal with me for me to call on them. Like I said before, a lot of larger lectures are often recorded now, so you may not have to go to class if going to class is difficult for you. And in smaller classes where it's really going to be noticeable if you're not there, I tell my students, let me know ahead of time if you're not feeling well, if you're just having a rough day, if you don't want to sit at the main table, you'd rather sit in the corner and just watch, or if you just feel like at some point you might need to leave early and run out of class. You can always let me know or email me afterwards. Again, you don't have to give me every detail of what was going on, but the other side of that is it's really helpful for me to know if it's something that I've said or a way that I've arranged the class or something that I can communicate to the other students to make it better for you. I'm always happy to do that. So just overall, never be afraid to ask for help, accommodations, alternatives, things like dealing with light or noise or a classroom being very crowded. If you need clearer directions or more steps or fewer steps or need to alter an assignment in some way, if you need to stand up or walk around or use fidgeting or calming objects, or to ask for a group or a partner if you're going to be more comfortable that way, or vice versa. If there are group projects and you just feel better about doing it on your own, always ask. Last few pieces of advice here about going to office hours. I highly, highly recommend going to office hours whenever you can, as much as you can. And I think some students can be intimidated by that. I love talking to students. I love when they come to office hours. It's actually one of my favorite things about being a professor is getting to know students on a one-to-one basis. So you can go in with a specific question about the work, or you can just ask them things like, tell me about how you got to where you are. All you have to do is ask that question. We will talk for the next hour. You do not have to worry about anything else after that. You can ask just general questions. Tell me how to be successful in this class. What have you seen in the past? Tell me how to be successful on a particular assignment. Or you can always just go in and say, hey, I just wanted to get to know you. I don't know what to talk about. Do you mind leading the conversation? And again, we will do that. Another suggestion about office hours is that you can always email ahead of time so they know what you want to talk about. If you say, this is what I want to talk about, but I'd like you to lead the conversation. I do that a lot in my capacity as the learning specialist at the medical school, where a student will come to me and say they want to talk to an instructor or to their advising dean, but they don't want to go into the whole story, or they just want to get a question answered, or they'd like that person to lead the conversation. And so we sit together and craft an email and I send it off. And then the person they're meeting with knows what they want to talk about and can take the lead. Let them know about any preferences that you have. For example, if you prefer the lights on or off in the office, if you'd rather meet inside or outside, if you'd rather have them avoid eye contact, or if you'd rather sit side by side or facing them, any other preferences that you have, it's really helpful for us to know so that we can make you comfortable. You can ask them things like, how do I manage the readings? There's a lot of readings in this class. Are you expecting us to read everything? Do you just expect us to use it as a resource for when we need it? Should we just skim the readings? It's also another question you can ask. You can also ask for examples of what a professor is looking for a paper or an assignment. If you can say, I'm not sure where to start. For a lot of my clients and the people I work with, it's really helpful if they have a concrete example of what the professor is looking for. So always feel free to ask for a paper or a section or a template of what they're looking for, so you can have a little bit more concrete information. And you can also ask about feedback about your participation level. Am I talking too much? Am I not talking enough? Is there a way that you'd like me to change that if possible? And finally, after the class has ended, if you're comfortable, I always appreciate getting an email from students. There are indeed course evaluations that you can get, but those aren't always as helpful. They tend to be bimodal. Your class was great. I hated your class. But I always like getting feedback directly from students about what was helpful to them. What did I do that I should continue doing, or pointing out something maybe I didn't even notice I did something that was helpful, but now that you've pointed it out, I'm going to be attentive about doing that in the future. I personally am always welcoming suggestions for improvement. It's nice if you can do it in a polite and diplomatic way, but I will take it any way it comes. Again, not necessary, but it can be very, very helpful. And then one last piece of advice after the class is ended is it's really, really important to keep in touch, especially if you're going to want recommendation letters at any point, and totally okay to do via email. One suggestion that I have, one way that my students keep in touch with me, is if they see a journal article or a news article or a movie that's coming out and it reminded them of my class, they just send it say, this made me think of your class, and send it along. Or they may send an update about what they're doing or what they're working on every now and again. And then just makes me feel like I know them a little better when it comes time for that recommendation letter to be written. And you can also always ask, hey, can I drop in during future office hours? So just to end here, major takeaway points from my perspective is, don't be afraid to talk to instructors. Do not worry about, quote, bothering us. I hear that a lot from my students. They come into an office hour, they chat with me after class. I'm so sorry to bother you. I'm so sorry to take up your time. And I always say, you can thank me for my time, but you never have to apologize. Again, I enjoy it, but it's also my job. That's what I'm there for. So even if I didn't enjoy it, I should be doing it. Don't ever be embarrassed about an accommodations letter. Don't be afraid to give that to the professor and advocate for what you need. All I want from all of my students is I want them to love my subject. I want them to be excited about it. I want them to be successful in my class. And it's also totally okay to say, I'm feeling a little awkward or intimidated. Again, you can say this in person or via email. I'm not sure what to say. I'm not sure if this is going to come out right. It's totally okay to preface it with that. And also, when you need help, it's not just you and the professor. There are lots of other people on campus to help you, enlist their help. There's offices of accessible education. TAs are a great resource if there's a TA in the class, to kind of go to them and ask them what the professor's looking for, to get feedback passed along through them. Your own advisor or other professors, don't be afraid if there's a professor you feel close to or comfortable with, to go to them, to ask them how to handle a professor that you're not feeling comfortable with or having difficulty in their class. And again, classmates or friends, if you need them to come along with you, or help you write an email or help you talk to a professor. And that is it. So I will pass it back, I believe, to Christy.
That's right. Yes. Thank you so much, Lisa, for all of those, all that information. There's really a lot of useful information there, and I think it's helpful to get the perspective from a professor. So thank you again for your for participating and sharing with us today. We are going to go to a 5-minute break now before our panel discussion. We are lucky enough that our speakers today will be joining us on the panel, so we'll be getting to hear more from them in just a few moments. So if everyone wants to take a breather, get something to drink, do whatever you need to do for 5 minutes, and then we will be back. Welcome to the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit, the college spectrum. Some of you may have been participating all along in the summit and in this session. For those of you who just joined, welcome to the summit. We'd like to let you know that all sessions are recorded and transcribed. The recordings and transcripts will be available approximately 2 to 4 weeks after the summit. All questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. Please feel free to submit your questions all along. In this session, the Q&A will be at the end of this panel session, and the moderators will try to cover as many questions as possible. For the panel discussion, we have Isabel Morris as our moderator. And on the panel today, we have our speakers, Hari Srinivasan, Lisa Madoff, and Scott Fitzwater. And they are joined by Cole Hazarjian. Cole is a recent graduate from the Haas School of Business at the University of California, Berkeley, with a business administration major. Go Bears! That was for Cole. He grew up in a suburb of north of Los Angeles and has been a diehard Cal fan ever since he was 5 years old. He was diagnosed with autism at the age of 3, and he was fortunate enough to have an excellent support network that helped him overcome many of the obstacles that autism presented. During his time at Cal, he was the senior advisor for the Haas Undergraduate Black Business and was the first autistic president of Spectrum Autism at Cal. And we're also joined by Sarah Schiesla. Sarah is a recent graduate of Stanford University, where she worked as a peer mentor for the Neurodiverse Student Support Program and served on the Kids with Dreams board as the East Palo Alto Gate Path Outreach Coordinator. Growing up as an expatriate who moved frequently, Sarah has always valued acceptance and inclusion. Sarah studied chemical engineering and biomaterials, and she currently works as an associate scientist in the biopharmaceutical industry. She enjoys recreating dishes from restaurants, going to concerts, and petting dogs. So welcome to our panelists, and I'm going to now turn it over to Isabel as our moderator.
Thanks, Christy. So the first question we have is for Cole and Hari. Why did you choose a large public school, Cal Berkeley, over a smaller school?
I can answer this one first, but thank you very much for allowing me to be on this panel. It's a real treat. So 3 major things went into my decision going into Cal: familiarity, my network, and then also the academics. So starting with how familiar I was with the campus, I've been a Cal fan, as Christy has stated, ever since I've been 5 years old. I've been visiting the campus ever since then. I know, so going to campus every year for that amount of time, I knew where all the protests occurred, like that's Sproul Plaza usually. I knew where the quieter spots on campus were. I knew, had an idea where most of the libraries were. There's over 20 at Cal. So, and then just over the years, I got more and more uncomfortable going to the campus. One example is going to Doe Library, which is one of the largest libraries on campus. And, you know, when I was like 6 or 7, I would get to the steps, I'll get to the door, and I'll just get too nervous. I'll get too anxious. So then I'll just turn around. And then I got inside the building one year, got to the lobby, got to the steps, so close, but my senses took over. I got overstimulated, so I had to turn around. I think I was feeling the stress that was midterm season when I was going up there. Maybe I felt that, but then finally, when I was around, you know, maybe 10 or something, after a few years of going in and out of Doe Library, I finally made it inside the actual library where students were studying and looking at everybody. And I just peeked in. I'm like, okay, that's cool. And I just bolted out of there because they all look pretty studious. But yeah, but just getting that initially was a great first step. And Scott mentioned this before in his presentation, the benefits of visiting a campus before. I know I'm on the extreme going for all those years, like going over 15 years worth, but I think Scott makes a great point. I think you have to visit the campus to get a better feel for it. And then secondly, the network. I had family that went there. My uncle and aunt went there. My uncle was actually quarterback at Cal. Just having that connection, just knowing from their perspective of being alum and being former students. And then one of my mom's friends, one of her daughters, attended Cal while I was in high school, so I was able to get her perspective as well. And then just the academics, I was interested in business. I went to an entrepreneurial charter school when I was younger, so I was always interested in pursuing business, and Cal had one of the best undergrad business departments in the country. So all those went into my decision to go to Cal, but it was a lot of research, a lot of prep that went into my decision. Thank you.
I'm from the Bay Area, so the preference was to stay local for the undergrad years. It's just less disruption of services when you have high support needs. I can continue to see my Stanford specialist and my very patient tennis instructor in South Bay and continue to be involved in local autism organizations. A public university was just going to be more cost-effective given that disability comes with its own set of high support needs expenses too. And I wanted to go to a research university. I did apply and get into all the other UCs, and even went for each of their admitted students' day, which was a great confidence builder. And at each place we met with the DSP is that support can make or break your college experience. In terms of small versus large, perhaps small may have been nice. But UC Berkeley met a lot of criteria. It had this reputation of being disability friendly. I would be learning from and interacting with world-class faculty. I could get involved in research. I liked the campus. And it was in my neck of the woods. Looks like it was a good choice as it has turned out to be a great experience, and it has increasing my knowledge and perspectives both within academics and outside. So far I've managed to maintain a 4.0 GPA, and fingers crossed that streak continues as it's a great confidence boost in the midst of all my other challenges. And I think a large university has unexpected benefits, as I mentioned in my earlier PowerPoint. When you're in a classroom with 300 to 800 students, the ambient noise alone will drown out any stemming sounds. In a way, there is less anxiety and anonymity. At the same time, I am not discounting or minimizing all my other challenges. That just means that no matter which university I go to, my experiences will probably be more limited compared to my neurotypical peers, and even the more put together and speaking autistics. I'm from the Bay Area.
Thanks. That's really great to hear both your perspectives. So Scott and Lisa, what are some factors that you look at when determining school fit for the people you work with?
Yeah, I think between Cole and Harry, they nailed so many of the key things that I talk with families about. It's part of it's the feel, of course. People want to stay close to home or they want to go across the states, but how big, how small, how do you want to sit in a big lecture hall? Do you want a smaller class? But I guess more specifically for kind of what I'm bringing today is, does this campus, does this college have the supports legitimately? I mean, it's beyond a web landing page. Is it well staffed? Do they know what they're doing? Do they have a robust kind of menu of supports, and are they accessible? So that's one thing that I would coach people to really look at and vet, that there's actually a legitimate door that goes into an office that has lots of people that know how to receive and support neurodiverse learners. Yeah.
And I feel like I'm going to echo Scott and the other two panelists, just very similar recommendations, just making sure that I think Hari mentioned financials, because a lot of support often does add up financially. And so sometimes making sure that you are going to a school that is either a state school or or can provide scholarships and make sure that you've got that financial assistance there when you need it. And the one thing that I will add, other than to support everything that everybody else said, is to if possible, and if you are comfortable, or if you have a support person in your family or outside who's comfortable doing it for you, is to actually talk to students themselves, and ideally students who may be similar to you in some way or who have needed accommodations, because I think, like Scott mentioned, just go beyond the landing page of the accessibility office and make sure that you get the real story from students, not somebody from the admissions office, or not somebody even like a student that the admissions office has put forward, but you really want to talk to, and again, if you're comfortable and if possible and available, even more than one person, and to ask them the questions about how comfortable they were getting the resources that they need, how responsive was the school to their needs. Somebody had put in one of the questions that one of the concerns started with the accessibility office itself, that turned them off of even getting their accommodations because it was hard to get to the office, or they didn't feel comfortable. And so I would also want to find out, if you're not able to or not comfortable going to an accessibilities office, is the counselor willing to meet you somewhere else? What kind of accommodations are there in that way? And again, like the student said, just making sure that you feel comfortable there. For some people, I know for a lot of my clients, I do recommend a smaller school, because sometimes that does mean that there is going to be more eyes on them, more support, more places that they can go, but not necessarily so. Just going to a smaller school doesn't automatically mean that you're going to get the support that you need.
Thank you. So going back to our students here, the transition to adulthood is a key developmental task for all college students. Which of the structures that are in place for neurotypical students work for you, and what were some challenges you faced when you found that they weren't effective for you? And this could be related to academics, social life, or other areas.
I can start with this one. Something that seemed to help almost everyone, so me, a lot of my mentees from the peer program at Stanford, finding an RA or residential staff member that you trust. It doesn't have to be all of them, just one of them, but a lot of mentees, even those who weren't comfortable disclosing to their entire staff or disclosing in general or disclosing everything, found it extremely helpful to just divulge some amount of info to at least one staff member they kind of connected with and trusted to guide them through the transition. So I know I didn't like every staff member I have, but if you just find that one, and it could be disclosing something like, hey, if I have a seizure, this is how I want you to handle it. Don't call an ambulance. If you see this scenario happen, this is how I want you to handle it. Hey, don't freak out if you see or hear this. This is normal for me, or this is the support you could provide. I think that helped a lot of people that I knew at Stanford, at least, and other schools. I had staff members I could talk about with potential worries with before they ever grew into a serious situation. Residential staff is something that's meant to be a resource to every student, but I think the fact that they live in your building and they're so accessible, they're right there, and they have a few years of life experience on you can make them a perfect resource for transitioning neurodiverse college students in particular, and they definitely shouldn't be overlooked as a resource. Something that really didn't work for me and as a general structure in college was live lectures. Everyone else seemed to thrive with like the amazing professors at our school and taking notes in a live lecture. And I feel like once I do this thing where if I get a little behind in taking notes, I kind of give up and I feel like the notes aren't perfect and I kind of lose the value of the rest of lecture. I also felt bad because everyone else seemed to have this system work really well for them and I just couldn't keep up and wouldn't get as much out of lecture. So to make the system work, I had to kind of force myself to leave these gaps in the page of my notebook, get what I could from the remainder of lecture, and then try to fill in what I missed at office hours, talking with other students, getting pictures of other people's notes for the parts I missed. Something more explicit that helped, which wasn't an official accommodation, was just putting pressure on my professors to upload the lecture slides in advance, maybe a couple hours before lecture at least, but really pushing and bugging them to give me the lectures so I could go through them, take down base notes, have like a scaffold of whatever I was going to take, and then I wouldn't fall behind in the actual writing, and I wouldn't be as lost if I kind of lost my place in lecture or zoned out for a second. I guess technically if I needed an official accommodation, I could have had an anonymous note taker actually fully take and send me their notes, but I didn't have issues with other kids being willing to share or help me fill in notes. Another thing that kind of worked out was recorded lectures during COVID were the thing that helped me finally thrive. It came at the end of my senior spring, so a little late, but I hope that's something that kind of sticks around. I think it's just in general really accessible for everyone to be able to pause and slow down a lecture. And one good news takeaway I have for everyone else is that once I got to real life and industry, no one's taken issue with me kind of asking people to slow down or repeat things. So this seems to be something that's harder to accommodate in college, but isn't real life, which is comforting.
Thanks, Sarah. Cole or Hari?
Yeah, I can touch on this. So for me, what was effective was actually just joining student clubs. So probably the best decision I made in college was to join the Black Business Association at Cal, and where through that club, I started talking to like upperclassmen going through the recruiting process, going to the workforce, going through that, and then also just get in touch with more folks in the Black community, finding some lifelong friends I found through that club, and getting opportunities to work one-on-one with other students, just in terms of just classes and recommendations for just how to navigate college as just a student of color. I say all that just to highlight the fact that when I joined Spectrum Autism at Cal initially, and I believe this is the case on most college campuses, the environment is the club is more focused on volunteering and fundraising and not really community building. And I feel like that's a weakness for most autism orgs, not just on college campus, but just all across the board. So it doesn't really generate genuine community outreach or connection. So I feel that that's a major weakness within the neurodiverse community right now, where you have a lack of connection between like alums who graduated who happen to be neurodiverse and students that are neurodiverse. I feel like there's not really a good pipeline there. But if you look within some of the, like with the Black Business Org I was part of, that we had like alumni readers, for example, to apply to business school, for example. We had connections within industries where Black professionals would come and talk to us directly. So it was nice seeing folks that looked like me talk to us about their corporate experience. It's not really, in the neurodiverse community, I feel like it's weaker when it comes to that connection between neurodiverse professionals and neurodiverse students. I feel like there's a lack of communication there. So I feel that student orgs for me, and this is just for me, and I feel like at Berkeley, at larger schools, I think finding those groups and those sort of connections can really help you in the long way. So that's how I got my career. That's how I'm at Ernst & Young right now, is through the connections I made through the Black Business Org. So I attribute a lot of my success to that.
I'll start with what works. No one doubts your intelligence. The assumption from fellow students and faculty is, you are at Berkeley, so you must be intelligent. As a disabled person, that's a stigma you've been fighting all your life, and it's such a relief to not have to do that. A major thing for me is that I'm able to be involved in research labs, and the labs have helped me to find workarounds so that I can contribute despite my challenges. I feel that as an autistic, you can get away with more stemming behaviors at Cal. Maybe because of Cal's history of protest and diversity, so people kind of just shrug it off or are less judgmental. Now for the challenges. Some of the supports are simply not set up for disabled folks. An example. The first semester of college was understandably very overwhelming for me. I thought I would make use of extra academic coaching offered by the Student Learning Center. They, however, redirected me back to the DSP for support, but DSP is not an academic coaching center. Another irony is that while I'm able to be part of the labs, being a participant in the different research studies has been a lesson in frustration. Many of my courses require research participation credits. I don't seem to qualify in the pre-screen phase, so I'm not eligible for most studies. I have to wonder if that is related to being disabled. Last semester, I took a business class at Haas Business School, which again needed this research participation credits. I missed the deadline for the pre-screen, and suddenly there were a lot of studies assigned to me as the system no longer knew a lot about me. I managed to sneak in one study, but the second one was a group activity, and the student research assistant turned me away at the door saying, "Only spoken responses," though honestly that was not necessary to that study. When I brought it up, I got the research credit, but the point was being able to participate. And it seemed beyond what my professors could do to fix the system, and I've usually ended up doing the alternative assignment offered to students under age 18. And it makes me wonder how our needs will be addressed if data is collected only from participants in the middle of the bell curve. Anyway, this semester I brought it up with my current professor. With the combination of the professor following up and all studies going remote, I was able to finish all those required credits in the first 2 months itself. Being a participant should not be so hard. As a future researcher, it is important to experience both sides of research. There are several other such irritants where the system is so rigged towards neurotypical or able-bodied and speaking students. However, at a bigger level, I feel a fundamental challenge is that of belongingness. Belonging goes beyond inclusion. Inclusion is existing in the same space like I am a disabled student in the ocean of non-disabled students at Berkeley. Inclusion is just the first step. We need to not only be doing things with our typical peers, we also need to feel we belong to that group, a sense of camaraderie. We need to be accepted as members whose lives have equal worth. And when you have intersectional identities, you end up getting excluded from multiple groups. For example, I'm of South Asian origin, but there is a big stigma in the Asian and South Asian community against disabilities. While no one objects to me being at an event, since Cal is supposed to be all about diversity, I can sense other students are uneasy at my presence. They are not quite sure how to react or act around me. So yes, I'm included, but I hardly belong even within my own racial cultural community. That has been a big disappointment. Belongingness is, I think, what we all yearn for at the end of the day when it comes to society. I think that's still missing for a lot of disabled folks. And this is a universal problem and not just at Berkeley.
Thank you. The next question is for Scott and Lisa. So what are some things that you see successful students doing during the transition and once in college? If there's anything that you didn't get to in your talk that you want to mention now.
Sure, thanks, Isabel. As I said, I get to talk to a lot of upcoming juniors and seniors. I had a longer list earlier, but I think I narrowed it down to 3. One is that again, the search for the good fit, the best fit colleges can be really stressful and overwhelming. And I wish there's a way to make it fun, make an adventure. Again, if you can visit and tour, get your eyes on it, see what it would feel like walking through that campus, maybe see what the classrooms look like. But there's such a grind and a competition to find and get into colleges, but try to narrow down colleges you're excited about and find the joy and the privilege and opportunity to go further in education and college is definitely what I think a successful student would do, is really be involved in the process. I guess the 2 other things that are really important for me that I know I wouldn't have done for myself, and I think it's not intuitive to an adolescent, is really get to understand your own learning profile. And that can be done in different ways. I mentioned this earlier, but families spend a lot of money and you take a lot of time sitting in front of evaluators for these big neuropsychological or different types of evaluations. And then the information is presented to parents or consultants and oftentimes reflected to students, but learn the highlights, the strengths and the challenges in high school, where you're really strong and good, and those are ones that are more obvious, but also where you may struggle, and understand them. Talk to someone you trust about what this means for you in both the academic and kind of life. Start understanding that information sooner if you can, if you can hear it. And again, I'm not saying that's easy. It would not have been easy for myself. And then the second one, again, there's a longer list, but the second one I would say a successful student in this process would be extracurriculars. At least one, but more is great. So whether it's a club, an activity, writing a blog, youth groups, sports, anything, but just kind of exposing yourself to more than just being a good student and doing well in your academic pursuits. Finding one or a few other things that round out your identity and your interests and your purpose and all that good stuff. So again, I could keep going, but I'll stop there.
And thanks, Scott. And then again, I second everything that Scott has said. And I think I covered a lot of my recommendations in my presentation. So I think I will just highlight getting to know professors, going to office hours, or if you're not comfortable talking with them in person, talking with them over email. And I know somebody else had mentioned in one of the questions that in and of itself of saying, make sure to advocate for yourself, make sure to get to know professors, make sure to get to know the DRC or OAE can be a lot of extra work and can be a lot more taxing on executive functioning, especially if that's something that's a little bit more difficult. And so even within that, I say if you can find one person, whether that is, I think Sarah had mentioned an RA or an advisor that you have, or just an upper class student that you get to know, somebody who can help you navigate that world, it can be very, very helpful. Ask for help early and often. Do not be embarrassed. I think of one of the problems that I see students falling into is getting behind and then getting very, very overwhelmed and then avoiding and then not answering emails or not talking to RAs. And it can be very, very hard to feel like you need to dig yourself out of a big hole. So I do recommend having some sort of structure and schedule to whatever extent fits your needs. If you're somebody who needs a really strict schedule, then I recommend that and trying to stay on it. Or if you just need sort of a light list of priorities for the day, staying on schedule. And there was something, I think it was Sarah that mentioned that reminded me of another thing about selecting a college, which is something I think a lot of people don't think about, is whether they are on semesters or the quarter system. So Stanford is on the quarter system, which is fantastic if you are somebody who gets bored very easily. Things move very quick. You're in class for 10 weeks, in and out, and then a whole new set of classes. However, that is not very forgiving if you are somebody that does sometimes need extensions or you have a tendency to get behind. And that's where semester systems may work a little bit better for you. It just gives you a little bit more time to catch up. There's only, in most cases, 2 sets of classes per year rather than 3. And sometimes, like for me, I'm always willing. All a student has to do is ask me for an incomplete. They don't even have to give me a reason. I'm happy to give it. But the problem with that is if you take an incomplete in 1 or 2 classes in a quarter system, by the time you start the next quarter, you're off and running. You don't want to still be working on a class or 2 from last quarter, and that can get very overwhelming. So that's just another thing about thinking ahead and college choice that I think may not occur to a lot of people. But I've been on the quarter system now for almost 20 years at Stanford, and I still have trouble getting adjusted to it.
Thanks. And the last of our questions here before we turn it over to audience Q&A is for Sarah and Cole. So graduating from college and going on to work or post-secondary education is another big transition. What challenges and resources did you find for preparation for post-college, whether living on your own, working, or going into ongoing education? Were there supports outside of school that were key to your transition, such as parents, friends, or mentors? And did you find any resources preparing for post-college experience on campus that are specific to being neurodiverse?
Sarah, do you want to start with this one?
Sure. So I guess I am a real adult now, officially. I got a job in a completely unfamiliar place and moved across the country during a pandemic. I think I've earned it. I can't deny that I'm like truly an adult now. There were some supports that I could use, but the transition from undergrad to industry work seems to be that turning point where you have to dig a bit more to find the resources, and you have to advocate for yourself a bit more directly, which is okay, because I think that that's something that I did really learn how to do in undergrad, so that now in daily life, it's way easier, and it's not as, you don't have to go through many channels. You can just say, hey, slow down. Hey, can you repeat that? Hey, I need this thing to help me do this thing better. And I think undergrad made me more comfortable doing that. Technically, I think my school offered networking events and practice interviews, resume feedback, but I don't think any of the resources I saw were specific to neurodiversity, and things were also complicated by COVID. So I don't know if there were different resources that would have been offered in person. I did lean on friends and family a lot during the transition while looking for jobs, moving and settling. It was a big jump from seeing resources advertised more explicitly during undergrad, whereas now I kind of am looking more for them, and it's not explicitly neurodiversity accessibility. I did use support from people I'd met in the accessibility community while I was job hunting, but it was, me doing that, not this thing provided in an official capacity. In industry, you will still have HR and hopefully some accessible Office of Accessibility equivalent. The law is on your side in terms of like needing accommodations or anything. But in general, it's you being your own advocate, hopefully in not a super burdensome way, but in knowing from undergrad what stuff kind of helps you in a working learning environment, and knowing how to ask for it at this point, and knowing that you are entitled to this type of thing and you have a right to it because you do. And that part legally does carry over from undergrad in most cases. Some other things I carried with me from college that helped me with this transition a lot and made me more comfortable with suddenly being an adult were knowing how important routine was for me, and what routine was important for me, and what sleep schedule worked for me, having my organizational strategies already like tested, tried and true. And my new thing is framing tasks I know I would have procrastinated as, why don't you do this thing for future Sarah? You're not doing it for you. It's not a task. It's just like, help out, do a favor for future Sarah. And for some reason that works. I'm really bad at transitions and forcing myself to do stuff without an immediate motivation. So that's one trick. But in general, another thing that I've carried with me, and I can't say it enough, is like being the advocate for yourself and being upfront about when and what accommodations you need. I think that that's something that hopefully by the end of undergrad, you've kind of mastered, and it makes adulthood easier for sure.
Thank you, Sarah. And Sarah makes a lot of excellent points surrounding, especially self-advocacy. You have to be, I think, during college, you have to start getting the practice of being your own self-advocate, because in the corporate world, there are not many, in the current corporate climate, you have to be your own self-advocate. So, but for me, for getting prepared for post-grad, I started networking really early. I started networking my freshman year. I knew I was interested in business, but I did not know which segment or which sector I wanted to go into. But I just started talking to people, and it was really nerve-wracking. And networking is awkward. It is just, I got so many anxiety attacks from it. I got sick over networking events. It's because if you go to a career fair, it's a great combination, right? A bunch of people, a bunch of noises. It's just a great combination for success, right? So I say that sarcastically, of course, but so I think there are some Cal just started this too. They're starting to have more disability focused career networking opportunities, and then the club that Hari and I were a part of, we're starting to gain community and gain more connections with the alums. So we're starting to build something at Cal, but I can't speak for other schools. But in general, what really prepared me most for a postgrad world was my internships, actually, that I had with Ernst & Young. I had an internship right after my sophomore year, and then right after my junior year, and that really set me up for going into full-time, starting in a pandemic, starting in July at the firm. So I was really comfortable. I knew the environment going. I knew what was expected of me from day one, which is what most staff don't walk into the firm, don't really have that knowledge going in, and that applies to all staff. But I knew more since I had 2 rounds of internships with the firm, and I got those opportunities through the community that I found at Cal, through the Black Business Association. So I think, again, I think I see a lot of companies trying to do a lot of neurodiverse recruiting and all that, but I think it starts at the college level, building better communities, building more sustainable communities, to have more of that connection, the one-on-one connection, more of that mentorship, to lift others up, to make the path easier for the next generation for neurodiverse folks. And I'll continue to work on it, and I know Hari and others will be working on it as well. So, but in short, networking early, getting a lot of practice networking, getting those cobwebs out of the way, just finding a few people. All you need is one person to advocate for you at the table. So all it takes is one person to really change your trajectory. So that's all it takes. I failed a bunch of times. I had so many awkward conversations, but doing that really helped me set up to get my internships, which set me up for my full-time offer.
Great, thank you so much. So we're gonna move into the audience Q&A now. So the first question is for Scott and Lisa. Would it be wise to disclose disability in an essay or application? What may be the benefits and drawbacks?
I can start with that one. I do work with a lot of my private clients on college essays. Part of it is just managing all of the details. Not a great thing for a family to do when school is already fraught. So sometimes I take over that process. And my general advice is, if you feel like disclosing, and this is something back to what I said in my presentation about the difference between what's private and what you're embarrassed about. If you feel like writing an essay, or if you want, there's like a little extra section where you can write about, is there anything else you want us to know, or anything else that might have impacted your grades, is to disclose what you feel comfortable disclosing. And my sort of idealistic point of view is that if you talk about who you are and the parts of you that are important, and the school rejects you for that reason, then that was not a school that you wanted to go to in the first place, and you probably would not be that comfortable there, and you wouldn't get what you needed out of the academic or the social environment. So that's the idealistic side of me. The more practical, realistic side of me, especially if it's a school that a student really knows that they want to go to, they've visited or they've done a virtual tour and know a lot about it, is to do what one of my clients actually the other day called "Taken Care of the Stigma," which is to put in the last few sentences to talk about how you know what supports you need, you know what your red flags are, you know how to reach out for help when you need to. So that's my overall advice, is to share who you are. And if the school rejects you specifically for that reason, that's not a school you wanted to go to. But if you wanted to play the game a little bit more, is to just make sure that you show that you have all of the supports in place.
I'm pretty sure what I was going to say was going to sound a lot like that. We have this conversation. I have this conversation with families all the time when they get to that step of the application process, and we pro and con it. And ultimately, I think I say what Lisa said also, which is you have control over this part of your application. And if you feel like it's something that you can demonstrate what you've done to really overcome and work on this, and it's a strength, and you want to demonstrate this as part of strength and character, fine, but you're not required to. And to me, it's somewhat a measure of a trust of the institution that you are applying to. And many that we work with, we work with closely and we trust highly with that information, because we see more and more institutions, colleges, universities becoming more savvy, more smart, welcoming. Again, their understanding of their need, their being the institution to grow and change and adapt is increasing. I think we're seeing a lot of progress in some great schools, but mostly it's that personal choice of whether you feel compelled to share that part of yourself and your identity, but it's not necessary. So it's not something I would tell someone yes or no on without hearing how it makes them feel to contribute that in their college kind of platform or their application.
Thank you both. The second question is for Hari. What is one thing you want neurotypical people to know about autistic non-speakers?
Not speaking does not mean you have nothing to say. It's just my oral motor system are not quite in sync with my. It takes a little longer and it looks different. So what is required is patience. Don't stare and don't tap your fingers impatiently while I am working on the output. Also, sometimes people think they have to speak slower or turn on closed captioning for me. That does not make sense. There is nothing the matter with my ears or my hearing. It's an output and not an input issue with me.
Hari, you got muted for a second. I don't know if that was on purpose.
I think Hari had finished from what I'm seeing. Oh, no, sorry, Hari, I didn't mean to speak.
I'm done.
Yeah, I think Isabel, he was confirming he's done.
Okay, yeah. All right, so the next question was apparently for me, but I think all the other students can also jump in. So the question was, it really helped to know that high and low functioning in different areas doesn't restrict you from receiving a higher education. You want to know if you lived in a dorm or some other housing program. Support person you have, is that through college or some service provider, and how often does she come help you? So the way that I ended up with this helper is actually quite funny. I came back to school my sophomore year, had a giant meltdown. If you asked like, why is Isabel crying, the most proximal answer was like, there was sand in my shoes. There's about 87 other things. After my giant meltdown, I called my mom and was like, I want to leave school, not because I couldn't do academics, but because like, my goodness, I couldn't do life and laundry and all of that. And my mom was like, okay, how about you just like, wait a second, like just simmer for a second. And then she did some mom magic and like Googled disability sort of things at Stanford, found that there's this thing called Kids with Dreams where people work with kids with disabilities, and then contacted them, was like, does someone want to come help my kid? And Stephanie happened to come help me. It was really funny though, because she was a student. She was a co-term, so a co-terminal master's working on her master's. And I guess it was spring quarter that year, walked into a class and we ended up actually taking the same class and didn't know it beforehand. So that was really funny. But yes, I lived in a dorm. The situation that worked best for me was an apartment style dorm, but there was still like residential supports, and RAs ended up being huge support for me. Yeah, so I don't know if anyone else has thoughts they want to add on that before we move to last takeaways.
I'll briefly touch on it. So for my housing, I was fortunate enough under ADA thank goodness. I had university housing all 4 years, so that was major, and I was able to. One of my best friends was able to went to Cal with me, so we were able to room from sophomore year to senior year. So that was big, and also just having my cousins who I visited all the time growing up, having them 15 minutes away was a huge support network too. So I think it's very important to have, a home away from home, close to campus, and that will really help out with just some of the aspects of going to college, being on the spectrum.
I know something that I and some of the other mentees was just what Hari said earlier about staying in your neck of the woods. My parents live like 10 miles from Stanford, and some of the other mentees are people that I'd met at Stanford with like higher support needs, or just like who knew that their primary support was their family and they didn't want to give that up yet, just stayed close. I also stayed close for other reasons, but I think that definitely ended up helping me more than I thought it would.
Right, so before we move to takeaways, this is for, I guess, myself and all students. There are several also folks in the chat room wondering if there's a good way to follow or connect with us if we're comfortable with that. So I think I saw one of them that mentioned social media. I do not have social media, but I can give my email. I'm fine with that. I don't know if Cole or Hari have, some way that people can connect with you if you're comfortable with that. I see Hari dropped a.
Yeah, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn.
I don't know. Twitter. Thanks, Hari.
Yeah, Twitter. Yeah, Hari's on Twitter. Yeah, I'm on LinkedIn, Facebook. Just search my name. I'm pretty responsive most of the time.
I'm on LinkedIn, and my email is just sarah.chisla, like it is on Zoom, @gmail.com is fine.
All right, so now just moving to quick last takeaways. If anyone has like one last wrap up.
I guess I can start. Just want to thank Stanford again for allowing me to speak on this panel. Also, I want to say hi to my mom and dad. They're watching this right now, so I'm gonna give them a shout out. But yeah, I think just in general, just being on the spectrum, it's always going to be a windy path. And I think just my last takeaway during college, you always have to. There's going to be some short-term L's for sure. I think every college student experiences that, but I think just having a long-term perspective and staying the course, I think will help me out during my college career. So I encourage folks who are on the spectrum today who are in college or about to enter college. There are going to be some tough days, but if you made it to college because you earned it and you're there, and you deserve to be there. So just have confidence in yourself because you deserve to be where you're at. So that's it for me. Thank you.
And going off what Lisa said before about like you applying to a college, disclosing things and having the college reject you, you want a college to be a good fit, and a college that admitted you, wants you there, they chose you, they decided that your diversity and what you bring to campus is valuable, and they are agreeing. It's like the unwritten contract, like when they accept you and they want you there, it's their job to provide the support so that you can achieve your full potential and so that you feel like you're getting what you wanted out of that too. And I'm totally open to questions. If anybody had something more specific about their kid or situation and wanted to shoot me an email, that's totally fine. My inbox is open. But thanks so much again for having all of us on this panel today.
I want you to believe. Thank you, everyone. I want you to believe that nothing is set in stone. I want you to believe that all of us autistics represent possibility. Unless you possibility, there can be no opportunity.
Thank you, Hari. Scott or Lisa?
I just appreciate the opportunity to be amongst this group of speakers, and I've actually learned quite a bit. It helps me tremendously, and really proud to work in this field right now. Thank you.
And once again, seconding what Scott said, is again, proud to work in this field, always learn a lot. And my takeaway is, not to put a huge burden on you or tax you even further, but to just encourage you to talk to professors, to not be afraid to advocate for yourself or to enlist other people to help you advocate. And I have to say, from the professor side, even as somebody who spends half my day with clients and seeing things from the student's perspective, as a professor, and I'll speak for some of the rest of us, is we can get caught up in just our subject, in here's what we want to teach you, here's the content, let me just throw it at you as much as I can and as quickly as I can. And sometimes we can forget the real people on the other side of that, and we are often working from a place of ignorance, not evil ignorance, but just literally not knowing things from people's perspective. And I learned so much from feedback that I get from my students, from Isabel in particular. And I know that every year I rewrite my syllabus a little bit, or I refine the assignments or make them clearer or take away some of the penalties just based on feedback from students. And so we do change like everybody else with some education. So thank you to all of you for helping with that education.
Yeah, thank you to everyone on who is the speaker and on the panel. It's been really great to hear all the different perspectives. And yeah, my takeaway here is just what I kind of said at the end of my talk, which is everyone has different strengths and challenges, and it doesn't really help anyone to decide prematurely that we're too anything to be included in the conversation.
And I just want to echo Isabel's thanks. Thank you to all the speakers and the panelists today. This was just such a pleasure to be a part of, and I just feel lucky to have been a part of it and to learn from all of you today. So thank you, and I'm going to turn it to Dr. Fung, I think, who will tell us what's coming up next.
Just want to thank all the panelists and Christy and Isabel. This is a very uplifting session, and I think there's a lot of guidance and hope that you have really got students and parents alike to be able to think there's a very good future. So thank you all for making this happen. So for the viewers, please really send us feedback by filling out the feedback form. We really value your feedback in order to make things even better. Now, between 12 and 1, a lot of you will be joining the feedback session. The networking session. And the networking session is going to be participated through breakout rooms. So if you have signed up for the networking session, please check your email so that you get the right link, and then you will be sent to the right breakout room. For all of the rest of us, please take your lunch break. We're going to be back at 1 p.m. See you soon.
Welcome to Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. Some of you may have participated all along in the summit. For those of you who just joined, welcome. We would like to let you know that all sessions are recorded and transcribed. The recordings are, you will able to see, apologize. The recordings and the transcripts will be available approximately 2 to 4 weeks after the summit, and you will also able to see it at our website. All questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. The moderators will try to cover as many questions as possible. Let's begin with our next session, putting PIP to work. The agenda for the session is to understand the background of paid internship program, also known as PIP, in terms of the role in the past, current, and future economy. Additionally, we want the regional center clients and their families to learn about how to utilize the PIP opportunities to reach long-term objectives. Now I'd like to welcome our first speaker, Stephanie Dignam. Stephanie is the Employment Service Manager for the Pomeroy Center in San Francisco. Take it away, Stephanie.
Thank you so much, Mark. Hi, everyone. Thank you to Dr. Fung and the Stanford Neurodiversity Project for bringing together so many contributors. 1 second, let me pull this up. For bringing together so many contributors around so many valuable topics. It's an honor to be here. As Mark mentioned, my name is Stephanie Dignam. I'm an employment services provider for an organization in San Francisco, California. And I'm here today to talk a little bit about how to fit regional center funded paid internship programs into your employment plans and programming. For consumers and advocates, the Regional Center funded paid internship program is a great additional resource to other employment service programs like those traditionally provided by the Department of Rehabilitation and regional centers. Regional Center consumers and advocates do not need to take part in any other services provided through Regional Center to access the paid internship program. This is a service that is provided standalone from other resources and can be utilized throughout an individual's lifetime. For service providers that are vendorized to provide employment services through the Regional Center, the paid internship program is a fairly simple add to your already existing employment service programs. Generally, you just need to connect with your Regional Center and request more information. Then you will develop an internship plan that will be reviewed and approved by the Regional Center. Excuse me. The skills needed to support an internship are those similar to job coaching. Any staff that is currently job coaching should also be able to support a consumer engaged in a paid internship. The job coaching skill set is extremely transferable and in this instance, practically identical in delivery. As many of you know, job development resources can be scarce. The funding for job development is limited and it makes it difficult for providers to help a client find a job that is going to be suitable for long-term success in employment. The paid internship program provides an opportunity for organizations and companies to take on low-risk partnerships with a client that is funded for an internship. This is a great way to showcase skills and show how we as professionals can provide supports and accommodations in order to achieve the highest level of success for our clients. With that, we can then develop more routes to employment based on existing internships, increase skill sets, increase knowledge around supports and accommodations, and by increased outreach and relationship building through promotion of internships. PIP interns can learn and develop skills from working professionals in a field that interests them. Another advantage of PIP is that it provides payroll support for interns through Regional Center funding. This ensures that interns will be wage earners during the length of their internship. This allows interns to begin to meet their financial goals without first securing employment. With so many unpaid internships out there, this is a real advantage for Regional Center consumers looking to engage in employment. The paid internship program provides approximately $10,000 per client annually for paid wages. Pay rates can be changed to reflect the job responsibilities or the minimum wage in your current region. No hard and fast rule says that an individual within a paid internship has to make a minimum wage. You can determine your pay rate with your employer. However, you will never make less than minimum wage when engaged in a paid internship through the Regional Center. Some employment services programs are also available to provide things like group classes, travel training, and other hard and soft skills training offsite away from traditional workplace. For instance, prior to the pandemic, and now virtually, my department housed an on-site training program called Work Ready. In that program, we would have group soft skills classes, employment discovery, and now an online employment forum where we discuss topics related to employment that have been affected by our current situation and how we might be able to navigate our goals during COVID and after. These types of services can be utilized by interns, consumers, and advocates as they begin to activate and implement internships and their employment plan. Currently, it is difficult to keep individualized custom employment services viable financially. Service providers can benefit from a diversified funding stream. This internship funding not only covers payroll, but also pays for job coaching. This opportunity to increase services and in that funding will assist with keeping service providers viable and able to reach and support more individuals that wish to engage in the workforce. There is also great potential for an increase in outreach with this program. As many of you know, employer outreach is difficult for service providers that may already be stretched thin trying to provide services for a large group of clients. The Regional Center funded paid internship is an easy ask and tool that can be utilized to discuss inclusion and educate employers without having to navigate traditional hiring routes. This internship program is really an offering to employers. We are coming to them with something that we are providing for them. This is a problem-solving, solution-based tool. We are here to help employers increase productivity and task completion in their organization, while also increasing systems of inclusion, accommodation, and supports. It's a real win-win, in my opinion. The regional funded paid internship program is a tremendous tool for getting in the door when it comes to job development. You're coming to an employer offering an intern at no cost to them with both on and off the job training provided by a professional third party at, again, zero cost to them. I see this as a tremendous job development tool. If we can educate employers and show ways that they can be supported as they begin to think about and implement accommodations and inclusion at their organization, I believe we will see an increase in placements and long-term employment in general for the neurodivergent community. As a professional in the field, I believe that this program makes both outreach and job development easier. Interns can benefit from on-the-job training. An employment services specialist will be available to assist an intern with understanding and navigating tasks, responsibilities, and relationship building. Employment services professionals are available to work with the employer, intern, and advocates in order to set up systems of support that will help an intern as they begin and continue in their new position. This level of support will decrease as needed throughout the internship. This is not about coming in and doing the job for somebody. This is about figuring out ways to assist an individual in being as successful as possible in reaching vocational goals. As an employment services specialist, my goal is to work myself out of a job. I want to make myself as obsolete as if possible. I want to set up systems that will achieve success as completely as possible and have my clients be as independent, both inside the organization and as they navigate their employment journey. Having said that, there are instances where individuals will require or desire long-term employment supports. If that is the case, then an employment services professional such as myself can set up long-term supports in order to ensure employment fulfillment and success. These types of supports are generally around any new skill training, soft skills, such as interpersonal communication, and any other major changes in scheduling, job type, or location. The vast majority of employment services are not set up to support a client on their job 100% of the time, but we are set up to provide some level of support for our clients throughout the lifetime of their employment if they desire or need. For all of the wonderful things about PIP, and there are many, I believe that we should be mindful of a few pitfalls and strategies to avoid them. One thing that I think should be avoided is what I'm calling the internship loop. This is directly related to service providers' possible pitfall of employers not committing to long-term employment. Without the right combination of supports and employer education, there may be issues getting employers to take the next step. The goal of PIP is to gain relevant skills to assist with obtaining competitive integrated employment, preferably at the host organization. Unless you find an employer that would like to have an internship program that will benefit multiple individuals, but may not always lead to an offer of employment at the host organization. If an intern or employer wishes to engage in a program to assist multiple individuals, I suggest that everyone involved be very mindful of not teaching or focusing on niche skills. These types of skills are generally only going to be useful inside the host organization and will not be transferable. If an intern is going into an internship program and is not guaranteed an opportunity of a permanent placement, then the training provided should be something relevant to a broader job type and not specific to the host organization. That way, an intern has a greater opportunity to utilize the knowledge gained at the internship to impress employers moving forward. Employment services professionals, such as myself and others, are not meant to be replacements for traditional on-job supports, such as professional development, training, and human resources management. Employment services professionals are there to assist, generally more so in the beginning of a relationship, with things like education around employment processes, such as onboarding and scheduling, breaking down and learning new tasks, and in what ways a host organization can provide reasonable and relevant accommodations. We are here for you, but we have to be available to assist other people as well. Ill-defined routes to employment, either through direct hire at the internship site or how to leverage the internship to gain relevant permanent employment, can be avoided by having a clearly defined plan and making sure that there is a well-developed path to competitive integrated employment as possible. I think that if you are very thoughtful about avoiding the other possible pitfalls discussed, then you will have a fairly well-defined route to employment, either at the host organization or another company based on skills attained at the internship. The possibilities and positives related to PIP far outweigh the potential pitfalls. This regional center funded program is a real opportunity for consumers to gain skills, apply knowledge, and gain a deeper understanding of what it means to be a productive member of the workforce. For regional center consumers and advocates, it may seem daunting to go directly into employment, particularly if you feel as though you do not currently have the skills needed to be successful in your preferred vocation. Many individuals joining the workforce have a limited understanding of the processes related to employment. This can be everything from interviewing and onboarding to navigating conflict, working as a team, and/or time management. Internships are one way to increase exposure and understanding of these processes. This understanding will increase confidence to take on this and other new experiences and responsibilities moving forward. Internships will also provide immediate and relevant job skill training that will increase aptitude and employment capacity. Long-term benefits of PIP include an increase in transferable skill knowledge, primarily related to soft skills and general skill development. These skills can be built upon and will open doors to individuals that may not have been opened otherwise. Paid internship programs funded through the Regional Center provide the opportunity to access professionals, projects, and experiences that may not be found in educational or other program settings. The paid internship program is a tremendous route to skill acquisition in a real-world work environment. These skills and experiences will no doubt increase chances of sustained long-term employment. For employment services providers, one of the major opportunities is that the paid internship will provide an increase in service types. This will allow for a greater variety of opportunities for clients that wish to engage in employment. If you're like me, you're constantly looking for new opportunities, way to access resources, and how we can decrease barriers and increase inclusion. The paid internship program, along with other regional center funded services, DOR services, and at-work opportunities, create a toolkit that consumers, advocates, and professionals can use to dismantle barriers and help individuals gain long-term fulfillment through employment. Regardless of whether you utilize the paid internship program to gain access to long-term employment at a host organization or to assist multiple individuals to gain skills that are transferable and relatable, this is a tremendous tool for relationship building. Interns benefit from learning how to work as a team, manage different personalities and communication styles, and begin to develop their professional network. Service providers can benefit from increased relationships with employers and other professionals that can give a better understanding of the skills necessary for multiple job types. This understanding can be useful in future trainings with other clients as they begin to navigate their employment journey. If a consumer, advocate, or service provider is interested in implementing a paid internship program, the first thing you're going to need to do is reach out to your local regional center to develop a plan. For consumers and advocates, this would mean reaching out to your social worker. And if you don't have a social worker, going through the intake process to become a consumer of the regional center. For a service provider, this would mean reaching out to your regional center and asking to speak to the community service or employment services manager. Together with Regional Center, you will then write up a plan for a paid internship program at your organization. A question that I get often is, how do I reach out to employers to get an internship? My answer is to reach out to people you already know to see if there is any interest or potential. Often you may already be engaging with a company that would be willing to discuss an internship program if they knew the possibility existed. It's really hard to say no to getting a motivated intern that costs exactly $0 and has training available from a professional third party. This is not the time to be shy. If you find an organization or an employer that you think might be a good fit, either for yourself, someone you advocate for, or a client that you serve, I think it's a great idea to gather as much information as you can about the services we provide and how it can benefit not only the employee, but also the employer. With that information, you can then present options to employers and discuss further steps. There are also resources for individuals looking for companies that may already have robust inclusion service programs. We've discussed many of the organizations here at the summit, and I'm sure a quick Google search or maybe even hopping onto another talk, not right now, of course, you can find a few other large companies that are working with individuals to increase inclusion in the workplace. Employers can be approached to discuss support services and how they may be implemented at their organization at no cost to them through the Regional Center. I truly believe that if employers had a more nuanced and robust understanding of the professional services available to them to assist with implementation and inclusion, that they would be much more willing to activate these sorts of programs in their organization. Once a suitable employer-intern fit has been found, you can develop your internship plan. The plan generally involves multiple stakeholders involved in developing, designing, and implementing an internship. This would mean that you would meet with an employer to decide what tasks and skills would be both needed and acquired at an internship and what responsibilities would be given to the intern. Then working with either a regional center social worker or combination of social worker advocates and employment specialists, a regional center consumer would develop a plan involving needed supports for the successful implementation and completion of the internship. A regional center employee or employment services professional will then develop a program budget that will reflect the rate of pay and the hours that a client will work. After budget approval, a client will be onboarded in a way similar that they would at any other traditional job. The next step is to get to work. Sounds so simple. I believe that it can be if we work together and leverage the services available to increase inclusion so that people can gain the skills they need to be successful in the job and highlight their true best and most authentic selves. I hope this helped. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you, Chris, so much for explaining about PIP. It's a very important program, and I hope more families learn more about it and talk to their service providers today. Okay, let's move along. Our next speaker are SHAWN Galvin and Kristen Bates. SHAWN is a manager at Golden Gate Regional Center, and Kristen Bates is employment specialist at Golden Gate Regional Center. Take it away.
Hi there. Thank you for the introduction. Great job, Stephanie, for the first presentation. And as mentioned, I'm SHAWN Galvin, the manager of the Community Service Unit at Golden Gate Regional Center. And Kristen is going to do a quick introduction to Golden Gate.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here and thank you for allowing us to present. Golden Gate Regional Center supports eligible individuals with developmental disabilities and their families in locating and accessing services that meet their needs. GGRC supports people who live in San Mateo, San Francisco, and Marin counties. Each individual eligible for regional services works with an assigned social worker to identify services that will help them achieve their hopes and dreams and support their needs.
All right, next slide.
Next slide. Competitive integrative employment. So the competitive integrative employment is to help individuals be placed in obviously competitive integrative employment, and this is an incentive for the companies that allow them to complete an internship and then get hired. The first goal of CIE is to be competitive in labor, so jobs available to. The second goal is it needs to be minimum wage or better. And the third goal is to interact with coworkers.
All right, and part of the statewide effort, I'll take this one, Kristen, the statewide effort to help us meet these goals. There's a 5-year plan that was developed by the Department of Education, Department of Rehab, and the Department of Developmental Services. And basically, there's collaboration to come work together on a local level and come up with our own local partnership agreement. So this is how we coordinate and streamline and hopefully work effectively together to put everyone on a path towards competitive integrative employment. I think that, yeah. Perfect. And as we discussed, our local partnership agreements, that's a statewide effort, but at the local level, they really look to our local education partners, our regional center, and our providers to develop how we're going to put that global statewide plan into place at the local level. So we currently have 3 of the 26 in local partnership agreements in California, 1 in each of our counties. And what it's really important for is developing those relationships. Our programs and our systems have been somewhat siloed, so we're working towards, reaching across those silos, increasing communication, sharing ideas and resources and collaboration to hopefully lead to greater competitive integrative employment incentive. Kristen, you're up for that one.
Internship program has $10,400 per year. The purpose of our paid internship program is for individual skills, gain experience, and then leading to a competitive integrative employment placement.
And here's a quick look at our numbers. So in the first fiscal year this was available, we had 0 people participate. And why that is it takes a little while to get a new program off the ground and develop our partners. As Stephanie from Pomeroy Center talked about, that first year was really about development. And as you see, the second fiscal year grew to 30 individuals, and the third 140 individuals participating. And this fiscal year, we were on a great start. We had 169 people participating before the pandemic. So we did have a good start, and unfortunately, no one predicted what was going to happen to us. And that definitely put a little damper and some delays on people's work experience. But we're hoping to restart that and get people back into these paid internships very quickly. And let me talk a little bit about a couple success stories. So it's a wide range of where these can be implemented. Mazzetti's Bakery, Franklin Templeton, we've had a number of them at UCSF. And one in particular that I wanted to highlight was at the California Academy of Sciences. We had an individual who was leaving high school and had extreme knowledge and passion for entomology. He had read every book he could get his hands on about the study of bugs. And previously, if you went to talk with an employment counselor about how to get into that type of field, they would have recommended, you had to go to college and get an education, which was all good advice. But for this particular individual, just simply had no interest in pursuing that. So we were able to develop a paid internship for them at the Academy of Sciences. They went into that entomology department and literally blew away the department director with their knowledge and expertise and skill. And they were able to develop that internship for that person to get some real on-the-job experience. And they were so happy with that individual. They are looking at developing future grants to keep his research going. So that's a quick success story and kind of the wide range of places that we've had paid internship success.
And for competitive integrative employment incentive, employers will receive $1 incentive after the first 30 days of consecutive work, $25.50 after 6 months, and $1,500 after 12 months.
And here's a look at another look at our numbers. So in the first fiscal year was pretty slow. Second fiscal year jumped up. We had 180 people programs receive these competitive integrative incentives. And these are essentially bonuses, incentives that are paid for agencies that help place a person into competitive integrative employment. And there are 3 milestone payments, and it really are the carrot on the stick to help our providers, in an underfunded system, gain more funding and incentives for more placements they do out in the community. And lastly, we wanted to look at one of our community partners, LinkedIn. The pictures that you see here are students from San Francisco Unified School District that were participating. Some were participating in paid internship programs. And we were able to develop a community engagement with LinkedIn to do what they call a Rock Your Profile. So each of the students were able to work one-on-one with a LinkedIn employee, take a tour of their office, and really either receive one-on-one personalized advice on their career path, and either develop a LinkedIn profile, and if they already had a LinkedIn profile, fine-tune or tweak that to be more engaging to potential employers. So it was just a wonderful community event and exposing students that were entering into transition age and to get some experience with employers that they might not even thought about in the traditional path. And thank you. If you have any questions, you can definitely contact us. And if anyone is interested in the paid internship program, and also can contact your social worker at the regional center to get that into your plan. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sean and Kristen, for this wonderful presentation. And if you do live in San Mateo County or San Francisco, definitely reach out to Kristen or Sean for more information. Next, I'd like to present Michael Bernick. Mr. Bernick is an attorney with the international law firm of Duane Morris, LP, adjacent professor at Stanford, and involved in employment initiatives through California, testing employment strategies for neurodiverse adults. Take it away, Mike.
Good, Mark. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you really well. Thank you.
Right. Well, I was going to talk about some of the mechanics, but Stephanie and Sean and Kristen did such a good job. I'm going to try to focus on some of the elements, other elements of the PIP program. Let me say first, Mark, that I've been in this for many years. This is simply the best employment program. It has a number of advantages over other programs. One, obviously, as Stephanie told us, it's 100% wage covered. 2, the payment is done by a third party, so the employer doesn't have to worry about any of the payrolling. And in what Sean and Kristen talked about in San Francisco, we have Premier, which is a third party administrator, but the employer basically signs the timesheets or approves the timesheets, and that's it. And that's a big, big advantage. And third, it's up to $10,400 per year. So it's a generous amount that should cover most of, for a yearly period, and can be extended over a number of years. So saying that, this is, simply a very, very well-structured program. Saying that, though, I've been involved now in developing paid internships for the past 3 or 4 years. I will tell you, it is very, very, very difficult. You'd think going to employers, especially at a time pre-pandemic when we had virtually the lowest unemployment in California in the post-World War II period, there'd be opportunities. But I have found it to be very, very difficult. And I want to go into some of those reasons and some of the ways I think that as we go out and pitch them. The third introductory point I'd make is that I've said this in other contexts. Lawrence, I always preach this, but I think there's a real obligation for us as family members. Stephanie and Kristen and SHAWN do an excellent job. They're out there all the time. But I think here, as in so many areas of autism employment, a lot falls and is the responsibility, frankly, of family members. And so when Stephanie talks about families reaching out, I would really emphasize that. I probably have contacted maybe 40 employers in the past year and a half. It really, in other contexts, we constantly hear criticism in today's society about helicopter parents. In this area, as well as so many areas of autism, I think we all need to be helicopter parents because it takes a real partnership of parents or family members, adults on the spectrum, and the professionals at Regional Center or Pomeroy working on this together. So while I'm listening to Stephanie and Kristen and SHAWN, I actually put together sort of 10 ideas I saw in terms of how to pitch this. They've covered really the mechanics of how this operates. So let me focus on some of the points I think in terms of selling. One is, as I indicate, it's some numbers. You have to be prepared to reach out to a lot of businesses. Again, even saying, hey, I'm able to offer you someone at no cost and wages 100% and wages paid for by a third-party administrator. I find that most businesses are not interested. And I reach out to businesses that I already have contacts in. They can't do it for a lot of reasons. They can't do it because they have, if it's a larger business, they may have a very structured employment situation. So you take someone like Salesforce or Twitter. They have very rigid, regimented employment structures. So you go to them and say, hey, there's this opportunity to bring someone on. They say basically, well, we have our own networks. Also, the financial, for the large firms, the financial incentive is less important if it has any bearing at all. Stephanie and I, about right before the pandemic, Stephanie and I went to sit down with the San Francisco Department of Public Health and talk to them about the paid internship program. And she expressed interest, and the pandemic came, but I think with any of these government units, it's also a case of difficulty of both civil service rules and in terms of just the very regimented structure. So the first point I'd make in terms of developing a paid internship program is that it's numbers. You've got to be prepared to go to a lot of businesses and reach out and make the offer, and it will be successful, as SHAWN and Kristen just showed us here in the Golden Gate Regional Center. We have about 170 paid internship programs, paid internships during the past year. So it can work, but you've got to go in there prepared to really reach out to a number of businesses. The second point I would say is working with Regional Center or Pomeroy or any of the providers to put together, I think, a 1 or 2 page description of the program and to get out to employers, because even as you describe it, people want some description in writing. So I think preparing that from the start in partnership with the regional center is important. I think, though it's not a deal closer for the large firms, I do think it's worth emphasizing that this is no cost to employers. In the workforce system, we have other programs like on-the-job training that cover up to 50%, sometimes up to 70% of wages. But we really have very few that cover 100% of wages and over a period of time. And that's one thing this paid internship program does. And if, again, many employers won't be interested even at 100%, but it's a selling point that I think is important to start with. The second point on the selling, I think, again, the payrolling is very important. I find the fact that the third-party administrator, the employer has to do no payrolling. And for most employers, that's a big advantage. Obviously, for small businesses, it's a particular advantage. But the payrolling and the third point as well is no cost payrolling and then the job supports. I find that's another good selling point to employers. So, those are three selling points and then a fourth one that I didn't hear Stephanie mention, but I think is important is that while we want this to turn into a long-term placement, it's not required. So the employer is not required to take on someone. And I think there's a big advantage if we can get our people just in for the work experience, paid work experience. There's a great advantage there. So those are the four selling points I've used in terms of going to employers. A fifth point about this is Kristen and Sean and Stephanie talked about this as hopefully leading into longer term employment. Even though it's called internship, I don't really like that term. It really isn't accurate. I think I've found it to be very good as a bridge. It can always be used. So if you have a regional center client, a family member or someone you know or someone you want to work with, or you yourself are a regional center client, this is always a bridge so that at any point it can be activated. So let's say you're working in some other field and a pandemic comes around and you're laid off. This can always be activated at any time. It doesn't go away as long as you're a regional center client. This is phone keys. As long as you're a regional center client, you can always activate this. And so I think less looking at it as at times it'll be an internship in the sense of hopefully leading to longer term, but it also serves a very important function I've found as a bridge, as in terms of if you're unemployed at any time, it's an opportunity to get paid work. And I believe, as Stephanie also mentioned, there's no limit on this. There's a limit per year of 10,400, but there's no limit to the number of years that you can do it. And so you can do it for 1 year, and maybe at the end of 10 or 11 months, your 10,400 is utilized. But then after a year period, you can start again. And the way the program is set up now, there's no time limit for the number of years. So that's what I find. I would say, just because I've been emailing Sean and Kristen on this recently, it's important to follow up on the payment. That is to say, there's a system set up statewide in terms of, it's a simple system, but you have to set it up in terms of submitting the time cards and having them paid online. And if you're developing a PIP, you can't sort of stop when the PIP is started. I think it's important to continue to partner as a family member or adult on the spectrum, continue to partner with regional center to make sure some of these administrative things are taken care of. And finally, I'd say, like the others, if anyone has any questions or any issues to raise, do contact me. I'm actively involved in this in terms of working with Stephanie now to see if we can market the paid internship program more widely at Pomeroy and then also at Regional Center. My hope is that with the very, very different economy, post-pandemic or pandemic and post-pandemic economy, it may in some ways be easier. Employers for whom the 100% wage coverage may not have been attractive when the economy was so hot prior to the pandemic, with this economy more of scarcity in the post-pandemic period, may find this 100% wage guarantee and the other factors more attractive. So let me wrap up by saying, again, as I said at the start, in all the years I've been around all the programs, this is the best, and I'd strongly encourage people to utilize it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for your presentation and the encouragement for people to sign up for the PIP program. And then we'll have a Q&A after the last speaker. So our next and last speaker is Chris Lindholm. Chris Lindholm is a branding and market research professional who specializes in brand research and has a neurodiverse 24-year-old son who recently graduated from UC Davis. Take it away, Chris.
All right. All right. There we go. Well, I am one of those proud helicopter parents that Mike just referred to. And I am going to tell you the story about how PIP helped keep my son Sam's employment streak going at Lawrence Livermore. He is currently in his 6th internship at Lawrence Livermore, having recently graduated from college, and is now applying for full-time positions. And as he applies for these jobs, he does so with the benefit of all that work experience and all those internships. I'm going to go back to the beginning and talk about my son's first internship at Lawrence Livermore. This was in 2014, and my son was in high school. His high school, Orion Academy, required an internship in the summer between junior and senior year. And through the extraordinary actions of many people, he was offered a 4-week internship at Lawrence Livermore. Let me tell you a little bit more about what had to come together to make that internship happen. Sam took a summer course in Java in the summer of 2013 and asked his Orion counselor, Olivia, for an internship that built on those skills. Olivia called out at an Orion open house for any employers that might have internships to offer. And this extraordinary woman, Sharon Bobbitt of Lawrence Livermore, responded and said she might be able to make something work. She went back to her HR people to see if they could put something together. They did. They offered Sam a tech-focused internship within Sharon's department, which was finance. Sharon prepped the whole department really well, offering a very high level of supervision and support. The feedback on the time was that Sam performed well in his short internship. He was featured in their internal newsletter and got a lot of perspective of what it was like to work in a professional environment. We, as his helicopter parents, felt like we had hit the jackpot. Even if nothing else happened at Lawrence Livermore, we were thrilled with the experience he had and what he could now put on his resume. But Sharon dangled this tantalizing idea in front of us. She told us 2 things. that Lawrence Livermore likes to hire repeat interns, and that they continue you as an employee from one summer to the next, meaning that you do not have to reapply, which can be both time-consuming and very expensive for Lawrence Livermore. She suggested that we ask for another summer internship in late 2014 for summer 2015. We did that and were told that nothing was available. We concluded that that was that, and we were still grateful for the experience that he had had in 2014. But we asked again in late 2015 about an internship for summer of 2016, and we were thrilled and surprised that they said yes. The summer of 2016, Sam worked in the computation department under a great mentor named Matt Toomey. Sam created an iPad app for the HR department and received the Blue Ribbon Award for top 10% of all college interns at the lab. When we asked for another internship in late 2016 for 2017, they said yes again. We were on a roll. He again worked in the computation department with the same great mentor, this year doing JUnit testing. When we asked again in late 2017 for an internship in summer of 2018, they said yes again. But in March of 2018, we were informed that a budget shortfall meant that they did not have budget for an internship for Sam, despite having work for him to do. I was recounting this new development to a friend, and we were remembering a recent conference we had attended where someone from Regional Center was talking about a recently funded internship program. Since Sam had recently qualified for Regional Center, we wrote to his counselor, Brandon, and asked about the program. Well, Brandon didn't know anything about the program at that point, nor did his supervisor, but one of the other supervisors at Regional Center East Bay knew about it and helped us pass along the request to the employment specialist, Rose. Rose understood the benefit of maintaining Sam's employment and committed to try to make it happen. The barrier she faced was that Lawrence Livermore was not vendorized to provide services through Regional Center. It would not have made sense for them to do so, and we would not have had enough time to make that happen before Sam's internship would start. After a lot of effort, Rose found an organization that was already vendorized with Regional Center that was willing to take on the payroll piece, which actually was Premier, the same as Golden Gate, I guess, uses. So we were back on. In 2018, Sam had his fourth internship with Lawrence Livermore, again working with the computation department, but this time Regional Center paid for the internship through the PIP program. This experience was successful enough that Lawrence Livermore was able to sponsor about 20 additional internships in 2019, including one for Sam. This time, Sam was working for the National Ignition Facility, which has the world's largest lasers. Sam's job was to improve the dashboards and indicate how the laser is working and to ensure that they can better control the sensors and motors for the laser. We heard in late 2019 that they were interested in continuing this work into the summer of 2020, and this time they got lab funding to continue the work. Sam ended up graduating a quarter early from UC Davis this past June and was able to pick up where he left off from last summer's work. That is where Sam continues to work today. The fact that he has had continuous employment means that while Sam applies for permanent jobs at the lab, he does so as an insider. This is a great benefit. Also, over the years of continuous employment, Sam has benefited from advice and counsel from his several mentors. They have been particularly helpful in helping him choose his college major and transfer college. And the fact that he now has experience from several parts of the lab has allowed him to build a bigger network and have a broader skill base. All this is because some people worked really hard to ensure his continuous employment over all these years, and that Regional Center, through PIP, stepped in just when it was needed. We are forever grateful to all these really committed people who made it happen. And we try to share the idea of pursuing PIP internships whenever we can. This was actually a topic of discussion in our group from our recent Stanford Design Thinking workshop. As we were reviewing different ideas, we were thinking, what kind of PIP internships could we create with this idea? I have come to believe that PIP is an amazingly smart and progressive way to approach employment for neurodiverse people. By removing the financial barrier to internship employment, employers are able to have exposure to the skills of people like my son and see the benefits of neurodiverse hiring.
Thank you, Chris, for your wonderful story and success of your son. If you're sitting and listening to this, if you're a parent or a job seeker, please call your local regional center organization and ask more about PIP. Now, Dr. Fang will conduct the Q&A. Take it away, Dr. Fang.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you all the panelists who have already talked a lot about the benefits of the PIP program. It's a really important program for our community. There are some details that some audience is asking, so maybe I'll ask Stephanie to answer the first couple of questions. So these are all related to the relationship between PIP, Regional Center, and DOR. So if you can kind of describe so that the audience can disentangle the relationship.
Okay. Well, I will do my absolute and very best. Okay, so this could be somewhat complicated, just navigating these resources, and we all understand that. One way that I can see kind of PIP working hand in hand with the Department of Rehabilitation is the space that happens between what we call situational assessment and work adjustment and placement. Right. So when you enter into the Department of Rehabilitation, if you've never worked before, you go through kind of what is considered a situational assessment. Generally, as a service provider, that's a first step for me. If I've never met you and we're building out a relationship, I generally want you to go through that assessment phase. And then typically, if you need more training, you'll go into what's called work adjustment training, right? And that's training funded by the Department of Rehabilitation that generally happens either on site or in a very supportive environment during that time. Then if you're either having issues finding that permanent placement, because we typically go into what we call employment services at that time, which is a placement-based service authorization. If it's taking us a little bit longer, or maybe we're having some sort of, we're seeing barriers around getting that placement, the PIP is a great resource to kind of bridge the gap between the end of your training period with the Department of Rehabilitation and then that permanent placement that we can get, right? Which then rolls into the job coaching that we get from DOR, and then potential long-term supports and job coaching that we will then again access through GGRC. So to break it down, right? You go to DOR, and then we go to GGRC for a PIP, and then we go back to DOR for services and placement and a little bit of job coaching, and then possibly back to GGRC for that long-term support. I know it's confusing. I'm happy to share my contact information to help kind of navigate and pull apart all the threads of that with any of you.
Well, Lawrence, I would say that's a good explanation. I think, Stephanie, they're also complementary in the sense that I've found that DOR and Regional Center actually work together. They will, you obviously want your DOR case manager and your Regional Center, or in this case, it would be Kristen, to work together. But, you know, in the case, one case, for example, DOR is providing the job coach while Regional Center is providing other services. So I see them as complementary, Stephanie, and really on a case-by-case basis.
Mike, I couldn't agree more. You're absolutely correct. We can run some systems. I've done it. I've run a placement at the same time as running an internship where we have somebody in an active internship that might not lead to a permanent placement. And we are also at the same time actively working with DOR on that permanent placement. So Mike is absolutely correct about that.
Yeah, so definitely it's case by case. One thing is you have to be a client of the Regional Center to receive Regional Center benefits, and same for DOR. You have to be a client of the DOR. So for those that are clients of both, then you have that question. If not, then that relationship may not be applicable to you. But
We always,
definitely it's case by case.
Lawrence, I would add, you know, the first thing we tell people at Ascend is sign up. Try to, both of them are such good services. You want to, it's harder to qualify obviously for regional center than DOR, but they're both worth very important to sign up for.
So Sean, can you answer this question? Is the regional center PIP service available to transition age youth, 16, 17-year-olds, to begin exploring jobs and getting job experience?
The paid internship actually starts at 18 years old. But for those students that are 16, 17, you know, soon to be turning 18, I definitely recommend at least getting that, you know, into your plan. So your individual program plan, start talking about that with your social worker. But unfortunately, the paid internship by statute does start at 18. There is the student services portion through the Department of Rehab, and that starts at 16. So that's one of those kind of dovetails that we were talking about between DOR and Regional Center.
So the next question, maybe Mike, maybe you want to answer this. This participant said, my child was not disabled enough to be a regional center client. What programs can he get help with internship and support that work?
Well, DOR, I would hope that they at least have signed up for DOR. And if you haven't signed up today, call them right after this webinar. But DOR has several programs. They have, depending on the age, they have workability programs that will basically fund work experience. And as Stephanie mentioned, fund them at least at minimum wage. So, and then of course they have other placement programs. So DOR has its own work experience and placement efforts. I would say, Lawrence, you know, if there's any way you can be a regional center client, you want to try to be, though it sounds like they may have already tried, but it's certainly worth everyone trying.
Thank you. Kristen, can internships be short-term for the summer or only a few hours a week?
They can be, yes, absolutely. The internship can be the length of the employer's request. So it could be, 3 months of the summer, or just a month, depending on what the employer needs and what the individual wants. Can be 12 months.
Thank you, Kristen. Chris, this question is for you. How did you get Sam into regional center when he was an adult? This audience is trying to get his sister into regional center, but having a very hard time because they are adults.
Yeah. We even had questions about whether we were going to apply for regional center because we didn't know about PIP. It didn't exist when we were applying. And in the end, we decided to apply because I moderate 2 support groups. And we were hearing that increasingly, because of the switch from Asperger's to autism spectrum disorder, that people were being accepted. So we applied. We worked with consultants who helped us shape the application in a way to be relevant to regional center. My son did have an Asperger's diagnosis. He was actually rejected when he was younger at 11 because they didn't know what his trajectory would be like. But then as it changed to autism spectrum disorder, and as we learned more about the potential benefits of doing it, we went through a structured process of ensuring that what we were telling regional center was relevant to their criteria. Does that answer the question?
Yeah. I think anyone on the call wants to add on like the other additional experience that maybe adults on the spectrum that do not have as many support needs that they actually can get into regional center?
Lawrence, I think it's like everything within our community. It's very, very, very frustrating in most cases. I don't know, Chris, if you had that, I mean, it's just you have to be in it for the long term, you know, and maybe Sean and Kristen can say something about the appeals process, but, you know, I know families who have been turned down initially and, you know, have been able, especially if they follow a path that what Chris said is really the right way to do it. If you have the resources, but that's what you want to do.
Yeah, people are made eligible for services even though they're over 18. I mean, there does have to be documentation on diagnosis and things like that. If you do, you know, get denied and there's an appeal process, they tend to put in what would be needed in that appeal. So I would imagine your best course would be to address all those items to the best of your ability before you file for that appeal process. So whether it's a documentation issue, and ultimately there has to be 3 deficiencies in life skills. Either it's communication, being able to financially support yourself. You know, I don't have the whole criteria in front of me. Intake's definitely not my specialty, but there definitely has to be 3 life deficiencies.
Thank you, Sean. For the audience out there, please submit your question with the speaker's name in the very front so that we can easily sort it.
Lawrence, let me add, you know, we've been doing some work at the Stanford Neurodiversity Project looking at numbers in terms of what are the employment rates for adults with autism. And of course, for regional center clients, and the most recent data shows how low they are actually, under 20% in most cases. But it is autism really driving the growth in population at regional centers. You know, 20 years ago, autism we were a very small part of the regional center. Now, I think, and Sean and Kristen, you can, but I think even at GGRC, of the new entrants or new clients were about 1/3.
Stephanie, what happens if after starting internship and someone does not feel right, it's not a good fit? Can they change to a different employer?
Absolutely. One of the best parts of how we're doing our job now is everything's individualized, right? We're able to really, really look at what an individual wants, what will fulfill them, and what's going to be best suited for them moving forward. And so just like anything else, right? If you get into a job or an internship and you don't enjoy it, we can switch it up. But just like with anything else with the government, there will be some paperwork. Luckily, it's not too complicated. So if you do get into an internship and you don't enjoy it, we are absolutely able to switch that up for you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Sean or Kristen, this is addressed to you. If regional center doesn't have an internship based on the students who are of interest and expertise, then how do they access the paid internship program services? Regional center pushes towards DOR and vice versa, saying that they don't have internships for short duration like summertime or area of interest. How do we go about creating jobs for our kids based on their strengths and interests?
Well, I think one of the points that I should make is that each regional center operates independently, so they may be implementing the programs slightly different under the same structure and rules of the length of internship, the $10,400, but they may be implementing it slightly different. Each regional center should have an employment specialist, so I would definitely recommend one, reaching out to your social worker at that regional center, but also asking if you can invite the employment specialist to come do some person-centered planning and start putting together kind of a roadmap of the plan of the opportunities that might be out there, and then assigning some accountability to who's going to follow up where to develop those relationships. So I think it all starts with that plan, seeing that vision, and then the social worker should be helping you to gather some resources to help put that plan into action.
And if I can add some suggestions to that, we've had parents have luck using their own personal network just to reach out and find internships. It's a very compelling offer to go to an employer and say, I can give you some free labor. And you probably know people who have all sizes of companies that can benefit from that free labor. So I always encourage parents in our support groups, just, start asking around, start using the networks of the support group. And, they work for lots of companies, and just start approaching them and saying, can you make this happen? And you might be surprised. As I said, at Lawrence Livermore, my son did it one summer, and then the next summer they were able to offer 20 internships through PIP. So it really can work. It's a very compelling value proposition for most employers.
Indeed, very well said. And we probably want to tell the small business owners that it's really important for them to chip in. Yesterday we had a session that focused on that, and really we have a strong case to say that the small businesses have to be in the game in order to move the needle. So Chris, again, this question is for you. What consultants did you use? This participant would like to try using them.
This was a local consultant in the East Bay named Dr. Nancy Perry, and she does work with people on writing and writing their application and making it relevant. I think as people at Regional Center who have to review a lot of applications, they would appreciate as well that the application be targeted to the things that they are most interested in looking at. So feel free to contact Dr. Nancy Perry. She's out of Berkeley, but I'm sure there are others in your area as well who specialize in Regional Center applications.
Mm-hmm. This question is for Mike. How do you advocate to an employer for a paid internship program when the employer is not interested in the operational overhead? Do you discuss social impact value, bring uniqueness, what business case where values works best?
Well, I think Chris hit it best. You got to go out to your it's up to the family member. We all have to be helicopter parents, despite what much of society says differently. We all have to do that. It is a matter of going out. And as I said, I probably, for the most recent round, my son was working prior to the pandemic, and then was, wasn't working. And so I said, well, this paid internship program is the best. So I'm going to go out and pitch it. So I did, and got mainly rejections. It's true that it's a good value proposition, but especially during the pandemic, but even before the pandemic, employers, it's just not, even with 100% subsidy, it's not an easy sell. So I probably, as I say, contacted at least 20 businesses. These are people I know. Again, Chris is right. You start with your network. People, I said, look, can you, it doesn't cost you anything. We have this third-party administrator, but most people say, hey, in terms of the pandemic, they say, look, we don't have anyone in the office anyways. But but even again, before the pandemic. So it is a matter of using your networks, persistence, and pitching. I think the three main pitches have to do with the no cost, the 100%, the payrolling, the fact that there's a third-party administrator, and that there's no long-term commitment. That it can be looked upon as work experience. You're not committing, even if it's something we may want down the line to achieve. You're not committing. So those are the three I use, Lawrence.
If I may, I think another add-on to that, especially if you're able to engage with an employment services provider such as myself, that we will provide that on-the-job training, off-the-job training, and then also provide that very much kind of professional support around accommodations, supports, and inclusion. And that costs that organization nothing. So that's a big.
You're right, Stephanie. I would add that as the fourth one. Those four.
I'd also like to add to that I think it also is good business, and it's really part of the value proposition as an employer, that if you hire people with disabilities, that it's proven that there's lower turnover, there's better value on return. It's just good business practice. And I think also, demonstrating that to employer that, we'll have this internship come in there and demonstrate that there's an actual value proposition to this. It's not just charity as well. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and right now, 1 in 54 in the country has autism. So chances are a lot of people actually have a family member or know someone that's on the spectrum. And when these people that have some personal reason why they want to be the employer that would give people on the spectrum a chance to do internships, those people are probably the first ones that we should be asking first. So the question is whether or not your network has that. And if you don't, then it's a little bit tougher. So find a network that has other parents supporting you would be very helpful. So the next question, probably Kristen or Sean, can you answer this question? This one says the CIE and the work at the state level to develop the blueprint is so important, but has driven focused funds away from supported employment and similar programming. It can mean those with intellectual disability, developmental disability, and who may benefit from more intensive job development and coaching that they can be left out. So the PIP seems an excellent opportunity for individuals to bridge just that service gap. Can you speak to how PIP can help provide such supports and to meet this underfunded need?
Well, I think the PIP program is essentially covering the wages for a person to get an opportunity and demonstrate that they have the skills for that employer and hopefully get hired in the end, right? So the part that I think the question was getting at is the additional supports, whether it's job coaching or a different model, traditional supported employment or a tailored day service. I think it's all about customizing the support to what the individual needs. And that all starts in the planning process of figuring out what that person needs to be successful. And ultimately, if it's a good job match, there may be less supports, but inevitably things will happen, things will change in that employment arrangement, whether it's a new supervisor or new tasks. So, the support for the person on the job can fluctuate, right? It can increase when a person needs it, but that's really just communicating those support needs to the entire team.
Mm-hmm. Stephanie, these couple is for you. So first of all, are you a vendor for the DOR?
Yes, absolutely. I'm vendorized to provide employment services through DOR.
And how long are PIPs generally, and can you do numerous limited number of PIPs allowed?
Honestly, again, because we're able to access such individualized service programming, we can have PIPs that go for a year. We can have PIPs that go for as little as a few months. Sean or Kristen could speak to an actual cap on the amount of internships you can have, but as far as I understand it, you can have multiple. But again, you don't want to get caught in the internship loop, right? We're not trying to just be in internships forever, right? We want there to be something at the end here, right? It's a wonderful carrot, but we need to get there. And so again, I think internships can be very much accustomed to your needs at the time, and you can have multiples depending on changing needs. One thing that's so wonderful too is, say you want to switch careers, internships are a great opportunity to learn those new skills, so you can do a switch up as well.
Mm-hmm.
If I can comment on Lawrence Livermore, they have ones that go, people spread it over the course of the entire year, but at my son's salary, he was only able to do about 8 weeks. You know, and they set the salary at Lawrence Livermore. So it can be as short as 8 weeks or as long as the whole year.
Mm-hmm. So
Lawrence, go ahead.
Yeah, so maybe you can answer this, Mike. How do you avoid the trap of falling into internship after internship? Isn't the ultimate goal full-time employment?
Look, at nothing, in my experience, nothing would be better than full-time steady employment. And that's why my son and I have applied for about 40 state and city jobs over the past 3 or 4 years. Obviously, we all want stable employment. It'd be great to be, I think, the vision of all of us who are family members is to find a stable employment situation. That can last for years, but that's tough. We've been my son graduated from Cal State East Bay in 2013. We've been searching for it since then. So it's not an easy thing. I'm still hopeful. We still, the journey continues, but it's very tough to get. And in the meantime, yes, you want to avoid internship after internship, as Stephanie says, but for the short term, as in terms of somewhere to go every day and paid work. And my son gets a great deal of, I think, esteem and pleasure just having some place to go and saying he's in a job. That is important. And so, yes, the best situation is, long-term stable, but short of that, the paid internship program is best.
If I may, I also think that just having a really clear conversation with employers when you're starting to talk about implementation of internships and whether or not the capacity is there for employment at the end, right? If the capacity is there, great. If it's not, thinking about what can really be transferable to the job that you want after the internship. So just having really clear conversations about either a permanent placement or how the internship can really benefit you moving forward is going to be important.
Mm-hmm. That's a great point. So, Mike, you're famous for your Autism Job Club by Ascend in San Francisco. Can you tell us something about the Autism Job Club? Does it use PIP? Can the Autism Job Club provide something similar for those who are not eligible for PIP?
Well, the Autism Job Club is something we've had at Ascend since 2011, and we're still going strong. We meet each month. I hope it's open to everyone, but it's not like the paid intern. I mean, we're an extra governmental group, a volunteer group, and we try to direct people to Stephanie and Kristen and Sean. They're the professionals in the field, but we're really a support group, Lawrence, and we meet once a month and we try to work with each other between that time as sort of a network. So I try to help our members find jobs, but it's a very good extra governmental support, but it doesn't take the place of Pomeroy or Regional Center. I would say something, Lawrence, I want to add, you made a very good point about the changing dynamic that I don't want to lose. When I first started in this was back in 1991. If people knew about autism, they might know about Rain Man, but that was about it. Now, you can't mention, if anytime I mention Ascend or the Stanford Neurodiversity Project, people say, oh, I have a niece or a nephew or a grandchild. You know, everyone has, or many people have a nexus. And so that is frankly, it's an advantage for our community. And for employment, I think it can be an advantage going forward.
Wonderful. We have about 10 minutes left. So I'll ask a few more questions and then maybe a couple more questions, and then I'll ask each one of you to kind of give a summary 30-second statement to kind of what is your bottom line? If there is one thing that you want the audience to remember from today's session, what would that one thing be? So let me ask the next question to Chris, and then she'll have time to think about what that may be. So Chris, this participant is very appreciative of what you said, and it's great to hear that your son's positive experience, and would like to get your contact info and ask some additional questions about finding a consultant for regional center. So it's really an ask instead of like asking you to answer a question right now. Are you comfortable with that?
Sure. You can send me, just do asd@clindholm.com. So that's asd@clindholm.com. You can contact me and I'll be happy to help you in any way I can. Parents often have very, very relevant information about what's going on because we're constantly pushing the boundaries of what can be done. So happy to help if I can.
Yeah. So there's a question that's addressed to me actually. So it says, does Stanford University have a PIP if they are not a student there? So we do have a neurodiversity at work program. And right now we are expanding the scope of the program to include internships. And clearly we are collaborating with the regional centers, GTLC, San Andreas Regional Center, and so forth. And Mark knows about the PIP program very well. He has administered that program before joining our group. So so the answer is that we have the bandwidth to do something that's related to the paid internship program when the circumstances are right. So that's basically it. And then the next question is for SHAWN. Does Regional Center have a list on your site showing any of the PIP employers?
We do not, unfortunately, have a list of employers. Yeah, I know it's a good idea. So maybe we could work on that. Yeah, we do have a list of the providers like Pomeroy that are offering services in our community, but not the actual employers.
And Stephanie, so like Pomeroy, do you have a list of employers?
I mean, I have a personal list. I'm honestly, because of like privacy and licensing stuff, I don't know if we're allowed to share it. I think I might have to ask employers. I'm not really sure how that works. So yes, I do, but it's top secret.
Yes. Yeah. So I think the employers, if they feel this is going to be beneficial for them to let others know that they are doing good work and they are working with individuals on the spectrum. I think we may be able to convince some employers. Okay, so oftentimes when consumers say they want a job, their regional center worker will send them to the Department of Rehab. If the consumer doesn't pass the Department of Rehab's assessment, the consumer is considered not employable. What specifically should a consumer ask for from the regional center? For example, should they ask for supported employment or job coach or something else? Kristen or Sean?
I can take that one. Yeah, I think, the state has an employment first policy. I think most of the regional centers in the state also have an employment first policy. So I would just start with getting that goal into the plan. And I have a quick story about a person who had the similar experience. They were, essentially told that they were not ready for employment through the Department of Rehab typical assessment process. And they were working with another provider who was able to develop a paid internship at a biopharmaceutical company. That person went in, did 3 months of internship, and then they were able to be hired. The employer hired them after the 3 months, and then we were able to go back and get that case reopened with the Department of Rehab. So it's really an awesome way to demonstrate actual on the job that the person's ready rather than an assessment. Assessments are great, but sometimes they don't capture as much that you can do in 3 months.
I would also suggest reaching out to DOR and seeing if they have a vocational special counselor that works specifically with regional center clients. They might have somebody there that does that specific work, and so they might be better able to assist you as well.
For the audience out there, if you feel your questions are not answered yet, it's because we have really way too many questions out there. So I apologize for not being able to cover all of them. There are another like 40 questions that are not answered, but our panelists here are really working so hard on giving us answers. So please bear with us. Now I'm going to ask each one of you to give the 30-second summary statement. Maybe we'll go alphabetical order. Kristen? It's going to be by last name. It's going to be by last name.
Okay, I would say the bottom line is the PIP is a great experience. It gets your foot in the door. It proves your skills on paper, not in just some theoretical, hey, this is our plan type thing. I think it's the best thing for especially the young and people that need the experience and the work experience on paper. And I think the PIP leaning into the competitive integrative employment is really a great state or a great GGRC.
Thank you, Kristen. Mike?
Yeah, I would add, Lawrence, as part of the recovery stimulus that I think is likely coming early next year. As you know, Lawrence, a number of us have come together to form this Autism Full Employment Act, and we have an Autism Full Employment Coalition. So the hope is to expand and broaden opportunities like paid internship program, and anyone who's interested, I'd ask them to contact me. We're trying to build a statewide and national effort.
Thank you, Mike. Stephanie?
I think the bottom line is that there are resources to help you achieve your dreams. I think that you shouldn't give up. If there's something that you want to do, you can do it. You have a network, just like Chris mentioned, just like Mike mentioned, generally is going to be the people right next to you. So reach out to them, leverage the services that are available to you, and you can really make a lot happen for yourself, truly.
Sean?
I just like to leave a lasting thing that everyone is employable. It's just all about finding that right fit and that passion and being person-centered and finding success for everyone. It's definitely possible, one person at a time.
Yes.
I think PIP is an incredibly powerful program, but you have to be prepared to work it. So, as a parent, I would encourage you to use your own network. As I said, the companies you work with, other parents, vendors that you've done business with in the past, really thinking about as broadly as possible, where you can get the type of employment that is of interest to your person.
Thank you all. We have learned a lot about the paid internship program now in the last hour and a half. It is definitely not straightforward in some cases, but it can be really, really beneficial for many. So hope a lot of the participants of this summit can start thinking about this and acting on this. So with that, it's 2:30. Our next session is going to start at 4:30. The title is Diagnostic Disparities. So hopefully we'll see you in 2 hours.
Thank you, Lawrence.
You're welcome.
Bye. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back. For those of you that have been participating all along in the summit, for those of you that just joined, welcome to the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. Today is day 4. We still have 2 sessions to go today. This coming session is called diagnostic disparities. And then after this is mental wellness in the workplace. For those of you that do not know about the recording, the recordings will be in our website, our summit website. So please check our website for the YouTube videos. And there's also live stream in the same website. All questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. The moderators will try to cover as many questions as possible. With this, I'm going to pass the mic to Marcy Schwartz and Callie Turk.
Hi, welcome everybody. I'm Dr. Marcy Schwartz, and I'm one of your moderators for this panel. I'm excited to be here. I have a private practice in Los Gatos, California, Thrive College Counseling, where I work with neurodiverse students find their path to college and navigate the college readiness piece through high school. I'm also an adjunct clinical associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences here at Stanford. My co-moderator today is Callie Turk, and she is a co-founder of REAL, which stands for Resilience and Engagement for Every Learner. Her organization works to support neurodivergent, twice exceptional learners by building bridges between the parents and teachers. We're glad to be with you all here today. I'm really looking forward to this panel. I think I might have said that already. But before we dive in, I want to introduce you to Helen Zhu, who's going to tell you about an exciting new initiative that's getting ready to launch soon. It's a K-12 special interest group. Hi, Helen.
Thank you so much, Marcy. So as part of our outreach to spread the neurodiversity movement to K-12 schools and students, the Stanford Neurodiversity Project is initiating the Network for K-12 Neurodiversity Education and Advocacy, or in short, NEA. This network seeks to foster a community for K-12 students, parents, and educators interested in neurodiversity to share and discover unique advocacy efforts, stories, and experiences. So monthly NEA meetings will feature students, parents, and/or educators from diverse backgrounds who want to speak about and discuss their experiences with neurodiversity or advocacy efforts and contribute to a larger network of neurodiversity education and advocacy across the globe. If you're interested in being added to our mailing list to receive more information for our monthly meetings, I will send out an interest form in the Q&A function very shortly. I will also attach a link to our website if anyone wants to read more about it. Feel free to spread the word or forward it to anyone who might be interested. Our first meeting will be on Thursday, November 19th from 4 to 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time with Sienna Castellan as our first guest speaker. If you sign up through the form, you will receive more details with the Zoom link closer to the date. If you have any questions, please email neurodiversity-nia@stanford.edu. I will make sure to add this email in the Q&A as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Helen. It's exciting. So we're going to just dive right in, and our first panelist is Stephanie Keeney Parks, and there she is. She's a doctoral student at the University of California, Los Angeles in the Department of Anthropology, where she studies medical, psychological, and linguistic anthropology. Stephanie's research centers on the everyday lives of Black parents who have children with autism. She is also interested in the process of diagnosing a Black child with autism, as well as the healthcare disparities that these families face. Stephanie is interested in centering the Black parents' narrative and experience as the expert to decenter white ideologies on health, healthcare, disability, and Black culture. Her research stems from her experiences as a Black woman, wife, and mother of 2 children. Stephanie's oldest child is diagnosed with autism. Stephanie, it is such a pleasure to have you here and to get our panel started. So I'm going to turn it over to you. Welcome.
Great. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm going to attempt to share my screen and we'll see how this goes. Let's see here. Here we go. I think you can see it. Wonderful. Thank you for the thumbs up. All right, so again, thank you for inviting me into your space. I'm excited to be here and in conversation with you today. I am a doctoral student in the Department of Anthropology, and my work is directly informed by my own family's experience with autism. And it's what drives me to do the work that I do, which is working with Black families that have kids with autism, as explained, as well as spending a lot of time in clinics, watching how children are diagnosed and how clinicians interact with families who have children, or Black families in particular that have children with autism, and how graduate students are taught to think about disability, diagnostics, and working with families. So for today's presentation, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about language, actually a lot about language and culture, and very specifically the use of Black language, or what you may have previously been told it's called African American English vernacular, or even Ebonics. I'd like to make very clear that Black language has been extensively studied and understood by linguists to be grammatically complex, wonderfully creative, and every bit as equitable as standard English, or the form of English that white hegemonic cultural norms have deemed to be the ideal. So what I would like you to take away today, and what I hope you connect with as I'm speaking, is that race and disability often become conflated, or too often become conflated, and how powerful racism is with the best intentions, and that there is so much work to do to make clinical spaces equitable for Black people. So I'm going to start by giving you some insight into an ethnographic note that I have about a particular day at the clinic where the graduate students were spending their time learning how to administer the Autism Diagnostic Observation Schedule, or the ADOS. I'll refer to it as the ADOS from here on forward. So the setting for this particular seminar is a large auditorium, and it's filled with 50+ graduate students, of which I am one, and I am one of 2 Black people in that audience. The clinician giving the test is a 50-year-old white man, and I'll call him Dr. Clark during this. The patient is an 11-year-old African-American little boy named Kevin. So we spend our morning in this clinic. I'm kind of combing through the ADOS and talking about how it works and what's important and what to note. When one of the graduate students raises their hand and asks, well, what if we run into culture? And Dr. Clark responds by saying, it's not about culture, it's about response. So I'm going to leave you with this quote as we move through this talk. Just kind of think about that. It's not about culture, it's about response. Okay. So once Kevin arrives for his portion of the class, the live modeling of the ADOS, he gets a mic put on him, and the clinician comes in, and Dr. Clark is talking to Kevin, kind of getting to know him, and he asks Kevin, hey, Kevin, what do you like? And Kevin replies by saying, I like big butts and I cannot lie, which is, if you've raised a 10-year-old kid, you've probably run into a lot in his famous 1990s rap song, Baby Got Back, which is what the child is referring to. So the little boy is so excited by his new microphone that he's tapping on the microphone and hollering into it, woohoo, everybody can hear me. And he's running down to get onto the stage so he can take this test. But during the test, as many of you may be familiar with, the clinician takes out a book, and the book is a book with no words, and the kind of the intention behind it is to see if the child can form kind of a storyline that kind of makes sense, right? That's appropriately timed and has like a recurring theme and things that we would think of as typical, right? So this is where this kind of vignette sets us. And I'm going to read you this transcript and you can follow along. I apologize in advance for my reading, but
Stephanie?
Yeah?
This is Callie.
Hi.
Before we go further, do you know how to turn on the closed captions on your screen? Are you using?
Not.
Are you using Google Slides or PowerPoint?
PowerPoint.
So on PowerPoint, there's a place when you go back to the screen share where you can turn on closed captions, and someone has asked for them. And I don't want anyone to miss out on what you're saying because it's so great.
Give me 1 second and let's see if I can figure out, is it under advanced or basic?
You might have to close out of screen sharing.
Okay, I apologize. We'll close out for 1 second.
Or you might, you could screen share, but you might have to close out of presenting, I should say. I could walk you through it, but.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah, it should be under slideshow, and then there's always use subtitles is an option. And I'm sad they missed your big butt reference.
Too, but it's not letting me do what you're asking. So share computer sound or optimize screen for share video clip.
It's okay. We'll just go on without it for now.
Okay. All right. Man, I'm really sorry. Okay, so we'll start again where this clinician and the child pick up reading the book. So Dr. Clark says, hey, we've got something else to do, okay? Kevin replies, what is it? It wasn't me. It wasn't me. The clinician, okay. Kevin, what is it? Clinician, it's a book. We're gonna read a book together. Kevin, yep. Clinician, you know what's special about this book? Kevin, we have one last one. Clinician, you know what's special about this book? Kevin, Tuesday, Thursday. Clinician, it doesn't have a whole lot of words to it, so we have to make up our own story. Kevin, good, it doesn't have any words? Clinician, I'll tell you what, I will take a turn, then you can take a turn. Kevin, there are no words? Well, there's a couple of words. Let's see, let's start from, let's see about the frog. Kevin starts singing indistinguishably, and the clinician is kind of indistinguishably giving instructions, possibly something like, you hold the book. And he starts by saying, Tuesday evening around 8 o'clock, the sun is going down. To which Kevin starts singing, it's going down for real. And the audience starts laughing. And the clinician laughs, are you gonna sing this whole book to me? Now, Kevin's use of Black language in the form of singing It's Going Down for Real is another popular 2000 rap song, right? And during the scoring of the ADOS, Dr. Clark explicitly refers to Kevin's use of these rap lyrics as non-normative, disruptive, and echolalic. See, the problem that I see with this is that for Black people, there's very specific linguistic norms, one of which is called conversational sampling, wherein dropping lyrics and other popular phrases into our everyday dialogue is something pretty typical. And I'm gonna show you a famous example of this so you can have some context. So you may be, you may be familiar.
And then to know that Reverend Al Green was here. So in love.
Okay, so if you came over to my house, say on Sunday night, and it's a family dinner and all of our families around, you'd hear a ton of conversational sampling, and Kevin would be expected to participate, right? But what too often happens for Black families in clinics is they come under what we would call the white clinical gaze, right? Where things like Black behavior and Black cultural norms become conflated with disability, right? Termed as things like echolalic, they're non-normative. But how are they non-normative becomes the real question. We have to be alert also to the fact that Dr. Clark terms Kevin's behavior not just as echolalic, but as problematic, right? As disruptive, as inappropriate. And he's doing that in front of a room full of future clinicians. The power of this can't go understated. When we're teaching a room full of future clinicians that Blackness and Black culture are deviant, we see the outcomes of this in public health data that show the astounding healthcare disparities for Black people. So I'm gonna bring us back to the clinic. and think about who gets to be Black in clinical spaces, right? So again, I'm gonna do another transcript, and please just follow along and give me a little grace as I read this. So Dr. Clark, what's your favorite class at school? Kevin, dancing and music. Dr. Clark, whoa, 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 your favorite class is dancing? Kevin, yeah, dancing and music. Clinician, whoa, 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 dancing. Kevin, yes. Clinician, you dance? Kevin, we dance and music all the time. Clinician, what do you dance? Like what kind of dance? Kevin, Alabama gal in music. Clinician, what? He tells us to find partners. Clinician, oh, what kind of dance do you do? Kevin, Gamma in music. Clinician, Gamma, what's that? Kevin, like when we dance by the hurry, just like we did last year. Clinician, using a Black accent. I'm one of the best hip hop dancers you ever seen. He laughs and he mimics dropping a mic. So I'm gonna take a second and play for you the song that Kevin is referencing, because I think this is important. Okay. You can see this is clearly not a hip hop song, and it doesn't require hip hop dancing. But okay. So what we're seeing here is a situation where Dr. Clark is doing his very best to try and understand what Kevin's telling him. Dr. Clark's working really hard actually to kind of make a relationship and going back and forth and clarifying and wondering, what is Alabama Girl and what is this child trying to get me to understand? But when Dr. Clark can't quite figure that out, he does the one thing he tells his students not to do. He leans directly into culture, going so far as to use a Black scent and embodying tropes of Blackness, like the images of hip hop dancing and dropping the mic, right? Stereotypes of what Black people might do or ways that Black people might be. Now, I want to remind you very clearly that Dr. Clark did indeed score this child's language use and his own Black language use, the Black child's Black language use, as being non-normative, right? Okay. So I'm going to talk to you for a quick second about what it looks like to be a parent in a clinic during a diagnosis. So in another observation, 2 families entered the clinic for our diagnostic day, like every Tuesday, the families come and spend a whole day going through this process. And on this particular day, there was 1 Black family and 1 white family, about the same socioeconomic level, both had kids around the same age. When the clinicians went into the Black family's room, the Black parent expressed that they had given their child a whooping because the child climbed on top of the refrigerator and scared the hell out of her, and she didn't know how to keep them safe. The clinician's reaction to this was to start questioning the parent. How often are you beating your child? How hard are you beating them? Are you using something to hit them with, right? And as the clinician exited the room, they met with the other people on the team, and they began questioning if the parent was unfit and if they indeed needed to involve Child Protective Services. Now, directly after this, they entered the second room. And in the second room, there's a white family, and the white child says, "Hey, when my mom is mad, she uses her shoe to spank me." And the clinician's reaction to this particular family was that the mother was emotionally unavailable and in need of support services such as respite care so she could get some time to herself and be able to parent the child more effectively. So we have to ask questions like, why is this? Why is it that a Black and a white family using the same disciplinary measures, whether we disagree or agree with those disciplinary measures, have terribly different outcomes from the clinician within the space of the same appointment, right? From one room to the next, and completely different outcomes. So one of the things that happens when I talk about my research is I'm often asked, like, what do we do about this? How do we stop this? Because I find that by and large, people care very much to make sure that healthcare disparities are not happening, right? And they'll often ask, you know, can we just add more Black doctors? Will this help the problem? To which I'm going to argue that is a beautifully well-intentioned answer, and absolutely we need to add more Black doctors. However, the problem's much deeper than this, and just adding Black people to your space is not getting at the root of the issue. And so I'm going to tell you a very quick story about a Black PhD student in psychology completing his clinical hours for his internship. And this Black grad student had been assigned to work with a young Black child. And during that appointment, the graduate student code switched into Black language to provide culturally salient care for this child. Unfortunately, the student's advisor was watching the interaction and pulled him aside at the end of the appointment and said that his language was unprofessional, and stated that if he behaved like that again with another patient, she would write him up. So, in conclusion, I want you to kind of really think about the juxtaposition of what it is that makes a white male physician, Dr. Clark, pretend to be Black, all while scoring Kevin's use of Black language as deviant, and the Black PhD student engaging with the young Black patient in our own language as being inappropriate and worthy of being written up. Or how a Black mom can't use the same disciplinary measures as a white mom without fear of child protective services or adverse actions where the white mom would get support services. Right? So we have to be hyper vigilant that given the white public space and the clinical gaze, that Blackness is often looked at as non-normative. And there are several reasons for this, including a long history of racism and racist ideology about Black language in particular, and the use of that language as being deviant. And this is underscored by long-held assumptions about Blackness and Black people being less capable and less intelligent. We have to counter tropes that are often passed around clinics, such as Black people don't trust healthcare, or Black people don't understand autism, etc., and start taking a very uncomfortably close look at the racism created and maintained in these clinical spaces. And I think it's really important to make explicitly clear that I have never in my personal experience as a mother of a child with autism, nor in my professional research encountered a clinician that wanted to provide anything but the very best moral and appropriate services for their patient. But with that in mind, how is it that racism is continuously reproduced and maintained in this space? It is manifest in healthcare inequities that span the entire history of this nation. And racism is arguably most powerful when it happens in spite of the best intentions. And it's so much easier to defeat when it's obvious and open, done by people that we can see doing terrible things. But what we're fighting in the clinic is something very different. We're fighting against racism in quiet spaces, perpetrated by the very best of people with the very best of intentions. And wanting to diversify is certainly admirable. It's definitely a first step, right? But I want to gently remind you that there's so much more work to do than placing Black bodies into white spaces. You have to critically engage with the way that racism is happening, big, small, quiet, and loud in your space. And you have to do the work, the really hard, uncomfortable, terrible work that it takes to reimagine a place where somebody can speak in Black language in an ADOS or to a patient, or behave in ways that are culturally salient without the expectation to assimilate into white understandings of the world. So it's not just about being a clinic or a clinical space that has Black doctors and welcomes Black people. It's about being in a clinical space that allows for different cultural ways of being as equitable ways of being. Okay, I will stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Stephanie. That was really interesting and powerful and very enlightening. I really appreciate that. Can't wait for us to all be able to talk at all the different pieces through. But for now, I'm going to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Rita Obeid, who's received her PhD in psychology from the Graduate Center of the City University of New York. Prior to joining Case Western Reserve University, Dr. Obeid was a visiting assistant professor at Lehman College at CUNY. Dr. Obeid's research has examined predictors influencing language difficulties in school-age children. She is also interested in research examining factors that predict stigma toward people with disabilities, both in the United States and across cultures. Really looking forward to hearing you speak, Dr. Obeid, and welcome.
Thank you so much. Just a little closed captioning issue. I'm sending Callie my slides real quick.
Yes, I think if I run them, I seem to have the feature that allows closed captioning, but it doesn't seem that Stephanie or Rita have that. And there are people who would really love it, and we hate to leave anyone out. So we're going to try, and if we can't make it happen swiftly or easily, we will just keep moving.
Oh, so Dr. Lawrence is saying that no need to use closed captioning.
Yeah. It's up to you. I don't seem to. Why don't you feel more comfortable with your slides? Why don't you do them? But like I said, if you show them to me before you, if you go in and you go into the PowerPoint before you click on a slideshow, we can see if the button is there.
Oh, how do I show you? I haven't clicked.
Oh, you have to use Google Chrome, apparently. Okay.
I am in Google Chrome.
Okay. Well, we probably want to just keep moving with your all's great presentations. I've let everyone know how apologetic we are and that the transcripts will be available. So people can go back and watch the video with the transcript.
Okay, so hopefully you guys can see my screen.
I just want to let you know before we get started how much I appreciate that you want to be inclusive, and we'll just keep moving.
Okay, I turned on closed captioning in Zoom. I don't know if that's going to work, but we'll see. For Stephanie, that was such a good talk, and it was really, really informative for me. So I enjoyed that. My talk is going to be a little different. I'm going to be talking a little bit about the research that I've done on stigma and implicit biases, but hopefully we have like a same theme that we can keep discussing later. I'm really looking forward to the Q&A. So, hey everyone, my name is Rita Obeid, and I'm going to be talking about diagnostic disparities in autism spectrum disorder. But before we talk about that, probably everyone knows what disparities are, but just to like reduce the jargon, disparities are differences in access to resources, and these differences are based on demographic and sociocultural variables. And just starting off, we know that early diagnosis is important. We know that early diagnosis is important for so many reasons, mainly because autistic children or delays in diagnosis lead to delays in services and delays in accommodations. But it's really not only that. Listening to the narratives and speaking with people who have been diagnosed as autistic later on in life, we see how this is a hard process, and at the end it is a very freeing and positive process for them. And this is why thinking about early diagnosis is quite important. This leads us to think about when people don't get the diagnosis that they need. The literature shows well-documented differences and disparities in access to diagnostic and early intervention services. And these differences are really well documented among minority groups, economically disadvantaged children and families, and also girls, because the typical stereotype for an autistic person is a white boy. And so this is where we see these differences. Part of the story is this stereotypical representation. We see these differences across cultures, not just in the US. We see that ethnic minorities are less likely to be diagnosed with autism. They're diagnosed later and then misdiagnosed with other conditions, such as conduct disorder. And we're going to see that in the next slide. But what we're seeing here is among minorities, there are missed, delayed, and confused diagnoses. So in this study from Mendel in 2007, basically what this chart is really showing is these are kids who were supposed to have a diagnosis of autism, but that was the primary diagnosis that they got: ADHD, conduct, adjustment, cognitive, or other. I want you to focus in on this one right here specifically. This is where we see a big gap. We see that Black children are getting diagnosed with conduct disorder more commonly than white kids or kids who identify as other. I'm not sure what the other means in this Mendel study, but it's different groups. So let's think about some factors that are associated with these racial and ethnic differences that we see in the diagnoses. So we see socioeconomic differences, differences in the access to information and healthcare. We see cultural differences in knowledge and stigma and access to resources. And then we see biases. And I'm going to focus a little bit on cultural differences and stigma. And I'm going to talk about biases in general before shifting on to, well, what can we do as professionals, as educators. So personally, I've always been interested in studying stigma. I grew up in Lebanon, and I realized I was interested in stigma early on, just growing up in a very religiously diverse country. And then I started realizing as I went to undergrad, how very little people knew what autism was. That was when my interests kind of shifted into autism, and how little resources were available, and how just generally high the stigma was from anything that was seen as atypical, whatever that atypical was, that diverged from what the majority population's perceptions are. So I moved to New York, and with my colleagues and mentors, we wanted to look at stigma towards autism across cultural contexts. And we all know what stigma is. We know that stigma is there. We've seen stigma in our lives and we've experienced it, but it's very hard to quantify and study. And one way to study stigma is to ask participants, right? And there are some limitations there, and I'm going to talk about that. But the one way we wanted to study stigma is using a social distance scale, which has been used in the literature since the 60s. You give participants a vignette or a story of someone. In this case, the story was of an autistic college student. And then you ask them how much they want to interact with that person to varying degrees of closeness. Do you take a class with that person? Would you be that person's neighbor? Would you date? Would you marry that person, etc.? And so we asked participants, and then higher scores here basically signify higher stigma. And just looking at the pretest, we see that the US did show stigma, but lower stigma compared to Lebanon and studies that my colleagues did in Japan. And then we did a knowledge online intervention. We talked about neurodiversity and what autism is. And then we did a post-test, and we saw that stigma was a little lower, although it was still there. So some limitations with looking at this type of what I'm going to call explicit bias or explicit stigma is that, well, participants are just telling us what they want to tell us, right? There are other types of biases that we might want to look at. And researchers have been interested in implicit biases, which are these biases that we hold, like even the best people with the best intentions, as Stephanie said, hold certain biases and behave in certain ways. And researchers tend to think that these implicit biases might play a role in the behaviors and the decision-making that we do. And these implicit biases, one thing that I want to say, are biases that are perceived as something that we are unaware of, right? As opposed to things that we are aware of and we are willing to discuss right here. So I'm going to bring you back to this chart a little bit. And if you remember this, this difference here that was maybe surprising, but this big gap between Black kids being identified with conduct disorder when the diagnosis should have been autism. This led my colleagues and I to do the study to examine implicit or unconscious biases among participants. Our participants were college students here, so we wanted to see what kind of implicit associations they might hold. I'm not gonna go, ooh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. I'm not gonna go into too much detail about how this experiment was set up. All I'm going to say is, in the literature, people look at implicit biases using a task that's called the implicit associations task. And all this task is looking at is the strength of different associations that we make. So we wanted to see if we showed participants pictures of a white kid, or if we showed participants pictures of a Black kid, and then we gave them the terms autism and we gave them the terms conduct disorder next to these different words, African American and European American, what would participants associate with more? And what we found out was that these college students were more likely, so it depended on their own group. So participants who identified as Black were more likely to associate the Black kid in the pictures with autism and the white kid with conduct disorder. We saw an opposite trend where white participants were more likely to associate the white kid with autism and the Black kid with conduct disorder. So the question is, what can we really do about that? And how would that really affect our practice, whatever it is that we do, whether we're educators, whether we're clinicians, whether we're working with kids? What can we really do about these implicit biases or the stigma that plays a role? One way would be to diversify clinics and diversify organizations, but that is not just the only way. One way is also to educate ourselves and become more humble and become more, self-reflecting people. And so I'm going to introduce this concept called cultural humility. This is not a new concept. It was coined in 1998 by two MDs who really wanted to shift over from the idea of people wanting to be culturally competent and learning about different cultures, because just meeting one person who's from the Middle East basically is just meeting one person from the Middle East, right? Meeting one person who's autistic is just knowing one person who's autistic. So we want to shift from this view of mastering what a culture is to really learning where our limitations are. So before I talk about cultural humility and what we can do, there are so many different things that affect our cultures and our cultural identity. Some of these things are visible. You can think about your own cultural identity. And some of these things might be invisible, right? So if I were to think about myself, I feel like my ethnicity is more invisible, right? Until I meet someone and they ask me and they're like, oh, well, you don't look like you're not from here, right? I talked to my friend and I asked her, and for her ethnicity feels more invisible, her age, her disability, right? She's a neurodivergent person. So just thinking about how these many different identities interact with one another and how having visible versus invisible identities affect our disparities, affect how people interact with us, affect biases, whether they're implicit or explicit, brings us to what we can do as individuals. And this is basically my last slide that I want to reflect on. I just want to say that cultural humility is not just on the individual level. There's a whole piece that is on what we can do in terms of structural change, but I'm not going to talk about that because I believe Sarah is going to talk about this next, and she is the expert there. But as a person, as a clinician, as an instructor, for me, some things to think about is, what is my cultural identity? Can you guys hear that too? Second.
Yes, I hear that too.
Okay.
I don't hear it when you're muted, Rita. But you need to unmute now because I can't hear you at all.
Now. Can you hear me now? Ooh. Hello?
Yes, you're all good. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know where that came from. Okay, so where was I? So just thinking about the critical self-reflection that happens. I'm an academic. I'm an instructor, just thinking about how my interactions with students, how my own cultural identity impacts my interactions, how my cultural identity shapes my worldviews. Just like something so silly and so shallow is that when I moved here, I used to watch shows and people would like punch into the wall. And I'm like, how did they break the wall and not their hand? And it's like as silly as like, I grew up in a country where walls are made of brick everywhere. And then just thinking that this is how it is in the entire world, right? This is just such a little example to show how we can tend to see the world from our own perspective and very rarely step out and try to look through someone else's lens. And the only way to look through someone else's lens is to really listen to them. How does my own background help or hinder my connections to people? What are my initial reactions when I meet someone who's culturally different? As a developmental psychologist, sometimes we hear about culturally different practices in terms of raising kids. And like the first thing someone would say is like, oh no, right? But like if you stop and think, like just different is not a deficit, right? How do I value my clients and my students in this power differential thing that plays a role? And how do I make space in my job for my colleagues and clients to speak freely and to talk about their own identities? So just this is the last slide that I really think is a take-home message from all like the implicit and explicit stigma that we talk about. And just a thank you and a quick shout out to my colleagues and collaborators, and some of them are here. Thank you.
Thank you. That was really great and very thoughtful. I want to spend more time on that last slide because I think that there's so much there for us to all take with us and maybe come back to that. I almost want to take a picture of it. So thank you for that. And we'll be hearing more back from you within the panel, but now we're going to go to Dr. Sarah Vinson, who's a triple board certified physician who specializes in adult, child, and adolescent and forensic psychiatry. She's an associate clinical professor of psychiatry and pediatrics at Morehouse School of Medicine, where she is the creator and rotation director of Psychiatry Mini Rotation for Pediatric Interns. She's the co-editor of two texts, Social Injustice and Mental Health, and Pediatric Mental Health and Primary Care Providers, and has written book chapters on the social determinants of children's mental health, child trauma, social media, and children's mental health and fostering resilience. We're really pleased to have you here as well, Dr. Vinson. I look forward to your talk. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm really glad to be here and just really appreciate the comments of my fellow panelists. As a child psychiatry program director, I'm always thinking about people who can come teach my fellows, and I'll be calling on both of them at some point because I think what they share is really important for diagnosticians to be aware of and understand. And so I'll be talking about diagnostic inequities and thinking about cultural and structural considerations when it comes to those. And so often, as Rita talked about, there's a lot to culture that can't just be summed up with race. And when it comes to white people, generally there is more of an appreciation for the fact that there is diversity within that group. They aren't painted in this broad brush the way that minority groups are. You don't have diversity days where they're talking about cultural competency, where somebody gets up and gives an hour-long talk on white people, because we don't, one, we think that white is sort of like the norm, so we don't need to talk about it. And two, nobody would try to put all white people in a box the way that this happens with minority groups. And so this is just an example, but this happens with Asian Americans, it happens with Latinx people, but just by way of example, we'll think about an African American male. And just as a Black physician who goes around talking about racism, I often get asked to talk about sort of Black stuff. One of the things that we have to lead with is that there is not a universal Black experience. And so to take this by way of example, if we think about an 8-year-old African-American male, whatever that brings up for you, if you start there may be things that come to mind for you. But what if I say an 8-year-old African-American male in Chicago's inner city? Or an 8-year-old African-American male in Maryland's Prince George's County, which is a county with a very large, Black middle upper class population. Or if I say a Black male in the Mississippi Delta. And I would posit that a lot of that child's experience, a lot of their culture, a lot of what's going to be very relevant for them diagnostically has to do with where they are and their socioeconomic status and the sort of norms that are around them that have a racial component, but it's not entirely defined by that. And that's a trap that we fall into, not just within medicine, in the broader society too, but the implications for medicine and psychology can be quite significant because we have this power of diagnosing people. And so, as Rita mentioned, there's so much more than race that comes with culture. And with competency, there's the implication that there's an endpoint. And when it's focused on race, it misses really important pieces. Whereas with humility, there is two-way learning. With competency, there's this idea that you go and you do X amount of hours and you do your CME or your CEU and you can check off that you went to the cultural competency talk. But with humility, there's acknowledging that there is diversity within different groups, and there's acknowledging that the expertise doesn't necessarily lie with the people we traditionally think of as experts based on their education or their training or the letters after their name, but that the expertise actually lies in the person, in the family, in the community. And so with cultural humility, there's a two-way learning process. It's not hire an expert to come in and talk about this group of people. It is sitting with your patient, sitting with that family and learning from them about what is important and what is salient. Another really important thing to think about when you hear things framed as cultural issues is to step back and question, is this cultural or is it structural? There are a lot of things in our society that are sort of placed in the marginalized or disenfranchised group that are actually broader societal issues. And there are ways that sometimes people's behaviors are responses to oppression that make sense in that context, but those behaviors might be pathologized or pinned to a group of people as a characteristic of that group of people, when it's really a characteristic of that group of people responding to the oppression of the larger society. And so asking, is this cultural or is it structural? And so earlier, Stephanie mentioned the sort of narrative around Black people not trusting clinicians. Well, that could be sort of like the cultural narrative that often is attached to how we think about this. But the structural question would be, what is it that our healthcare system has done? What is it that our mental system has done that has communicated to Black families that the system is actually not trustworthy? And there are a long list of things that the system has done and continues to do that communicate it's not trustworthy. It's not accessible. Treatment is inequitable. People don't have the same outcomes. People don't get the same evidence-based care. And so rather than saying this group of people does this, asking how this group of people's experiences in the broader society are different because of the racism that's existing in the broader society, and questioning the systems that are drivers. And then another question is this a disparity or is it an inequity? And so there's this way in medicine and mental health that we often talk about disparities, and disparity just means there's a difference. But when you're talking about inequity, you're acknowledging that there is a system or structure, that there is intentional design that is resulting in these differences. And so we're not just throwing up our hands and saying, oh, golly gee, I'm not sure why that's the case. But we're saying there are not as many clinics in this neighborhood compared to this one. When we look at availability of Medicaid providers, if the people on Medicaid are mostly white, there's more. And if they're not mostly white, there's fewer. That is inequity. And I would challenge you that whenever you hear disparity, you think about, question what the inequity is, because it is almost always there. But there's a way that using that disparity language gives you an out, right? Because if you don't identify that there's a choice that we're making as a society that's driving it, then you can sort of throw up your hands and say, that's unfortunate. Whereas if it's an inequity, there's something that you can identify that needs to be addressed, or that could be addressed. The other thing that's important to keep in mind is that people of color in this country are more likely to have experienced trauma. And this, of course, includes racial trauma, but other types of trauma as well. And trauma, for those of you who may have some experience in the medical space, in medical school, they talk about how lupus is the diagnosis that can show up any kind of way because the body attacks itself, essentially. And I really see trauma as the lupus of mental health, that it really can do anything in terms of thoughts, feelings, and behavior, things that can seem quite contradictory. And so the presence of trauma in minority communities, even apart from the racial trauma, which is its own significant consideration, is one that has to be kept in mind. And something else we have to think about is structural trauma, right? So what Stephanie so beautifully illustrated is structural trauma by the mental health care system, when people are coming to a system asking for help, and rather than being met with understanding and that help, they're facing the racism that is part of the broader society. And so something else that is sort of a language issue is using the word racism. We often fall back on saying bias because it sounds a little less threatening, and good people can be biased, but bad people are racist. So bias is a bit safer, or can feel safer, but sometimes we need to call things racism. And if we use the definition from the book, How to Be an Anti-Racist, and we're really talking about racism as a policy, a procedure that produces different results along racial lines. And so I like that definition because it doesn't attribute malice or negative intentions to individual people, but it's just saying if you have an outcome that is different along race, it's racist. And when we're talking about our systems and the implications of our diagnoses, we have racism. It's not just bias. And we see this happening at the preschool level, that Black boys starting in preschool are more likely to face harsh disciplinary procedures. So you can say that it's bias, maybe perhaps on the part of the teachers, but when we know this and we're still doing it and there's nothing being done to correct it, that is racism. And part of that bias is driven by racist media coverage, racist education. And one of the things that drives diagnostic errors is people's premature closure. So if I'm primed to think of Black boys as bad, ODD and conduct disorder go along with that conceptualization of who Black boys are. And so once I have a diagnosis that fits what I already think, I stop looking for things that could indicate that they have a diagnosis like autism. And so diagnosis always happens in the context of family And families are always living in the context of society. And it's also really important to think about the culture of medicine and the culture of mental health, and that it's this very hierarchical culture, that it's one that prioritizes numbers and checkboxes. And there are ways that can miss things and fail to put things in context. And that erasure of context is one of the things that we see as an instrument of oppression, because the default context is the one that the people in charge have. So if you're not part of that group, you're more likely to have that erasure of context work in a way that doesn't capture sort of your experience. And so again, we can see this in other groups, but often we have more data when it comes to Black children in certain instances. And there's a way that society thinks of Black children as older, less innocent. Behaviors by Black children are more likely to be criminalized. And it's not just about diagnosis. That's really important. Treatment, it's not just about treatment, even though that's really important. When you're talking about particularly Black and brown children, educational failure has more of an impact on their life trajectories. And so it's not just about whether they're getting the services in school, it's whether this is putting them on a path to be gainfully employed or to be part of that overrepresentation in the criminal legal system. So the school to prison pipeline is a really significant consideration there. And also thinking about communities where people are. And there are millions, literally millions of children in this country who are in schools with school resource officers, i.e. school police, that don't have a single nurse, school psychologist, or therapist. So when what you have is an agent of the criminal justice system, but not an agent of the mental health care system, what is used to respond to behavior or respond to deviance is often a criminal punitive response rather than a supportive educational response. So our system is one, when we're thinking about structural issues, that is very disjointed. It's generous to call it a system, quite frankly, and is driven by inequity. And as I mentioned, there's this culture of medicine and mental health that is very top down. And as Stephanie mentioned, just having more Black providers isn't enough, because if you train those Black providers the same way everybody else is trained, they're going to end up replicating those things. And then when it comes to diagnostic hurdles, there are ways that the bias of clinicians definitely comes into play, whether it is affinity bias, where they relate more to people who are like them, and so they look for explanations for problem behavior, confirmation bias, where they're looking for things that already support how they think. But there's also in medicine and in mental health, this drive to diagnose the individual and to place the pathology in an individual. And there's less of an appreciation for context in the broader society. And there's also this emphasis on label, but I would encourage anyone who's a diagnostician, who's a clinician, who's a family member, to really think about the formulation, because the label only tells you so much, whereas that formulation is going to put those things in a biopsychosocial structural context. And that's where you figure out what's actually helpful to people and what's actually going to get a family through. There are some kids I have who have a label of ADHD who aren't treated with medication at all because the formulation doesn't call for that. And so really putting the emphasis there rather than on diagnoses. And so what now? Self-study is incredibly important. You should know about disparities, inequities in the communities that you are working in and the communities that your patients are coming from. Using family support and health as a guiding principle, and being really intentional about being anti-racist. So if the numbers show there are different results in your clinic, in your hospital, in your mental health system, then that is a racist system. So making sure that you're counting and trying to do things to address the inequities that are there and continuing to count so that you can adjust in real time. And that is all I have.
Thank you very much. I was very compelled through the whole time. I think when you forget the time is passing, it was really great and engaging. And I have so much to say or questions to ask. So I'm going to throw it over to Callie, who's going to get us started on some questions, and I might jump in with some of my own.
Yes, I'm like you. I came up with several questions of my own as I was going through, but I think what we really wanted to do for the first few minutes was see how you all responded to each other and questions you might have for each other, or thoughts that each other had that provoked your own thinking or furthered your own thinking about this topic. So before we turn to anyone else's questions, we're going to let you have a chance to talk to each other about your observations and thoughts.
I was, in listening to Stephanie's talk, I was really curious about where you've been able to share your work and the types of receptions you've had to it.
So this is a difficult question, right? I think you know that because I'm pretty sure you're sharing your work in the same spaces, especially now. That it can be quite a minefield to talk about whiteness this openly, and to like unmark it, right? Like, because we think about, and I think Sarah was doing the same thing, talking about like how we leave whiteness unmarked as like this normative way of being that's just this background. And we're asked to talk about the Black people things, right? Not the white people things, because we don't consider, and there's even like this whole literature on like how folks don't consider their own culture a culture, which is very strange, because it's definitely a culture. It's like its own unique thing, right? So it's been interesting. I have done a lot of work with clinicians lately. I find that certain types of clinicians are a little more amenable to the things that I'm saying, like occupational therapists are a little easier, speech pathologists are a little easier, anthropologists, they get it. That's a little, because we view everything culturally, it's not a hard sell to say, hey, a subjective test that's based on somebody's ability to speak or behave in a certain way is going to be racialized is not news. But for some folks, that's news, right? I don't know. Sarah, I was thinking about yours too. And like when you were talking about like this, the system, and then you were like, okay, so it moves into the school. And I often like end up talking about schools as well, because disability, as you know, like doesn't stay in one place. Like it doesn't just happen in this silo called the clinic, it moves. And yeah, like, okay, so we move police out of schools, which is like an amazing first step. Yes, do that. Guess what's gonna happen with your social workers and your nurses and they're gonna pathologize, they're gonna criminalize, they're gonna do the same thing. And so it's gonna take a different route, maybe. Like they're gonna have to call the police to come to the school, but it's still, we have to do deeper work. And I think that's what we're all like trying to set in front of you, is that the work is so much deeper than this surface level thing. So, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and that's a great point, because as someone who's in the criminal justice space, it's really interesting to hear them talk about, well, if the mental health system is intercept zero and we catch them before they get to criminal justice, then we'll fix racism in criminal justice. And I'm like, nope, guys. We have some work to do in the mental health system first. So I think there's more potential if there's mental health professionals there, because at least they have some therapeutic tools and some training around development and interventions and things like that in a way that SROs don't. But you're absolutely right that it's not just enough to switch. Like this is an issue that permeates every system.
Yes.
And you as an anthropologist are someone who gets to watch it. I think the difference between the mental health care system and the criminal system is the criminal system, somebody can have a iPhone and record how structural racism negatively impacts people. In the mental health system, this happens behind closed doors in treatment rooms. So there's nobody recording it. So it doesn't become viral and it's not part of the national consciousness in the same way. But the medical system, the mental health care system, absolutely harms people, absolutely takes lives, absolutely does negative things. We just can't capture it in the same way. And that's why I love what your work is doing, because it's exposing that system where the racism is just as bad. It's just, you know, behind the do not disturb sign on the clinic wall.
And often like more palatable. Like it's super more palatable what's happening to that kiddo in you know, the clinic as the ADOS is being run, right? Like that it can just look like a clinician trying to make a friendly gesture or understand this kid, when actually, you know, we watch what's happening and it has real repercussions, you know. Yeah, this is a tough question.
A great topic. Before we move to some of the audience questions, Rita, did you have anything you wanted to share?
Stephanie, one question, one thing that you kind of opened with that really resonated with me, it was like, I took note of it. Like one of the students was like, what happens if you run into culture? Right. And that was amazing. Like if you run into this like thing that we want to isolate and put away as we're trying to work with these kids, what would you do? Right. And then the question is not what to, like, it's a really tough thing. Like it's not what you do when you see this culture and how you move it away, but how can clinicians be trained in a way that embraces culture, even if these standardized assessments have these very strict norms that are norm-based on like Euro-Western ideals, right? And that's, I feel like, is the really tough question here.
Well, I think if you could start by just simply like demanding that clinicians understand that everything's culture, right?
Yeah.
Like a response culturally informed. There is no view from nowhere, right? Like you are clearly, my view, your view, as you explained in your talk, is very particular to the way that you were brought up in this world and experienced your space, right? So I think that alone would do a lot of good work, is if we could really think about the fact that there is no view from nowhere. There's no running into culture unless you have like an unmarked spot where something normative exists that you're not naming, right? Right. Because you're looking for another immediately, and you've now said culture is the other. So I thought like, God, he just taught that to a room of 50 people. We're in trouble. Like, yeah, we're in big trouble.
Yeah. This is so great. I feel like I could listen to the three of you talk for a very long time. There was a question that came in that Stephanie, you answered. Thank you so much in the Q&A, but you'll be welcome to expand upon your answer if you'd like. But I really wanted to make sure Sarah and Rita had a chance also to weigh in. I think it's so important that we have, you know, voices of the autistic actually speaking. And they would like to know how, if you can talk a little bit about how you center Black autistic voices, especially Black autistic adults, instead of just the parents of the kids. And before you answer, I did want to point out that on the very first day of the summit, there was a session that actually did this somewhat. So if people are looking for that, they can go back and find those recordings. And it was a really powerful session. So, but then I'd love to hear from you all. What can we do? How can we do this better to really center on those voices?
I truly like what Sarah said when she said forgetting about the letters after someone's name, right? Forgetting that we're an expert in something, but really, I feel like the more someone learns, the more we figure out that we really don't know much, right? And so just really realizing and saying, it's okay, I don't know, right? I don't know what it's like to be autistic. I don't know what it's like to be growing up in the US as a Black white woman. I just know what it's like to grow up in an urban little environment in Lebanon, right? But just listening to other people is the only way that we can grow and learn. And I think it's hard to say, I don't know. I think people have to be comfortable to say it.
And that gets to the culture of medicine and mental health, right? Like at the end of a session, we're supposed to come up with a diagnosis, and we actually won't get paid if we don't come up with a diagnosis, because we have to put something down on the billing sheet to bill, right? And so it promotes this, you know what's going on after 2 or 3 hours, which doesn't fit with like how complex people and societies and families are. And so I think that's one of those things that we have to go against the culture of medicine in order to center the voices of the people we're saying that we're serving, which is unfortunate and problematic and counterintuitive that's the case, but it does require a shift in how we operate.
Stephanie, did you have anything else you wanted to add to what you said? I thought what you said in the Q&A window was great, and I can just direct people to read that if you'd like.
Yeah, just that, I do absolutely think that Black autistic voices need to be centered. And that's why I'm careful not to speak for Black autistic people, because I think that I absolutely loathe when white people speak for me as a Black woman. And I understand that this may not be a satisfying answer, and there definitely may be holes in what I'm saying. But just that we have to like make space, and the ways that we can make space are, demanding that we change the ways in which education is working. Black autistic people need to have space to do their PhD in a way that's reasonable and gain access to these platforms as much as possible. I think that that's some of the things that we can do to do some structural work to make changes, right? Making sure that my classroom for undergraduates is as accessible as possible, and making sure that students have space to learn who are neurodivergent, right? And participate. And so I just personally have been very hesitant to like speak for, speak for Black autistic people. It makes me nervous given how I feel about how people talk about Black people in general. So,
and I think we really answered the next question pretty well through what you just said, but I just want to make sure that we didn't miss any part of it, was just whether you think autistic adults should be speaking about their own neurology, and when our platform is going to be given to them. And maybe if you know of any platforms, if you could share those. I saw you nodding your head that yes, they should be speaking.
Yeah, they should. I mean, like, they should be on this panel. They should be on every panel. But it's just so unsatisfactory that we're saying that and haven't done it, right? And I think we need to like be really open in acknowledging that. And absolutely, that's the thing. Like, autistic people of color should have their own space to speak. That's yes, without question, yes.
And being part of the research process, right, as well. A more participatory model.
Right, in the research, yeah, excellent.
I'm not sure.
Sarah, did you have anything else before I move on to the next question? Okay, so we have a question about optimism bias. And if you find that optimism bias on the part of the clinician or the part of the parent or the person being diagnosed actually impacts the diagnosis or contributes to diagnostic disparities? And if it does, how can a clinician overcome that? I think, Sarah, you had optimism bias in your presentation.
I didn't have optimism bias, but I think I can try to respond. So optimism implies that one is better than the other, right? So you're introducing some hierarchy there. right? So rather than seeing this as neurodiverse or different, we're seeing this as deficient, right? And so I think it starts with not framing this as a deficiency, which is hard when we talk about disorder and illness and disability, and those are the words that we lead with. And so there's a piece of this that is around framing and around helping people understand this really isn't about the label. This is about understanding your child, what works for them, and helping them get the most they can out of the educational process, the training process, what have you. And so this is a conversation that I have in clinic a lot around, what does it mean to you for your child to have a diagnosis? What does it mean to you for your child to be on medication? Because sometimes there is this feeling that I've done something wrong, or it means they'll never be able to grow up and do X, Y, Z. And so I think you have to sort of head off optimism bias with reframing diversity neurologically, because anytime you start putting things in a hierarchy, people aren't going to want to be on the lower one, especially when you're talking about people of color who are already othered or marginalized, who get messages from the broader society and even from their own family. You can't afford to mess up because you're already Black, essentially. And so there's a fear that can elicit of having another mark against you because of the realities of what you're up against in society.
Stephanie or Rita, do you have anything else on that one? We have other questions, so we'd love you to weigh in if you do, but don't feel pressured to if you don't.
That was great.
Yeah, it's great. So we had a question about teachers and school districts, which is actually related to one of my questions. So I'm very excited to ask you this question, which is, how do we help teachers in school districts broaden their thinking about the behaviors they see? What structural changes should we advocate for in our own school districts?
Wow, that's a tough question. So many thoughts. I can see Stephanie's reaction too. She's like, where do I start? If we're thinking about just autistic individuals in general, or when multiple different identities come into play, that's when it gets harder. I mean, when we were talking about this, I was just thinking about one of my experiences. So a few years ago, I was part of a summer transition program for teenage autistic students, and the PI was Kristen Glaspielench, who's in this talk. And one of my roles was giving a talk about autism, right? And all of the people who are in the program were autistic students going into college. And I felt so uncomfortable because I was telling people who are autistic what autism was, right? But at the same time, what made me feel so uncomfortable, and Sarah, you kind of talked about that, is calling autism a disorder. And like, I felt really uncomfortable. And just thinking about that, I feel like there should be a shift in perspective in general in the schools, among mental health professionals, just towards a more accepting kind of view of our own limitations as professionals as well, right? As we're thinking about people who are diverse, whatever we want to put under that diversity umbrella. So just thinking about that, just reflecting on how our perceptions, what we go around thinking is right, how might not really be right. Yeah, but what we have to do is think about what that person needs and accommodate them, as opposed to putting people in different boxes and labels.
Stephanie, I know it's a big question.
Yeah, it's a big one. So I think one of the things, again, that we have to do, it's not just, you can't just keep putting Band-Aids on this. It's not just more resources, more resources, more resources. We have to come like deeply into contact with the fact that ableism is like a pillar of white supremacy. It is one of the things that holds racism in place, right? And so if you want to do that work in schools, you're really going to have to do the deep work that requires you to think about ableism and how you take people and just dismantle them, right? And couch disability as less than when it's not, you know, and it's just really hard work, and it's not necessarily about just getting funds or resources in place, although I think a lot of that can be helpful. Can we talk about some inclusion models? Can we talk about teacher supports? Can we talk about smaller classrooms, things like that, right? But for sure, those are necessary, but also this is deep societal work. This is not just the teachers or the clinicians. This is a societal project.
Where's the reset button on society? Factory reset.
Sarah, did you have anything you wanted to weigh in? Just what can we do as looking at our own schools and our own school districts to help improve the disparities that we're seeing, the inequities that we're seeing, not just disparities, but inequities?
Yeah, and some places have tried, right, to cap per pupil spending so you don't have such wild inequities on the amount of money that's spent on one kid at one school versus another. That may be hard to do, but there are things you can do, like count. Are you suspending, expelling Black and brown kids more than you're suspending, expelling other kids? And if so, why? And what can you do about it and do something about it? So like, there are things that are really simple that can be done, but there's a way that it's sort of, again, that disparity thing, it's accepted as, you know, Black and brown kids get expelled and suspended more. Oh, that's a shame. Whereas if we think about it as an inequity, like, okay, so let's address it, and let's try to address it, and then let's recount it and see if it got better. And if it didn't, then we need to like do something else to address it.
I think you're raising a great point that has come up in some of our other panels too, which is about data. You know, ground a lot of these in data and measure it. And, you know, we measure what we care about, or it says a lot about what we care about, what we're measuring and what we're doing with our data and how we're making it action oriented. So I feel inspired. I could do that. So thank you.
I'm a little nervous on this data topic, right?
It is. It's a tricky thing, right? There's a lot about data I agree. I'd love to hear what you have to say because it makes me nervous too.
We have 400 years of data. You have enough. You know what you need to do.
I love that. That's true too. Yeah. Stay unmuted. So we're getting close to the end. And I feel like we have I have at least one more great question. A couple great questions about humility. A lot of questions have come in like in the last 3 minutes while I've been so engrossed in what you're saying. So apologies about that. But people would love to know more about how you can change the diagnosis process so that there is cultural humility regarding neurodiverse culture, while also providing the needed diagnosis so that they can get the supports. So how do you balance that?
So this is also very much related to listening to people and their experiences and not just coming in as, well, yes, as a professional, you might know what the different interventions are, but you also need to listen to the person and also have that humility too, to understand what the needs are. Because again, knowing one autistic person, right? People say that all the time, is just knowing one autistic person and their accommodations might be different. So listening to people and listening to what their struggles are can really open the floor to even better accommodations and even better services.
I think for diagnosticians, helping them understand that that's part of the treatment process, right? So I supervise trainees, and we had a kid in clinic a couple of weeks ago, and she was like, I'm not really sure what's going on. I don't know what to do. I feel like I didn't do anything today. And I said, you listened to his mom for 80 minutes. You established rapport. You built a foundation so that when you do say something, she actually trusts what you said. That's really important, right? And so there are ways that we have to understand that. And I think that most people go into mental health because they want to help people. It's something I talk to my trainees about all the time. Is the best treatment plan is the one that the patient is able and willing to follow. You're only going to understand what that is if you've taken the time to really get to know and understand them. So not having the answer, not having the treatment plan, not having it perfectly tied up in a bow, not seeing that as a failure, but understanding that process of humility and listening is a key part of the diagnostic and the treatment process.
Well, and kind of building on that, there was a question for Rita about speaking about the Muslim community and in regards to helping for them. And like the example given is like, what if someone doesn't want to take medication during Ramadan? So it's like kind of, yeah. Just
So
commenting on that as a different area of diversity.
So I've actually experienced something very similar in a different life a long time ago. I was an intern at a hospital in Lebanon as like a psych major. And so one of the clients there did not really want to take medication because it was during Ramadan and they did not want to fast. But I feel like this is where understanding culture and letting patients really or clients express themselves is important, but also maybe reflecting on what they know about their religion and how sometimes written in certain religions is like, well, when something is really harming you, right? Like what if you need to take a certain diabetes medication or something that really affects your life or is kind of life or death situation? How can you help clients kind of make sense of that? And I've had a lot of friends who can like really reflect on that, where they're like, oh yeah, we've had a family member who fell because they didn't take a certain medication because they were fasting. So there is this balance between humility and kind of talking to the patient and trying to relate to, well, during fasting, what can you do and what you cannot do. I do have a lot of friends who are Muslim, and during fasting, for instance, when women have their periods, they don't fast, right? So there are all these rules within different religions that might account for or do account for why people need medications. So I hope that answered the question a little bit.
I think so. I think it's a separate topic we could probably spend hours on as well, because learning about being culturally humble is having that humility. There's so much to learn about so many cultures, and we can never stop learning. So I think that's where I want to end, is just to ask, because someone asks if there are any sources that you recommend to learn about how to be more culturally humble and working with the neurodiverse folks and their families. So we'll close with that, and any other parting words you want to say. If you have a resource you might throw out to help people continue on their journey with culture humility, or any parting statement you want, I'll let you decide how you want to use your last minute here.
Sarah, I don't know if you have any sources. I'm going to just add a source that I found pretty helpful for me that I've cited throughout the talk, which is one of the Fisherborn articles. Where can I put this?
You can answer it over in the Q&A if you, it's towards the very bottom. Sarah?
And something I'd encourage people to do is just to learn about their local community. So, is your community impacted by redlining? Are the schools, the kids you serve, attending 99% free lunch? Like, there are things that are publicly available that give you a picture of some of the, you can crime map neighborhoods and see what's going on in communities. So there's a lot of publicly accessible, easily available information on a structural level that you should be curious about and finding out about if you're serving people.
So yeah, so the reason why I like that article is because it has a lot of questions that can get you thinking when you go into the community and you work with people, some questions that get you to reflect on how your views can impact, or even how different organizations that we might work for or work at might value diversity or might not value diversity, right? So just kind of reflecting when you are in the community.
Awesome. Stephanie, you get the last word. You had the first word, you get the last word.
That's frightening. Okay, so really, I would say, you know, these resources are great, but this is like real deep, again, self-work as well, right? Like you just have to decide that the human next to you is experiencing this place on this planet differently than me. And I don't need to know their story or anything about the structures to believe that they too have a right to safety and a right to health care and a right to live their life in ways that are salient to them, right? Like, I think it's a real dangerous slide to think that we have to know the other to be able to provide care and love and support in a way, right? I think you can really just decide that I love human beings enough to be a part of this project, right? And allow them to be happy and loved in space, right? Like, you know.
Yeah.
But
I think it's not about knowing the other, but rather knowing our own limitations and knowing the way we see the world is through our own lens.
Well, I have chills just listening to you all talk. You've been such an inspiration, and I can't thank you enough for taking the time to be with us and share your experience and your expertise. And I would love to keep talking to you, but sadly the other session has to start. But great for them, sad for me. Great for me too, because I'll probably listen to it and get a lot out of it, as I've gotten a lot out of every session at the summit. But thank you all so much. And we are running back to back with the other session, which is going to start right away. And I am going to pass the mic to Janet Miller. And I am going to butcher this. I'm so sorry. Quinn Nguyen.
That was perfect. Thank you, Callie.
Thank
Great.
you to our panelists. It was wonderful.
Yeah, great panel. Thank you all. So we are going to transition right into our next session, and I'll just say welcome to the Stanford Neurodiversity Summit. Some of you may have already participated along the way, but for those of you who have just joined, welcome to the summit. We'd like to let you know that all sessions are being recorded and will be transcribed, and please do check our summit website for YouTube videos. Also, all questions from the audience will be submitted through the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen, and the moderators will try to cover as many questions as possible. So this session is on mental wellness in the workplace and beyond, part 2. So part 1 was Sunday afternoon. And I'm Janet Miller, one of the co-moderators. I'm a clinical psychologist in the Stanford Adult Neurodevelopment Clinic and a clinical associate professor here. And my co-moderator, Dr. Quinn Nguyen, is a psychiatrist also in the Adult Neurodevelopment Clinic and a clinical instructor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences. So I want to make sure all the panelists are visible. Great. So I am very pleased to introduce our first speaker, Greg Yates. Greg is co-founder and co-chair of Ascend, which is a wonderful San Francisco-based nonprofit devoted to serving the needs of adults on the autism spectrum. He is also founder of the AUTFIT meditation retreat for autistic adults, as well as a longtime meditator himself. And he is here today to talk about meditative practice in autism. So welcome, Greg. We're so happy to have you.
Hello, it's good to be here. Let's see if I can make this work. All right. Okay. Can you see my screen? My screen? Hello?
I can see you. I don't see your screen, though.
All right, hold on. Share screen. Here we go. Share. Let's try again.
There. Great. That's perfect.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to be talking about meditative practice in autism. I am autistic, and so what I'm talking about is something I do and use myself. I apologize, I don't have any captions for technical reasons. And if you have questions, please be sure to send them out during the talk. I hope there's time immediately at the end of the talk to answer some of those. I'm going to start with, here we go, come on. Oops, here we go. First, I want to say a little something about autism. I say autism is prominently a social condition. The term was used 3 times independently by Bloiler, Connor, and Asperger. All of them used the term autism for a reason, which has to do with the auto in autism, which is the seeming sort of self-containedness and social disconnectedness of autistic people. They were talking about slightly different forms of autism, but that social disconnectedness was central in all of them. There are other features, of course, in autism, they're like the trunk, the ears, and so on of an elephant. But the elephant that I'll be talking about actually ultimately is the social disconnectedness. So there are the details of the elephant are sensory issues with executive function, narrow focus, and things of that sort. Why meditation in autism? Well, it actually helps. It's kind of straightforward. You can imagine to sort of sit down and quiet down regularly and practice it. It might reduce, and it does, reduce sensory overload and anxiety by degrees. It's not a quick fix, but it is a slow fix in a way. It can give grounding and direction in life. If you're an autistic person spending a lot of time playing video games, this can help you find something maybe a little more productive. And it can help with social engagement. I'll have more to say about that. The social engagement it leads to may not be neurotypical or normal, but it is a far cry from complete isolation. My suggestion regarding meditative practice in autism is to aim for the long term. Everybody wants a quick fix. But that's understandable. It'd be wonderful if we could just push a button and bang, our problems would go away. That's not the way the world works. And it's certainly not how meditative practice works. So think of this as a long-term investment. But a good place to start is with mindfulness. So basic mindfulness practices, first of all, they're all about attention, ultimately. Somebody once came to a monk and said, what's the most important part of practice? And he said, attention. And then the person said, well, what's the second most important part? And he said, attention. And the third, attention. So it's kind of central. And mindfulness is pretty much about paying attention to things. One of the main ones and most important ones is breath. Breath is really unusual in that we can both control it and then spend most of our time not controlling it, letting it, we get breathed by our bodies. So it's a very special focus for mindfulness practice. And I'll come back to that later. Oh, there is a breath practice that I do recommend, particularly for people with either anxiety or laziness. And that is it's very simple. Just breathe in, big breath to a count of 4, like 4 heartbeats. Hold your breath for a count of 7, and then breathe out to a count of 8. It's kind of a cleansing breath. Do it a few times. Anyway, I have used it for years, and it's a good practice. All right, I'm going to speed through these other ones. You can pay attention to focus on your senses. You can do body scans, considering all the different senses. You can pay attention to your feelings. That's a very difficult one for me and for many autistic people to see what exactly is going on in that part of the mind. And then to thoughts, which are usually a little easier to spot, although they have a fleeting way about them. And then, of course, you can pay attention to things and activities. On the right here, we have pictures of grains of sand. That's a nod to William Blake's world in a grain of sand and infinity in the palm of your hand. So those are basic mindfulness practices to look at those things. I'm just skimming right through them because in all of them, they're characterized by trying to pay attention. But I want to bring attention to part of meditative practice, which is something where you have to pay attention. So it basically makes mindfulness practice in a way easier and natural. And here it is. Posture. Posture aids mindfulness. This posture that you see before you is a posture that's not possible to sustain for any length of time without being mindful. So if you make it your goal to sustain a calm, relaxed, and upright posture like this for any period of time, you will be practicing mindfulness. And there's a payoff in the mind for what you do with your body. I'll talk more about that. As far as you notice that her knees are on the ground. That's very useful to get a good solid ground. And you can see there's different ways to get your knees on the ground. These are familiar forms of ways to deal with your knees. We have a full lotus, half lotus, Burmese. She's sitting Burmese, the one in the picture before. You can sit on a bench. That one in the bottom in the middle is called seiza, where she's sitting on her cushion, which is kind of a round cushion. In Japan, it's called a zafu, that's shaped a little bit like a hamburger. Finally, there's a chair, which is for older people and last resort. If you're not old, then you should try sitting some of the other ones. I'm getting pretty old, and I still sit with my knees on the ground with no sweat. My favorite is full lotus, actually. It feels really locked in and solid. When you're sitting, pay attention to the spine, the position of the spine. It should be a natural curve, not slumped over. Ideally, you're not leaning on anything, not a chair back, although some people who do sit in chairs do use the chair back. The idea, you see there, the pelvis is drawn in. You don't want the pelvis rocked back. You want it tipped in such a way that you have a natural curve to the spine. That's the curve of Hogarth for you painters. And it's the way the vertebrae stack up naturally when they're max balanced. If you're sitting on a cushion on the floor, there's a guy sitting on his zafu scooched down. Notice he's sitting way forward. That's where you want to sit. You want your sit bones to be on the kind of near the edge of the zafu. You don't want the pillow coming up under your thighs. If you put your sit bones on the edge, that will help your spine go into the naturally relaxed, stacked vertebrae position. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about this posture a little bit more. What's going on? First, I'm going to talk about the trees, and then I'm going to talk about the forest. So here's what you do. Let's see what she's got here. Well, first of all, you notice that her nose is in line with her navel, and her ears are in line with her shoulders. You can see that she is upright as far as stacking her vertebrae. It's like just an expression. I like to imagine sometimes that I'm being lifted up by a top knot on my head and then slowly lowered down so that all my vertebrae go and stack up in their natural position. That will give you a natural position. It's pretty upright compared to the way most people sit most of the time. She is, typically the head ends up a little bit further back than you think it ought to be. And the chin is a little more tucked in than people usually hold their chin. She is looking down. Her eyes are not closed. She's looking down at about a 45-degree angle. And her eyes are half open. That actually encourages a balance of attention between the outer world and the inner world. So it's a setting you up for a very wide attention. There's her in her mouth. The place you put your tongue is there's a little ridge on the top of your mouth behind your front teeth. Stick the tip of your tongue there. All of these things help you attain mindfulness. All right, moving down to her belly. Have a soft belly. Relax your belly. For autistic people, for me, that's difficult because I'm used to have a lifetime of defensiveness, and keeping a clenched belly is sort of a way of protecting yourself. When you're sitting, you want to soften that belly. I'll go to, before going to the hands, I will talk about the legs again. Yes, as I said, this is Burmese. She's wearing loose-fitting clothing. That's usually helpful to people. I have sat in Levi's most of my life without any difficulty, so it can be done. Finally, notice her hands. frankly, very few people have a hand posture as beautiful as this. Actually, looking at this picture, to me, after 40 years of doing this, is like listening to Mozart. She is really doing it beautifully. If you just look at this picture, it will enlighten you, because I'm running ahead to the forest away from the trees. Let's go back to the hands. It's as if she's holding an egg, kind of an oval. Well, you can imagine there's like a light, a ball of light that you're holding in there. It's not round, it's kind of ovoid, just like them. And then, most important of all, the way her thumb tips are touching. This is very important, because imagine, perhaps you've seen butterflies. Usually they're flapping around with their wings out. Sometimes when they're standing still on the ground or a branch, they put their wings up together like this. Imagine you have such a butterfly in that position between your thumbs. You don't want to hurt the butterfly or harm it in any way, but you also don't want it to escape. That's the kind of energy or attention you want to put in that gap there. I call it the magic gap. I always meditate with a magic gap somewhere. And this is just one of the places it could be. But if I'm sitting on a bus and I don't want to look like I'm meditating, I make one with my fingertip going to my knee. Why is that? It really is excellent for mindfulness, because as soon as your mind lapses, you'll find your fingers digging into each other or flopping apart. It gives you instant feedback about your mindfulness. And that butterfly between your thumbs there is your own mind. All right, the forest. As I said, this is a gorgeous picture. By the way, I stole it from quantumzen.org, and I'll have to go to them and get permission after the fact. What you see there is she is calm and alert. That's the thing. She's relaxed and alert at the same time. There's a combination of effort, particularly if you sustain this for any period of time, and also effortlessness, because it's a balanced posture. If your spine were out of balance, that would take effort. But when the vertebrae is stacked up and you're sitting up like this, supported by a cushion, it's actually the minimum effort posture in the long run. It won't feel that way when you're starting. I understand that. But this, you cannot sustain, you'll find that you cannot sustain this posture for any period of time without encouraging your mind into the same state of calm alertness. That's the beauty of it. And this is where it can be helpful in autism. Many of us who are autistic have minds that are, don't do our bidding in one way or another, are chaotic or are out of connection with our body, all sorts of things like that. But particularly like anxiety. And this can help cultivate a state of mind which doesn't necessarily erase those feelings of anxiety, but it does give you some separation from them. It helps you be, I don't know what's going on in her mind. She may be having chaotic inner thoughts as she's sitting like this, but I know that she's not being driven by those thoughts. I know that she is observing them. And over time, the result is that you actually do end up much less controlled by the chaos of your mind. All right, so calm attention, balance of effort and effortlessness. This posture is called Zazen. It's a fancy name, it's a Japanese name. The Zen, and it comes from Chan, Chinese Chan, which comes from the Sanskrit dhyana, which means concentrated meditation. And Za just means doing it. So what are the basics of Zazen? Well, we've seen the posture. It's just sitting. The meditative practice I encourage is not fancy. I'm not trying to get you into elevated states of consciousness or anything like that. It's just sitting upright and still. It's easy to say and not so hard to maintain. Alone and with others. I've highlighted the with others because that's really key for autistic people. It's the doorway for those of us who are used to being isolated and disconnected from others, to put ourselves in the presence of other people. If they're meditating, they will tend to be more open to differences over time, particularly people who have been sitting for a long time. I promise you, you will feel like an outsider in any group you join if you're autistic, except perhaps groups of autistic people. But if there are a lot of neurotypical people in there, you're going to feel like an outsider, even if they're meditating. Don't worry about it. Go sit with them. You have to do it regularly, and you have to do it in moderation. And then finally, at the bottom of the list, or another practice with similar strong flavor. There are plenty. I don't want to make it feel like this. This is the only thing you can do for meditative practice. It's the strongest, in my opinion. You can practice the piano. You can practice the high jump. I just on the way over, I went for a walk, and there was a little boy practicing tap dancing in the garage. You can practice all kinds of things, and they all have some flavor of Zazen. But Zazen is different because most activities are goal-directed. And Zen, this kind of meditation is actually fundamentally not goal-directed. It does have benefits I've mentioned. Those are all side effects. The ones I mentioned, the first three I mentioned at the outset, they're very probable. They probably will happen to you, that you find that you have less anxiety. You probably will find that you have a more sense of direction in your life and more social engagement. But those are side effects, really, of the practice and not the goal. I am not a Zen Buddhist. I don't call myself anything, really. What I am, I trained as a scientist, so I am fundamentally, have that by nature, by temperament, a scientist. But I have a practice, and to me, the core practice of meditative practice, as I see it, is what I call seed practice. Now, here's a seed sitting on the ground. It is sitting there doing nothing. It is upright, however. It's sitting very still, but it's upright. It's got an up and a down because it's about to do stuff. It's about to engage with the world. And so this seed is fundamentally doing something very like Zazen, like Zen, that Zen posture I was telling you about. Then, whoops, go back. It engages with the soil of the earth, the soil, all the junk and the work and the effort and the stuff you don't want to do, you engage with it. Don't run away from it. And then it puts up leaves. And that takes a little bit of effort, but not as much as digging around in the soil. And that is for what? Holding leaves to light. We don't control everything. In fact, we control surprisingly little when you get right down to it. There's all kinds of good things that come to us that we don't control. Good things come to this seed in the form of light. And without that light, it would die. It's the same for all of us. What that light is for you is your own business. I've been doing this enough, and I have such a temperament that a big chunk of that light is for me what I call God. But that's not a trivial thing to say. And for you, it can be different. You don't need to use that word. But there are things that you don't control and that are going to be good. Good you don't control. And a good part of meditative practice, it takes effort, regular effort, and it's about fundamentally, largely about letting go of your delusions, the things you're grasping. And for those so inclined, letting God. It is balanced. This is a balanced practice. This unites the best of East and West. Western practice tends to emphasize God part of things, the upper part, and East, or at least the Zen Buddhist world that I'm familiar with, emphasizes the ground. But seed practice really unites them in a single metaphor that I find helpful. And maybe I hope it can help you. The key thing then for seed, for practice, any kind of practice, is to, if you want to start at a level you can sustain. You might get all excited about this and say, oh, I want to do this, and then just go charging in. When I started, I committed to 10 minutes a month. That was my commitment. My mind was so chaotic back in those days. I didn't think I could commit to more than that. So I suggest start small and then stick with that. Start a heartbeat, and then you can grow it from there. All right, now let's suppose that you want to get started. What do you want to? What can you do if you want to get started? Well, we've come up with some possibilities for those of you who are on the autism spectrum or neurodiverse, and Laura. And that is OTSIT. OTSIT has two parts, and it is run, a lot of the work, maybe most of the work is done by my partner, and Laura Davin, whom I'm about to bring in here. When we start, it is meditation for people on the autism neurodiverse spectrum. It says meditating together is a way to engage socially with few social cues. So it's perfectly suited to autism. That's a good thing. We offer monthly sittings and yearly retreats. So here's the OTSIT monthly meeting. Now this is from the brick and mortar days pre-pandemic. I'll show some pictures of it a little bit. It started with 30 minutes of silent upright sitting, then 10 minutes of silent walking, then a brief talk, and Laura reads something and makes some comments. And then we check in and discuss. This is very important. All the autistic people get to talk about their lives, what's going on, and see how it relates to the practice they're doing. And then afterward, we have a bag of lunch. Here's what it looks like. We meet in brick and mortar times in the building on the Dominican University campus, which was brilliantly given to the campus on the condition that it be used for interfaith practice. I salute the donor who did that. Here we go. There's Anne Lohr facilitating a meeting of OTSIT in brick and mortar times. You can see the zapus, the hamburger-like cushion there. The woman on the distance is sitting seiza on it. And the next one close to sitting seiza, but with it turned sideways. All right, here we are doing walking meditation. And here's Anne Lohr reading. In the distance, the background there, you can see a bench, a meditation bench. At the Zen Center in San Francisco, they have meditation benches made by inmates at San Quentin who have a practice and sit and meditate there. And this is the discussion part of what we do. And then finally, after we do all this, we go outside and have a bag lunch together. This works really well for autistic people, and I should say it's autistic people of all kinds. Some people are what you might call very high functioning, others less so. My experience is that it's really hard to tell how well a person is going to take to meditative practice based on their level of functioning. It seems to be somehow independent of that. So take that and figure that out, if you will. And then let's suppose you want to take it, well, when I started meditating, I sat for 12 years on my own before the penny dropped and I started trying to sit with other people. And then when I did that for a while, getting together for things like this only with neurotypical people. But then somebody suggested I try longer sittings. Well, I didn't. Oops, I forgot to tell you that. This is what it looks like now in COVID days. And everybody's been very anonymous, as you can see. Okay, so we have to do longer sittings. That was a revelation to me, the power of doing longer sittings. Now I speak of doing meditative practice in moderation. Moderation means all. Sometimes you want to do something intensely. The overall picture is moderate, but sometimes it includes intensity. So here's the OTSIT retreat. We do it in a mountain cabin where we split the cost of everything. We have 5 periods of meditation per day. We practice silence until noon. Each person pays for or makes one meal for everybody and supplies their own lunch and snacks. And we have work practice, clean up, and repair. It's very structured. This works well for most autistic people. And each person gives a talk if they wish to. There's no guru. We're all gurus. And there's plenty of time for hiking, swimming, etc. So there's the cabin again. There it is from below. That's on top of a cliff overlooking this beautiful waterfall, which right now is empty because of drought conditions. But right now, that's what it looks like sometimes in the spring. Here we are meditating. And this is a talk. That's the mighty Paul Nussbaum, a veteran of Trans-Sierra. He's autistic, veteran of the Trans-Sierra ski expedition, and recently the Pacific Crest Trail. Here's food preparation, and it does require mindfulness to do it, particularly because it happens in the same general space as the meditators. So you need to do it quietly. That's a good practice. And then finally, cleaning. And it brings tears to my eyes to see someone using a dust mask for something other than COVID. And finally, the cabin is located, it's near Tahoe, and it's within a few hundred yards of the edge of the Desolation Wilderness. All right, which is a spectacular little pocket wilderness up there. Okay, now I'm going full circle back to the social engagement. When people sit more and sit together and do things like the Otsit retreat, they become more socially engaged. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've watched how it affects people who developed a practice through years. So you can see it here and here. So I want to say that social engagement involves everyone, not just autistic people. The burden should not fall especially heavily on autistic people to take up meditative practice. Meditative practice is like the oil in the machinery of harmony. So the more people who do it, the smoother it runs. And that includes you, whoever you are. If you're drawn to it, I'm not going to beat you over the head if you don't want to do it. And then finally, you can get more information at otsit.net and the website, and you can reach us by email at otsit.net@gmail.com. And Laura, do you want to say anything quickly?
Well, I just wanted to say that I am the co-founder too.
Oh yes, yeah. I hope that's clear. Anne Laura does the heavy lifting, particularly for most of this stuff.
You forgot to mention the online.
Oh yes, I'm sorry, I forget. I apologize. We have, thank you. We have 3 sessions, all facilitated by Anne Laura, of online meditation. 3 a week, a month, and they are free. And you can sign up for them at otsit.net.
There is a registration.
And there's a registration form there.
Oh, and can I say something?
Sure, go ahead, yeah.
You don't have to be perfect at all. It sounded like so perfect, the posture and all of that. And really, dipping one's toe is always a start. Please.
Thank you. Yeah, we're like bad cop, good cop. I'm the bad cop. And Laura's the good cop. All right, so we have time for a couple of questions. Let me stop sharing my screen. And okay.
Thank you, Greg. I've been sitting at my desk all day, and this is the straightest and best posture I've had. Actually, maybe we'll take one quick question, just given the time before Janet introduces the next speaker. So the audience is interested in, they're wondering if parents can attend OSIT and what ages are people when they attend.
We forgot to say that. Actually, I want to answer. I'm sorry, because we forgot to say that the free online meditation is not just for autistic people, it's also for neurodiverse and allies, including parents, friends. Okay.
I do want to qualify that as the bad cop. There's a certain, if you come barging in with a really strong neurotypical attitude or vibe, that's not going to fit very well in this setting. But if you are what we call an ally, like you get it, and you're sympathetic to what we're doing, then you will fit in just fine and are welcome. All right, thank you very much. Hope to see you at OSIT.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you both very much. And there may be more questions at the end. We're having a whole half hour of question and answer after the talks. Thank you. So I am now pleased to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Lawrence Fung. And you probably all know Dr. Fung at this point, but he is the director of the Stanford Neurodiversity Project, as well as the Adult Neurodevelopment Clinic here at Stanford, and assistant professor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences. He is also a scientist and a psychiatrist specializing in autism here at Stanford. And he will be speaking tonight about strength-based assessments and neurodiversity. So welcome, Dr. Fung.
Thank you, Dr. Miller, for the kind introduction. So the next half hour, I'm going to talk about the strength-based assessments and neurodiversity. And for those that have been in this meeting the last few days, obviously we have been talking about neurodiversity, but just very quickly, our definition here is that it is about regarding individuals with differences in brain function and behavioral traits as part of normal variation in the human population. So when we talk about neurodiverse conditions, we talk about autism, ADHD, dyslexia, and many more. So as long as there are brain differences, behavioral trait differences. So how common are neurodiverse conditions? Autism is now 1.9%. So one in every couple of classrooms, you're going to expect one person to be on the spectrum. And then dyslexia, 13 to 14%, and ADHD, 5 to 7%. So collectively, this neurodiverse population is probably the largest minority in the world. So when we are talking about assessments, it's inevitable that we think of any trait that can be distributed in a kind of normal bell-shaped fashion. So this is a bell-shaped curve, and we know the green is the average, and on the right side of the green, the yellow and the red over here, that will be considered as above average, and here on the left would be below average. So right off the bat, I'm just going to say that IQ is a very limited assessment, and I'll tell you why in a little bit. But just to give you some frame of reference, 100 is an average IQ. 115 and above would be above average. And then if someone is at 130, that person is considered to be pretty smart. 145 is kind of at the genius level. In contrast, on the other side, on the left side, when someone has an IQ of 70 or below, that person is considered to have intellectual disability. So this is very limited because it's not taking into account many different things that we have been really interested in, because in IQ tests, we can only look at visual spatial, verbal, linguistic, logical, mathematical. All the rest cannot be captured here. So Howard Gardner in the last 25 years have been talking about this theory of multiple intelligences to include the other domains of intelligences. So like musical, rhythmic, bodily, kinesthetic, naturalistic, interpersonal, which is the ability to relate with other people, and intrapersonal, which is the ability to understand self, and existential. So let's give an example. Einstein, we all know him, and we know what we remember him for, but let's look at what the multiple intelligence profile is for him. He's probably almost above average for musical abilities. He at least played the violin. Visual spatial, he's definitely way up there at the genius level. Verbal and linguistics, what do you think? Actually, only maybe a little bit average or less than average, because he actually didn't speak until 4. Logical, mathematical, he's 15 standard deviation above everyone. Naturalistic, probably average. Intrapersonal, less than average. And interpersonal, actually even struggling a little bit more. Bodily, kinesthetic, at least he ride the bicycle. So when you are looking at this multiple intelligence profile, what you notice is that he is not really superior in every single way. Actually, he's below average and struggling in many ways as well. However, we don't really remember him as someone that is anything other than a genius who really bring the world to a very different place because of what he has established over the years. And many other people, like Einstein, have done that in many different ways. Like Alan Turing here, who cracked the Enigma, probably stopped the World War II. He's the first, he arguably is the person that that created the computer. And here's Nikola Tesla, and here's Temple Grandin. This is Lewis Carroll, and here is Andy Warhol, and here is Susan Boyle. What you can see is that they all have the very different strains. And what we know is that their commonality is that they are all having some traits that resemble autism. Because we cannot really make diagnosis without meeting the person, we cannot say that they have autism, but they all have a lot of traits that look like autism. So basically, when we think about autism, the strains of people with autism is not only in the science, technology, engineering, medicine area, it's also in other areas in humanities and arts. And another group of people here, in these 6 people, Jay Leno here, Whoopi Goldberg here, this is Sir Jackie Stewart, who is a Formula One racing racer from Scotland, who won more races than others. And here's Nobel Prize winner Carol Ryder, and here's a psychiatrist, Stuart Udofsky, and here's the president and CEO of Cleveland Clinic, Delos Toby Cosgrove. So among these people, the commonality is they all have dyslexia, but then they would come to the place that they can do so many things so remarkably. And even in the field of medicine, these very successful people, they are supposed to be reading a lot, and they are actually excelling in their fields. Another group of people here is people with ADHD. This is Simone Biles. This is Michael Phelps, Will Smith. This is Karina Smirnoff, who is a Soviet-born American professional ballroom dancer. And this is Sir Richard Branson, who started Virgin Group. And in 2007, he's named Time Magazine 100 Most Influential People in the World. Howie Mandel here, you know, he's a comedian. So all of these people are quite successful in their fields, and they all have ADHD. So neurodiversity can become a competitive advantage. And when we are thinking about the neurodiverse conditions, autism, for example, we oftentimes think about perseveration as a common challenge, but depending on the context, it can be persistence when the end result is positive. They have a challenge with seeing big picture, but when when the task at hand is about details, you got the right person. So if you want someone to debug a program, you want that person to be detail oriented. Seeing big picture is no longer important. People on the spectrum have few interests, but they, because of when they are interested in something, they get into such deep knowledge, depth of knowledge, that a lot of people don't even care about. Perspective taking can be challenging for them, but they are very concrete and honest. Social interactions are not their best thing that they like to do a lot of the time, but when they have friends, they tend to be the most loyal. How about people with ADHD? We all know about impulsivity, but because of that, they have ability to think very quickly. And hyperactivity brings in high energy, difficulty focusing on tasks that they are not interested in, But when they are very interested in something, they are super duper focused. So basically hyper focus on tasks that are of interest to them. Distractibility, but that comes with creativity. Creativity is actually one of the most talked about traits in the people with ADHD. And there are also other traits beyond that: resilience, multitasking, big picture thinking, cool in a crisis. This sounds like a CEO to me. Dyslexia is not quite the same kind of construct. When we are looking at here, ADHD, and here, autism, you can see this is really one set of characteristics. But depending on the context, you can make the person to exhibit all strengths when the environment is letting them to show strength. And if you're not letting the environment to give them the ability to show strength, then you're all going to see challenges. And similarly for ADHD, we can say the same. Dyslexia is not quite the same, where the common challenges, reading, writing, spelling, time awareness, and rote memory, do not have a direct correlate with strengths, but they do have very clear strengths in good problem solving, creativity, very observant. They have very good social interaction skills. And when we think about their dyslexic advantage, according to dyslexicadvantage.org, we think of mind strengths: material reasoning, interconnected reasoning, narrative reasoning, and dynamic reasoning. So with that, just want to bring you to the strength-based model of neurodiversity. This talk is about assessments, and it's important to know what is the fundamentals in terms of understanding what the strength-based approach is in neurodiversity. So unlike disability model, this is all about the diagnosis. Strength-based model is really about traits, hyperfocus, attention to details, etc., that we have talked about. And this is not really a new thing. Actually, when Leo Kanner, who described the first series of his patients on the autism spectrum in 1943, he actually talked about the strengths of these 11 kids on the spectrum. He talked about the extraordinary memory abilities, musical abilities, and Asperger's also do the same, have talked about something similar to memory abilities. And later on, there are others that are talking about people on the spectrum with really amazing skills. And I want to bring your attention to, here's one study by Rabin in 1996. When it says high, that means they do not have intellectual disabilities. And when it says low here, they have intellectual disability. What's remarkable here is that when you are looking at their abilities, like memory abilities, you are seeing that to be happening not only in the people without intellectual disabilities. Those that have intellectual disabilities also have memory, good memory skills. And same for musical abilities, somewhat similar for symbols and reading, and some other areas too. So what we are talking about here is that when we are looking at people on the spectrum that do not have intellectual disabilities, we oftentimes think that they do have some special skills. And when we are thinking about the people with autism and intellectual disabilities, oftentimes we really miss the boat. We don't really figure out that they actually have good abilities or even extraordinary and sometimes savant abilities, unless you are trying to find them. So basically getting people on the spectrum a chance to show their abilities is really important. And later on, in 2015, there are some similar findings as well. So the strength-based model of neurodiversity has 4 major components. The first is positive psychology, second is positive psychiatry, and then Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences that I just talked about, triggering 7 vectors of development. I'll talk about them in a little bit more. And we want to emphasize that when we talk about neurodiverse conditions, we regard them as conditions rather than disorder. And we want to acknowledge the challenges as challenges instead of deficits. Because when we look at the contrast between strengths and challenges, for people with autism and ADHD, for example, they have the same traits, but depending on the context, you can make the challenges strengths. So if we are calling them deficits, then they are no longer going to become strengths at all. So this is our approach of reminding people about the strengths challenge continuum. And applying the strength-based model across the entire spectrum, as I illustrated in the last slide. The 7 vectors of development has 7 basically developmental milestones that are important for people in their formative years of development. So developing competence, managing emotions, moving through autonomy toward interdependence, developing mature interpersonal relationships, establishing identity, developing purpose, and developing integrity. And a little bit more about the theory of multiple intelligence is that when we are able to find this, the specific intelligence that these individuals have, we potentially can find a very good path for them. For example, bodily kinesthetic, some people can actually make a career as an athlete, a dancer, and even a surgeon. Existential, they can potentially become cosmologist, a philosopher, a theologian. Interpersonal, that person can be good as a salesman and even a therapist. Intrapersonal, I don't have good example here. Tell me if you can think of some examples. Logical, mathematical, very clearly economists, mathematician, scientists. Musical, very clear, naturalistic. You can become a botanist, farmer, ranger, and verbal linguistics. You can become a journalist, a poet, and visual spatial skills. You can become a navigator, a sculptor. So when we are using these, the 4 components of the strength-based model of neurodiversity, we can start thinking about how we can do assessments. So one thing that is clear about the strength-based assessments is it's just drastically different from the traditional deficit-based assessment. According to Lawson in 2003, I agree with her analysis. Traditional assessments oftentimes demoralize the individual or diminish self-confidence. It reduces motivation, place a focus on past failures, stigmatize and stereotype youth, alienate the individual from feeling a sense of belonging in the community. And in contrast, strength-based assessment is a more well-rounded assessment for the individual that can highlight strengths and abilities, and that not only taking into account the strengths of that person, but also the strengths of the environment. And this is a preventative focus that can sustain strengths instead of fixing the problems after issues arise. So let's talk about the strength-based assessments. It is really not new, but the new way that we are trying to shape it is to think about a few different domains. The first domain is using the theory of multiple intelligences. And the second is to think about more than just those 8 domains of multiple intelligences. What do we say about a person that can have particular character strengths, and similarly, the traits of that can be consistent with self-determination And yesterday we heard Dr. Michael Wiemeyer in the keynote presentation. And the entire presentation is about self-determination. I encourage you to go back to the YouTube video to view the presentation if you have not attended that presentation. And there is also connections with the ecosystem, basically the environment. So if we are kind of stepping into the first point, what are some of the assessments? It's very easy to think that like the IQ test already that we are using can do that. And there are also specific tests that can be used for mathematical abilities, as well as verbal abilities, as well as visual spatial abilities. And how about the true strength-based assessments? There are actually many in the last 30 years, but they are really underutilized. And some that I would give an example for is, for example, this is the Deveroy Student Strength Assessment. It actually captures the data for, I think right now, more than 300,000 people all over the world on different domains: self-awareness, social awareness, self-management, goal-oriented behavior, relationship skills, personal responsibility, decision-making, and optimistic thinking. So if we are using this, we can actually think about a lot of avenues to help the person in the very beginning if we know what they are good at and how we can leverage their strengths. Another example is this values in action inventory of strengths. This is actually this is coming out from positive psychology. Actually, Martin Seligman and Jackson Mahayi, they started positive psychology. In this paper with Peterson, Martin Seligman created this VO-IS domain. And for maybe just 30 seconds, if you look at these domains with these different terms here, emotional strengths as these, interpersonal strengths as these, intellectual strengths, strengths of restraint, and theological strengths. And try to, in your mind, or use a piece of paper to think about yourself. Which 5 words are actually most describing you? And I'll give you 10 seconds to think about. So here is the result for the typically developing adults that basically there's something called signature strengths. So they are basically the top 5 strengths among these 20 or so characteristics. So for typically developing people, a lot of people think the most descriptive signature strengths for them are kindness, fairness, open-mindedness, humor, and love. So when you look at these numbers, basically, those are like T1, basically, these 3 are a tie. And then the 4th highest is kindness, and 5th is love. So how about people on the spectrum? What we can see is that number 1 is open-mindedness. So it's also the same for neurotypical individuals. Number 2 is honesty, authenticity. The 3rd is love of learning. The 4th is creativity and originality. And 5th is fairness. So there is a little bit of a difference in the signature strengths, but what you can I'm not trying to interpret it for you here for the sake of time, but think about what you are yourself. And this is actually going to be helpful for assessment. Self-determination, Michael W. Meyer, about 30 years ago, he actually started working on self-determination, and I would say he's really the father of self-determination. Before he started working on it, there's only one paper in the entire literature that really talk about self-determination. After him, he created the field of self-determination, he actually have instruments that can measure autonomous functioning, self-regulation, psychological empowerment, and self-realization, and even break them down into smaller pieces. Going to skip this slide. And to kind of make it less kind of psychologically kind of complex, to make it a little bit easier to think about, this is also Dr. Wiemeyer's work. We can also think about the capacity to be self-determined, things I can do, how I feel, and also the opportunities to practice self-determination, including what happens at school, what happens at home. And there is this tool called AIR Self-Determination Assessment that can actually capture this. So very quickly, I'm just going to remind you that there's an ecosystem in the neurodiverse individual. Family, friends, mentors, therapists. In the educational setting, there are teachers, coaches, classmates, roommates, and in the larger circle, school officials, school community. These all people at different layers can actually make a difference to individuals with neurodiverse conditions. So if we are noticing that there are some ways to actually help the neurodiverse individual because someone gets it, then that means there's a strength there. So basically, for families, you can basically do some kind of analysis and look at, like, in the environment, who would be the advocates for my child? And then that can be the starting point to actually amplify your child's strength. And similarly, in employment setting, there are supervisors, job coaches, colleagues, and executives. They can basically do the same in just like the educational setting. So when I'm thinking about how to apply the strength-based model of neurodiversity, just to wrap up, is that we can help use this model to raise awareness of personal strengths, increase trust in personal ability, help them learn to engage relationships, increase self-satisfaction through success. And this way we can move the neurodiverse individuals away from negativity and immobility. With that, I'm going to stop and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Fung. That was a very eye-opening talk, and I want to share one comment and save the questions for the Q&A at the end, just so that Dr. Hong has time to give her talk as well. There was a participant that shared, and I quote, "I'd like to reclaim my own self-image, which for most of my life has been clouded by the deficit-based upbringing I endured. Over 60 and only now waking up to my strengths." Sounds like they really enjoyed your talk. And so we have some great questions for you. I'm going to save it till the end and let Janet introduce our next speaker.
Lawrence, could you turn on my video for me? Thank you.
Okay, do you have that? Great. So let me first introduce you. I'm very happy to introduce my colleague, Dr. Jamie Hong. Dr. Hong is a clinical associate professor here in the Department of Psychiatry and a psychologist in the Adult Neurodevelopment Clinic. And her talk this evening is entitled "Finding Strength, Skills, and Resilience: What Clients Learn in Cognitive Behavioral Therapy." Take it away, Jamie.
Thanks, Janet. Okay, let me just do my best with the share screen option. Okay, hold on. And thank you to everybody who are watching live right now. Even on the West Coast, it's quite late, so I'm imagining those of you on the East Coast and beyond watching this now. I really appreciate you being here. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about a strength-based approach to cognitive behavior therapy, and I'm coming to you more from a private practice background, actually, prior to joining Stanford. Actually, just this past summer, I had been doing private practice for 13 years, so I'm here to just sort of share with you what I've learned, a little bit of my own journey, and what I'm hoping to bring to you today in terms of what I've learned and would love to share with you. Oops. Uh-oh. There. So I'm going to, just to give you sort of an overview of what I'm going to be talking about today, I'll be going over what some of the problems with a deficit model from my own perspective of what I've seen, particularly in a treatment context or a psychotherapy context. I know Lawrence and some of the other speakers have talked about this already throughout the conference, but share some of my own thoughts on that. And then talk to you about how we can maybe shift the frame away from the deficit model, not just in a theoretical context, which I know a lot of people have spoken about, but more to breathe life into it and give you a sense of what I aim to do in a cognitive behavioral therapy setting. And then to end off with some examples of what that shift in frame looks like and give you different case examples. Now, I want to just say this, and I probably will say it multiple times throughout, that these are not actual cases. They're more a compilation of cases. I've seen a lot of neurodiverse individuals through the years and have compiled similar stories and experiences and overlapping of experiences in these cases. So just to start off, a little bit about my own journey. My interest in working with neurodiverse individuals actually started further back, where I went into clinical psychology because I was really struck by how a lot of the psychotherapy models and our understanding of different disorders and how to work with them came from a very Western perspective. They were all developed in Western countries, Canada, the US, the UK, and it felt so limited. And being someone of color, I could see that there were many ways that different cultural beliefs or contexts could really shift the way we see what was actually healthy or normal. And so that's what kind of drew me to the field. And then as I was working in private practice, I specialized particularly in working with individuals with social anxiety. I ended up having quite a few neurodiverse individuals starting to come into my practice. And one of the things that really struck me as I began working with individuals who are neurodiverse is that there was a really common sort of set of statements and beliefs that they would share with me that, in some ways wasn't too different from my other clients, but there was a certain emotional depth that it's hard to explain, but that I felt when they were sharing some of the thoughts that they had about themselves and about others. So here are some sort of common thoughts and examples that I often would come across with individuals who come to see me, and they would say things like, I'm really bad at, I just don't feel like trying anymore. I feel bad. People have to put up with, fill in the blank. And then there was the opposite end of anger, of how is it possible that people can think it's okay to do X, Y, and Z, or I just can't trust anyone anymore because there was this history of this constant surprise and frustration with how others would betray their trust or do things that felt incredibly wrong. So as I started working with individuals who are neurodiverse, it became even more clear how this deficit model that I had been trained in, where especially in cognitive behavior therapy, a lot of our treatments are based on disorder models and symptoms and problems that need to be treated. And it didn't fit. Here are these individuals that I could tell that the world was just not designed for them, but didn't necessarily mean they were broken in the same way that an individual from a different culture coming into a Western context is no more broken just because they're in a different context and their beliefs are different. And so part of what struck me is that if I'm going to be working with individuals who are neurodiverse, and if I stay within the frame of this typical deficit model, I'll just be reinforcing this idea that they're somehow broken and that they need to be fixed somehow, that the very beliefs that they're coming in with are actually true. I, of course, wouldn't say that directly, but indirectly, because they're struggling with these difficulties, that somehow they missed the boat in figuring out how to do it right. And I need to work on teaching them how to do it right. The other issue that came up for me with this deficit model, especially within CBT or cognitive behavior therapy, is that it's unclear what the goals are for treatment. So if I'm working with someone who's not neurodiverse and is more neurotypical, and they're coming in with, say, difficulties with anxiety, there's a clear baseline that they're trying to return to. There's a clear sense of that this problem that they're coming in with is something that they want to remove so that they can be their authentic selves. That's not the case with individuals who are neurodiverse, who are experiencing the kind of anxiety and depression because they feel so different. I'm not sure what I'm trying to move them to. And when would the treatment be done, given that this is really a difference in wiring. The other issue was that it felt like I was perpetuating the exclusion of factors that are unique to each individual, similar to what Lawrence was talking about in terms of strength. And then it prevents my ability to think about, okay, what's the best way to actually work with this person? Does it even make sense to me for me to be sitting here staring at them, peppering them with different questions and getting them to sort of evaluate internally what's going on inside, and what strategies am I supposed to be teaching this person if the goal is to be is to no longer be broken and to somehow be fixed. So then I didn't want to throw everything out. I do feel like there's a lot that's wonderful about cognitive behavior therapy, specifically that, CBT is designed to build resilience in an individual through building a sense of agency, confidence, by getting a better understanding of who they are and what skills they need to be able to navigate the world better. And it's meant to be short term because we're giving individuals these skills to be able to navigate the world without a therapist guiding them the entire way. I also love the fact that cognitive behavior therapy is very explicit. We're very clear about, there's transparency. We're clear about what are the problems that we're working on and how do we understand how they're being maintained. There's no, I'm not keeping anything to my chest and not sharing anything with the client. They always know what we're working on. And I like that it's evidence-based, that we are continuing to collect data within the session, across the treatment, to see that the things that I'm doing or the things that we're working on together are actually benefiting you and helping you move towards your goals. What I realized that needed to change was the frame, that we really needed to start thinking differently about what our goals are, particularly with neurodiverse individuals, but all individuals in general, that if we're not looking at deficits. What are we looking? We're looking at differences. In the same way that I'm working with individuals who come from a different cultural background, I don't see their cultural beliefs as a deficit, I see it as a difference. And helping the individuals to see that these differences are not meant to be, are not signs of them being broken or a sign that they should be feeling feelings of failure or shame, but instead, how do we understand these differences so that they can actually work with them either to their advantage or to advocate for accommodations. The other piece is shifting from, okay, I'm not going to be looking at, when I say function, not form, instead of looking at, okay, here's the ways that you are behaving poorly, and here are all the ways that you need to change. Instead, thinking about what is it that you're doing that may not be helpful in the moment, and why is it that that's happening? An example I always think about is, it's never helpful when we're parenting to tell, a child, oh, that's a bad behavior, don't do that anymore, especially when they're older. Oftentimes the kid already knows that it wasn't a good behavior, but what's missing is that they were trying to achieve some sort of goal, but probably not in the most helpful way. We need to understand what it is that they were trying to achieve or do. So if my son throws something across the room because he's angry, me yelling at him for throwing something across the room doesn't actually help change the behavior. Instead, it's what we need to do is to figure out what was it that drove him. What was it that he was trying to do with that clearly wasn't meeting his needs? Perhaps it was to express his frustration, his anxiety, and trying to explain that he didn't want to do something. If that's the case, I can help meet that function in a different way. In the same way, I try to work with that with my clients. The other piece, the third piece that we need to shift is that I don't want my clients to be learning to apologize for their differences continually. Instead, to educate, to advocate, to tell other people about what it is about their differences that actually makes them unique and have these strengths, as Lawrence was talking about, in that it may appear in some contexts to be difficult, but to explain how, well, if you meet these needs in this way, look at the things that I can do in these other contexts. And I'll share a couple of examples of that. So I wanted to share a case compilation sort of example. So again, if you're joining right now, this is not a real case, but a compilation of cases that I've put in to create a scenario of an individual. It ties in different cases that I've seen over the years. So this is a case of Mr. I like to call VSL. It's a 45-year-old single male. Let's say he worked in IT, but he was currently on leave for depression. Now, before I see any of my patients, I always send them paperwork, asking them to write information about their history, some of their symptoms, a lot of questionnaires, and just helps me know a little bit more about the person as I'm trying to better understand their difficulties. So let's imagine Mr. VSL, he walks into my office and he throws the paper. They're all completed, by the way, but he throws them down in front of me and says, here are your stupid papers. You better, sometimes it might be smart to think about the fact that people you're working with are having a hard time, and for you to ask them to fill out these papers, maybe think a little bit about whether or not that's a good idea. Now, this person is over 6 feet tall, probably around 300 pounds, and I'm quite small. And so I could tell as he's sort of leaning in towards me and yelling at me that he's trying to, that he's frequently used his stature to intimidate others, but I didn't back down. And so I thanked him for completing the questionnaires, told him again why my goals for why I asked people to do these things. And we spent some time talking a little bit about his depression and anger. And he told me that he's always felt like an outsider and finds that most people are really frustrating and disappointing. He also shares how he's been struggling with depression because he can't seem to motivate himself to do things his work wanted him to do when it all felt pointless to him. He didn't understand what especially when it wasn't clear what the point of any of the work that he was doing. He just felt no desire to do any of it. And as we talked more, I learned a little bit more about his history. When he was young, he used to love to learn and take things apart and just figure out how things worked. He could get lost in a project and completely lose track of time. His parents were pretty hands-off and not really involved in his schooling. And he remembered that when he was in first grade, he was really, really into black holes and just blew away his teacher with his knowledge, with the concepts that he had, and ability to sort of the complex logic and understanding that he had at such a young age. So they decided at the school to put him in a higher grade for science and math. Now he loved physics and showed a remarkable ability to understand complex mathematical concepts, but he couldn't learn his multiplication tables and had a really hard time with spelling. And so one of the things that he said, he learned pretty quickly that his abilities were completely useless because he couldn't do any of the basic skills. And he even remembered his teacher saying, there's no way, and I think they were saying this to try to motivate him. And I've heard this example so many times across clients, that if you don't learn these fundamental foundational skills, there's no way that you're going to be a physicist or a mathematician or the different professions that they want to do. Thinking it was a lack of effort or interest or willingness to try. So he became extremely frustrated and bored in class. He had a hard time following what was being said. He just concluded that he wasn't the right kind of smart, and everything he could do well. He was a composer of music. He understood mathematical concepts. He loved putting together machinery, was useless because he couldn't spell and learn well in a classroom setting. He barely graduated from high school and took a job fixing different electronics, and basically self-taught himself to program, which is what led him to his current job. So when I talked with him, rather than agreeing with him or talking to him about his depression, we actually spent time talking about how schools in particular are not designed for type of learner that he was. We talked about how his history and the things that he had told me really pointed to the fact that he was a visual spatial learner, and that when you're a visual spatial learner, you learn things as a whole. You learn things where you have to see the whole parts of a situation before you you go look in at the different pieces. Whereas in school, we learn things in steps. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and that just didn't make sense for his brain. And we talked a lot about how he was like a left-handed person in a right-handed world. Nothing wrong, just a world that wasn't designed for him. And when we talked about in these terms, I have a clear memory, this happens often actually, breaks down into tears. So imagining this large person who just yelled at me is now crying and saying, I've never had anyone explain this to me before and not tell me the ways I need to be fixed, but explained what it was about me that just didn't make sense that I felt all my life. And it was a great sort of starting point for the work that we would do in therapy. Oops, hold on. Oops, sorry. So function, not form. This is something that I see a lot with my neurodiverse individuals, where they, particularly those who are married, where they'll talk about ways that they feel bad about having difficulty, say, with transitions. I had, a classic example would be my wife gets so mad at me because I get really frustrated when she asks me to wash the dishes. I know it's not a big deal. I don't know why I get so upset. It's so stupid. It's just the dishes. Why can't I just be okay with it? Again, we look and think about, okay, well, there's a reason why you're getting frustrated. It's not about the dishes. Something about her request in that moment is making it hard. And so we would then talk about what is it that you're needing? Perhaps it's the difficulty with the transition. Perhaps it's that it was unexpected and you had completely different plans for what you were going to be doing. And she just sort of botched all of that by saying she wanted you to do the dishes. And then suddenly it makes sense why you would get frustrated. How do we manage that? Another one is where children, you know, they can be sometimes noisy, you know, have emotional breakdowns, what have you. I've had a lot of partners say, you know, they'll be there, they're taking care of the kids, and suddenly the kids are getting too upset and too loud that it overwhelms them in a sensory way so that they have to leave, but leaving their wife or husband, if you will, stranded while they walk away, making it a very difficult situation. And so talking about some of the sensory needs, some of the things that are driving that behavior, rather than saying, yeah, no, you shouldn't do that. How do we make you just stay in it? Saying, no, what is it that you're trying to respond to, the sensory overwhelm, that perhaps we can do in a way that won't leave your wife stranded in the middle of the mall while you run to the parking lot, something like that. And then advocacy and not apologies. When you're a left-handed person in a right-handed world, and you're constantly being told that being left-handed is bad, it's hard not to feel embarrassed and guilty when you reveal yourself as being left-handed. And part of what I spend a lot of time doing with my clients is getting them to see that, you know what, there was a time when people thought being left-handed was a sign of the devil, but we know more now. Similarly, people will see your left-handedness as a sign of fill in the blank, something negative. But the more you can understand what it is about the way you're wired, the way your brain works, and why it makes sense and how to work with it, that's how we can advocate and not have to apologize for these differences. So my major intent here, so I'm just going to go through and make sure I've got everything, was to sort of give you a window into what a strength-based approach to CBT looks like. I've found in my practice that when I approach therapy in this way with my neurodiverse individuals, it is amazing to see the way years and years of messaging saying that they're broken suddenly shifts. And it's no longer this like, oh, they are all bad. That's not at all what I'm showing. It's like, they only know what they know. Let's first understand what we need to show them, what we need to get them to see. And they have a purpose. They have a way to be even compassionate to the people who don't understand, but at the same time, feeling this need to share. It's quite powerful. And it's one of the reasons why I left private practice to join the Adult Neurodevelopment Clinic and to work with Lawrence, because I'm very excited to be able to spread the word, disseminate these ideas, and hopefully reach more people. Thank you so much. Really glad to share with you all today.
Thank you, Janie. And some of your examples also really resonated with the participants today. Someone shared how they were crying listening to the story of your patient who wanted to be a physicist and ended up in dull, pointless jobs. Yeah. And you have some folks who are interested in asking if you're taking private clients.
Not anymore, but we are seeing clients at the Adult Neurodevelopment Clinic, but thank you.
So let's start with a question for you, Dr. Hong. And if anyone else has questions, please let me know who you want to direct the question at in the Q&A. That way I can let Dr. Fung or Greg know that it's for them. So Dr. Hong, do you feel ABA is based on a deficit model as it tries to fix the child and reward and punishment without seeing their capabilities?
Oh, that's such a hard question. I will say that I understand the intent behind ABA, and Lawrence, you're welcome to join into, but from my perspective, the things that I do appreciate about ABA, that they do really focus on the function of behaviors. And so they're really trying to understand often why a child may be reacting in a certain way, if they're feeling stressed or anxious. And I think that's a good thing, to figure out what the function is of a behavior. What I struggle with is when there is just a blanket solution that may not actually make sense for that particular child. For me, it's all about individualizing, trying to understand what are the goals in this situation, and what is it that's going to be most helpful. I think it's sort of a negotiation between the fact that we have to live in this right-handed world and you are left-handed. So it's that, even if you've looked at my slides, the next question was like, how do we move from, is it intervention? What are the things that we want to change and build skills and give more options for, so that they can operate in this right-handed world? And what are the pieces that we want to accommodate, advocate for, and increase equity and inclusion? So it's not a simple answer. I think it needs to be individualized. I think that you need to think about what it is that you're trying to teach, how is it going to be helpful, and what's the likelihood that this is something that could actually be adopted or learned by the person. That all said, I work with adults, so I say that all from a perspective working with adults. So I know Lawrence and Quinn, you actually work with children, so you probably could have a lot more to say to that than some perspective on that as well.
I would say I agree with you completely in that it's really not, like, ABA is not for everyone, for sure. And there may be a subset of people that report benefits, and they truly, as a family, would say they have benefited. So I'm not going to question the families that are saying that they truly observe benefits. And what I think is going to be helpful is if they're really focusing on using ABA to build strengths, build abilities. I think this will be consistent with the strength-based model. If we are trying to really figure out, say, this person is not doing this, so this person is broken, that would not be consistent with the strength-based model. I think it is really about someone's trajectory. Like, I did not start walking until I was like exactly 1 year old. And before that, I didn't walk. So when I didn't walk, that's not a pathology. It's just that I'm not there yet. So if we are thinking about growth mindset, and the people that the therapists are using the growth mindset, that will be considered, I would say there is an opportunity to consider this more strength-based. And that's only my personal opinion, though.
If I may just weigh in quickly on that. My nephew was fairly low functioning autistic and got ABA. And I have to say, I mean, he's got a job that he got without disclosing, working in an insurance company. He's got a girlfriend. He has come a long way, and there's no question it was leveraged by skills he learned with ABA.
Dr. Fung, a lot of families and individuals are interested in the strength-based approach. And so they're wondering who performs these strength-based assessments, how and where do they get it, how much does it cost?
That's really interesting. So the strict answer is that if you are thinking about who will be delivering those would be psychologists that are practicing positive psychology. So there is an institute from in University of Pennsylvania. So that's where Martin Seligman is based. He has trained many people. I don't know exactly how many. I think it's going to be in the order of thousands from the institute. So they are around. I was looking at the question. So I was looking at California, whether or not there are some positive psychology therapists, and there are. So whether or not they understand autism is a different story, because you do need to understand both positive psychology and autism in order to be effective. So that piece is the piece that I can't really say, because you can find someone that can administer all of that. It may not be helpful, or it may. I just don't know, because positive psychology is it's a very, very good field, and a lot of psychologists know about it. But when I went to a psychology conference not too long ago, maybe a year ago, there were 100 psychologists over there. I asked, did anyone practice positive psychology? Zero. No one said they actually practice positive psychology. They all know about it, but they don't really practice it because that's not how most training is structured. So, but there are some people that actually went through the training for positive psychology through the University of Pennsylvania Institute of Positive Psychology. And I would say those people would be the closest people to be able to at least administer the assessment. But I basically just need to emphasize that, to me, I think it's not quite adequate when we only have someone that knows positive psychology without actually a lot of understanding of autism. And that's what our clinic is actually trying to build. So in a few years' time, if we are on track, we hope that we can really achieve something here.
If I could also jump in, but in the meantime, in addition to maybe looking for positive psychologists, another avenue is to look for psychologists who do assessments, who really understand twice exceptionality. People who are who do assessments with that sort of training and understanding, they know that, I mean, the whole idea behind twice exceptionality is that there are multiple strengths and challenges that are getting masked by averages. And so they are attuned to looking at specific subskills, scores, tests to try to tease apart what these strengths and challenges might be and how to explain them and how it makes sense within a particular profile. So you're more likely to be able to find more psychologists who identify as being focused on doing twice exceptional assessments, and they're going to be better than people who just do regular neuropsych assessments. So that would be what I would recommend.
I would say we're definitely going to be trying to start doing this in our clinic. We can't really tell you that we are really up and running and have got everything figured out, but at least conceptually, this is what we hope that we can make some progress.
Mm-hmm. Greg, some questions for you. A lot of people are interested in what you guys have offered in the online retreat. So where can they find more information about this? Is there a website?
Well, onset.net, and In fact, we've already gotten a raft of subscribers just since this program started tonight.
All right. And so this is a question for the Adult Neurodiversity Clinic. Many neurodivergents engage in excessively negative thinking, such as ruminating, obsessing, and blaming. Besides mindfulness and compassion, what are some of the most helpful strategies that you offer your clients?
I can take it, Janet. Do you want to talk? I can start. Again, it goes back to the form, not function, not form. Oftentimes, it depends on what's causing the negative talk. I have had clients who will say quite negative things, and it's more because they don't have the language per se to maybe articulate it specifically. It reminds me a little bit of people who maybe English is a second language. They say these things and it comes off very harsh. They're saying expletives and swearing, saying really mean things, maybe to their mother, for example, or they'll say that they want to do some very harsh things, but really it's just they're trying to find the harshest words to explain how upset they are inside. And it might not necessarily be the actual content of the words, but more about the intensity that they're trying to convey. So that's one. So if that's the case, then thinking about translating that maybe for the parents who get really upset by the behavior, right? And talking to them about that, and maybe even trying to figure out how to work with that if it doesn't seem, and then also working with the patient in that context. If it's more a fixed sort of rigidity, inflexibility, and thinking, because of years and years of distrust of people, that's a separate reason for why they might be thinking that way. It's like, there's no point. Why should I trust anyone? They're always going to disappoint me. And in those contexts, a lot of times I'll help with translating. There's a lot of translations that go on. So a lot of translating of what other people's intent may have been, why this continues to happen, what is it that they may not be understanding, or vice versa, what is it about within themselves that makes sense that they're feeling this way. Sometimes it's just a matter of validation to be able to say, it makes sense that you're feeling so angry. Again, it all depends on what the function is of these different negative thoughts and behaviors, in my mind. So that's my opinion.
And Dr. Fung, maybe this is part of the Neurodiversity at Work program as well. What vocational assessments does Stanford use for vocational exploration, and are they strength-based?
That's a very, very good question. Right now, what we can say is that our strategies in creating the environment, as I was showing you the ecosystem, we are very deliberate in understanding every single component of the ecosystem and try to focus on what we can do to make sure that we can provide the support that can get the neurodiverse employee to be having tools that can increase their self-efficacy. And this is kind of along the way what we are trying to do. But in terms of really trying to do a very organized assessment, strength-based assessment, this is really going to be a big project. We are trying to use our principles to try to get to it, but there's not really very good tools. There are some applications out there. There's a company called Identifor that used this model. There's no data whatsoever that is working, but and it was basically based on the theory of multiple intelligences. We are also using that, and we basically expand from there, not only multiple intelligences, but we also use other dimensions that are beyond those 8 domains. And what we can say is that is really complex because everyone is so different, and we are basically spending maybe half an hour, maybe an hour tops initially to try to get to understand where they are initially. But people on the spectrum, a lot of the time, take time for us to actually understand them. So in many ways, it's almost like not very realistic for us to think that we can come up with the strains right away. It may be more realistic for us to really go with their interests. So when someone has the strains, so I know many individuals on the spectrum that are strong at many things, but they're not interested in them. And they're saying, I'm good at them, but I'm good in math, but I'm not going to get a career based on math. That's not what I like to do. So when someone doesn't like to do something, you cannot really use the strengths to push into a career, right? It has to be something that the person genuinely is interested. So that's our approach. Instead of trying to impose on a model and try to grab what the strengths are and impose on that result to that person, rather we basically ask the person, really, what are your strengths? And what are your interests? And if you are going to be trying to pick the jobs, what are those that we can look at right now? And they can show us, and then we basically would say, is there a gap? Like if the job has a minimum qualification of having a bachelor's degree, and if that's basically required, like someone that needs a bachelor's degree in geology, for example. I think that if someone is very interested in geology, but does not have a bachelor's degree in geology, then that's a clear gap, right? So we help people by really trying to align their strengths, their interests, and a realistic expectation on what they want. That's basically what we can do right now. But I would really love to get to the point that we can very effectively figure out what the strengths are of people, because with that opens door for a lot of people.
Dr. Hong, what is CBT and how is that helpful for treating neurodiverse patients?
Well, I think I spoke a little bit to that. CBT stands for Cognitive Behavior Therapy. It's one of the longest kind of evidence-based therapies is what they call. It sort of represents several different branches as well that have offshoot off of CBT. It's focused on, it's a type of psychotherapy that focuses on changing people's thoughts and behaviors with the idea that if you do that, it'll help them regulate their emotions better. How that relates to neurodiversity is sort of what I talked about today. I think that a lot of the standard treatment protocols don't necessarily fit with people who are neurodiverse, but I think the concepts and the ethos of CBT of being evidence-based, short-term, developing strategies, and being explicit and data-driven do fit well. And the transparency and the clarity of what we're trying to work on often works really well with individuals who are neurodiverse.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Fung, it sounds like a patient is looking for some guidance on where to seek help. So they say, my adult child is a classic autistic without splinter skills and limited communication and many challenges and strengths. Does the term neurodiversity as used in the clinic include him? Most of this conference seems to apply to Aspies or more technically gifted adults. Should I look elsewhere for help?
Well, Actually, I see a lot of patients that have intellectual disability. And one thing that I just want to bring out is that, I mean, the strict answer is that this patient is completely welcome to come to our clinic. The thing about a lot of people that are really vocal talking about neurodiversity are really they are able to talk about it, right? So on the surface, you would say they are the people that are SBs, maybe they don't have intellectual disability, they're more gifted and so forth. But I just want to bring back to the information that I shared about the people that have intellectual disabilities. They do have strengths if you're trying to look for them. And without looking for them, you're just not going to be able to figure it out. One of the speakers today earlier, his name is Hari, and he's quite an inspiration. I don't know if any of you went to that session with the college students. He's nonverbal or minimally verbal. He really cannot speak clearly. He can speak a few words, and then most people would think he has intellectual disability. Not true. He is a 4.0 GPA college student in probably arguably the most prestigious public university on the planet. He runs the autism group at Berkeley. He teaches a class about autism on campus. When you're looking at him, he stims a lot. He told people a lot about his stimming. He knows his challenges, but he has so many strengths. He's even like one of the most productive writers on Daily Cow, which is the newspaper on campus. So if you're not really trying to look for his strengths, you would think he is having intellectual disability and there's nothing that you can do. Not true. You can do a lot with him. He's going to be one of the most brilliant scientists in something. And he wants to do that, and I'm sure he can.
Mm-hmm. Wow. I'm going to have to go back and listen to the recording. Greg, how did you find your own strength?
Oh, the hard way. It helped me to see other people who had hit the rocks. You know, I was just this poor, struggling autistic kid. A gifted autistic kid, which just complicates the problem, actually. It doesn't make it easier in my experience. Anyway, so I would say seeing one other person who had turned their life around and had done it in a way that was intellectually acceptable to me. I mean, I knew lots of people turned their lives around, but it usually involved some kind of notions I couldn't subscribe to, but this was not the case. And that inspired me to begin my own path. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Dr. Hong, this is kind of a lengthy question, so bear with me. What commonalities do you find with your adult ADHD and autistic patients? I feel like I'm often excluded because I have ADHD versus autism, but I've struggled and I've been fired from 16 jobs. I'm 41, for example, not to mention issues with the law in the past, not graduating from college after going for 10 years and having only 2 classes to graduate. I feel like everyone hates me at my new job and I'll be fired soon. Sorry for rambling, but the story about the tall man really resonated with me. I identify as female, so it's even harder because if you're female and you talk too much or have too many ideas, you're annoying and talk too much.
There is quite a bit of overlap. A lot of my clients who are autistic have been diagnosed with ADHD, and the overlap that I often see in my private practice, and we talk about that, is executive functioning difficulties. what I mean by that is like difficulties with organizing, prioritizing of tasks, managing of time. And I think one of the things that's often not discussed when it comes to ADHD are the social difficulties that come up. And you're right, you hit what a lot of my clients with ADHD talk about, this saying things when they regret later because they feel that urgency to just say it, avoiding or forgetting to call people back and not maintaining friendships in that way, social missteps that can happen that fit with somebody who has ADHD. And I think oftentimes for women in particular, it can be hard because when you have a lot of women who have ADHD present in ways that are not typical of what we think about when we think of hyperactive, poor attentional focusing boys. And so there's even more misunderstanding and more people being quite mean. I can't think of a better word at 8 o'clock at night. Mean and not very forgiving to women in particular when they act out in a certain way because it seems like they could do better. And so there's a lot. And I completely feel for you and heard your story, unfortunately, too many times.
Mm-hmm. And I would just add one thing to that, just that there's often a misdiagnosis going on. I've worked with so many female clients who had ADHD, most of them were diagnosed with ADHD and did not get diagnosed with autism until they were much, much older because they didn't fit the typical picture or they were overlooked, they were good at masking or what have you. But as Dr. Hong said, there is a lot of overlap and sometimes people find out they're both.
Mm-hmm. So we have a few minutes left for question, and I think this question goes back to your response, Dr. Fung, about your approach to matching individuals with jobs. And this person asked, why not strengths and interests?
We definitely would want to understand strengths and interests, but we go with interests first because there are just so many of my patients that I know they are very, very strong at certain things. They really have like 140 IQ and they can pursue a lot of stuff, but they choose not to go to college. So you cannot really trump anybody's desire to become someone. And this is really a unique trajectory. I think one commonality for all neurodiverse individuals is that they typically have atypical trajectories. So whatever they are really wanting to do, and if that's actually going to be a growth, as long as it's a growth, I would really promote that. And that may not be the strengths of that person, but it may be something that can become a strength of that person because of the deep interest. So the deep interest goes a long way because on the people on the spectrum have such deep interest when they want to do something, they really go not 100%, they go 1,000%. And because of that, they can overcome a lot of the challenges that people may not even think they will have a chance to overcome. And I have so many patients that can overcome challenges just because of their deep interest. So going with the interest, there's a better chance than going with the strengths.
Mm-hmm. I have a question here that's a follow-up to the most recent commonalities between ADHD and autism question. So this individual says, I have emotional regulation challenge. Is it possible I might have Asperger's and ADHD?
It's hard to know with just that little information, I think, but I would say that people who have one or the other or both have that, and you can also have emotion dysregulation problems without any of those diagnoses as well. So I would have to know more about what it is that you're struggling with.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I think we covered a lot of the questions. I also put the website for OSIT in the chat so that anyone interested can sign up, and we'll see those numbers go up, right, Greg?
Thank you. And thank you all.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for coming out on
Thank you.
an evening, Tuesday evening.
Yeah, just want to close by saying that thank you all the audience that stayed so late, and all of our moderators, and all of our speakers here. And tomorrow morning we are going to have our last keynote presentation by Sienna Castellan. She is on the autism spectrum, and she is really a real inspiration. I encourage all of you to attend that presentation. She was bullied and a lot when she was younger, and she's creating a lot of different advocacy initiatives that really make so much difference. And because of that, she was selected by the United Nations as one of the 17 young leaders among the 7,000 candidates. So in the next couple of years, she's going to do great work for neurodiversity. So please attend that keynote presentation, and hopefully some other sessions tomorrow. That's our last day of the summit. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, everyone, for staying with us this late.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
There it is.